and we might just...
Yeah, I've got you back now, Trev.
Yep, I think we're back. I think
Just
we're
make sure
back.
to hide your screen as you join the server when you can.
Yep, that's okay. We can... Has the stream dropped out, has it, or...?
Yeah, stream dropped out, but it looks like we're back. So everybody, please just bear with us. There was a slight disconnect, I believe, on Trev's end, but we'll get right back into the action where we left off.
Yep. We will get back into it. I do apologise for that. It's given me another Twitch notification here.
Yeah, so that's just because it's kind of restarted the stream again. But that's all good.
Hang on. So does that mean I'll have two separate?
That's all good. We're right back into it as if nothing ever happened. So Trev, I'll kind of get this one going while I make sure everything is good on your end. So Jimbo has typed in chat that Vert and himself are sadly out of the race, which is sadly the outcome that I believe we were almost expecting, but you know it's not a good outcome nonetheless. And you know Smitty as well is now got to stop go 30, so I think those guys may be sped on the entry or the exit of pit lane, but Wilco though is crunched down Twitchy Trev down to a second as they're coming into the pit window cycle.
He certainly is, and you can see there on your screen we are very much back. We do apologise for that, ladies and gentlemen. We will never leave you again, we promise. But wow, what is going on here? Because this battle is heating up at the front. It was 3.2, then it was 2 point something. And Beaky was having withdrawals. He says, great to chat, always a pleasure. Thank you to you, Beaky. And geez, they only missed us for a couple of seconds, but boy, we've joined back at the best possible time, Prince, because this is less than a second now for the top two.
Yeah, absolutely. So these guys, I believe, is a 65-minute stint timer. So 4 hours 55 minutes is the cutoff. And once they enter pit lane and cross the pit entry lines, their stint timer will stop. So depending on, we might see them go an extra lap. But if I'm being honest, I wouldn't be surprised if we see either Twitchy, Wilco, or Psydog come in this lap to try and get the jump on the others when they go into their cycle.
As you can see there, he was having withdrawals, Beaky, but we are back. 43 people watching the stream. How good is that, ladies and gentlemen? And don't forget to keep your comments coming in. We would love to hear from you, but this battle... And good afternoon, Smiley Boys. How is it going, Smiley Boys? And we've given the Smiley Boys a shout out because Cobb McCool, and what does Wilco do here? This is the battle for the lead, of course, in their respective class, and the lead battle overall. And Wilco stretching his legs away from Psydog and putting Twitchy under the pump, looking for an undercut in the pit stops, because that's what Beaky reckons is going to happen here. We've got a tick under 5 hours remaining, and is he going to play it safe?
I think I saw Psydog dive in, so Psydog's doing what I predicted, Trev. One of them is coming in, trying to get the jump on the others. These guys will have to box at the end of this lap. They won't be able to go one more, so hopefully we don't see any pit lane drama between these two as they enter.
And there you can see we have started another stream looking for clean air. Mac B storming through the field as well. How good of a race has he had? We might stick with this one. Lap 31 here of however many we can get in the next 5 hours. It's not a sprint, it's a marathon, that's for sure. And you don't want to go risking your front end or anything like that. Oh, Hooncorp! Twitchy has run wide for Hooncorp 1, and now we'll go down the inside for the lead. No! Can't quite get a move done there on that occasion, but this is going going down to the wire. Let me tell you, we've still got 5 hours to go, but these boys, Prince, they don't care. They want to get, he wants a P1, does Jason Wilkinson.
Yeah, 100%, Trev. This feels like a sprint race right now. It feels like they're literally going tick for tack straight to the line as if the race is about to end. But little do they know they're coming into pit lane together. So it's going to be interesting to see how this goes. I'm going to keep an eye on Psydog and see how he goes, because they had about, what was it, about 2.5 seconds, I believe, off the back of this battle as they entered pit lane. So it's going to be interesting to see if this undercut works, but oh man, this is going to be quite the drive into pit lane as we see these two continue to tango.
We're going to see it takes two to tango, that's for sure. We're going to keep an eye on this battle here at the moment. Meanwhile, Nick, Metal Steel into the pits, Little Mac as well. What a race Little Mac is having as the timing screens just update. As you can see there now, we're getting those viewers back. We do apologise. We lost you there for a second, but it seems to be all good on my end. The internet's been doing some funny things lately, but Sparky getting out of the way there for PRT, now behind the wheel of that car. And we're seeing some of the driver changes. The first hour, Prince, they're making some moves here in the cockpit. But speaking of making moves, Wilco almost makes contact with Twitchy, and what has happened to Twitchy here is that the tyres that have just gone off, has Wilco been waiting patiently like a bear in the woods, just waiting to strike.
Yeah, I think Wilco's been playing the easy game and saving his tyres, and meanwhile Twitchy has been sending it. But I'm just having a quick look. Oh, my apologies. It is not a 65-minute stint timer, Trev. We've still got another 10 minutes on the window. So it is a 75-minute max stint timer, which I was kind of thrown out of the wind as we got a new follow, Trev. Welcome
We
to the
certainly
community.
did. Ohayo gozaimasu. Hinokami Goda is now following, and he clicked that follow button gently. And now, boy, his life will not... I was about to say his life is going to be changed forever now he's followed this channel. We've got up to 263. Our target is 270. This man's target is P1 in this race. P1. And is he going to do it now? He's getting so close. Oh, there's a bee's nutsack skin between them at the moment. And you've just got to be patient, 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 as Beaky would say. And Hyperdrift chipping in there into the comments, saying we've made a slight setup change before the start. And it's biting us right in the arse cheeks. And you can see there, Wilco still very close to Twitchy. But you've got to be patient, like Haminogod, who has just followed us. You've got to be like a warrior, like a Shanghai warrior, as he comes into the pits. Jason Wilkinson, not sure where the bloody hell I was going there, but he's in the pits. Oh, you want to get down to 50 Ks there, Prince. Otherwise, you'll get your nuts spanked around with a penalty for a drive-through.
Yeah, you could always do a voodoo special or a Nigerian Prince special. One time, I'll give you a fun fact. One time I did a 24-hour race around here, and I was coming a little bit too quick into the pit lane. I kind of forgot where you had to brake and slow down by. So I decided to put the car straight into the fence and take 8 seconds of damage instead of a stop-go 30. And let me tell you, that was probably the best thing I ever did.
And boy, just one of the many, many stories that got plenty of stories to tell you from the sim racing world. I think I can remember the first year we raced around here. I was doing a league race, Prince, and I actually didn't realise that the track had a different pit lane entry, and used the old pit lane, which ended up being a solid concrete wall. But anyway, that was back in about 2011. But HSV now under pressure from this man, HC Lewis. You'll be proud, we know it there for Hooncorp 2. And wow, this is another battle, but HSV's coming in. And Dean McKinnon from Sydney and New South Wales is now into the pit. Oh, he's nearly knocked off that 50-metre board there, the 50-metre marker. But he's now in the pits, and that is a good little battle there, Prince. We've been keeping an eye on it all afternoon. And now we're back live on the air. We lost you there after the first hour, but we're back. And we're never going to go off and have cigarettes again, as Come and Go says, hello, chaps. Come, chameleon. He's joined in the chat, Prince. And what better time to join us than right now with 4 hours 51 minutes and 52 seconds remaining. It is absolutely heating up, and I'm sweating like a dog in a Chinese restaurant here. I'm sweating my ass off as we've got a drive-through penalty for pissed and broke. What has happened there? And I told you he was coming in too hot into the pit lane, and I told you he was going too quick. All over Twitchy like stink on a monkey. Yes, you were, Jason Wilkinson. But HSV, as Low NZ jumps into that car, and he's been a naughty boy, HSV.
Yeah, so that was a very quick entry. You know, as we said, like, 10, 15 seconds before, you could have done a Nigerian Prince special and just put it into the wall and taken 8 seconds of damage instead of a stop go 30. You know, it worked for me once, it surely works for you. But yeah, sadly, they went about 10 meters, 15 meters. A little bit too far in. They had quite the hot entry, but sadly the hot entry comes with a stop go 30. So, oh look, it is what it is. You've got to wear it, sadly. But I'm sure those guys will understand that they've got the pace and they'll be able to claw it back. It's, sometimes we hope for the rain, and I've got me little rain dance going, so I'm looking forward to it.
That's Beaky there, sweating like at a Wiggles concert. I think the original joke was, yes, no, we'll leave that one there. But anyway, that's a bit of an inside joke. But it's not about how hot and quick you go in, Prince. It's all about whether you can come out and pull out and get that stop-go penalty off of the timing sheets. And that is all important if you, hopefully, you know what I'm trying to say, because I certainly don't. But that is going to destroy that battle too, isn't it? With HC Lewis and Hooncorp 2, Prince, because that's going to put them well behind the 8 ball in that battle.
Yeah, it's definitely unfortunate to see them unfortunately cook the pit entry and slap themselves with a stop go 30. The stewards out here seem to be a little bit rough in that regard. They might have only been 20 kilometers over the speed limit, but unfortunately that's enough for the stewards here to be like, nah, you've been a naughty boy. So yeah, look, it's unfortunate for the battle that those guys were having. It was absolute killer to watch that over the course of the first hour, but I feel like these guys have got the pace to claw themselves back, but, we can't stress them too much, because there's plenty of great battles all the way through the grid, no matter how quick you are here. There's battles throughout, and it's just non-stop. So Twitchy, though, as we see on screen, is in the pit lane. Hopefully they had a clean pit entry, and hopefully they'll get out without any problems. But Psydorg, though, P4, 19 seconds off. Sofa King as well in pit lane. So it's interesting, though, if my eyes are deceiving me or we've got to wait for it to update, did Psydorg jump King's Racing?
Ooh, let's just wait and see what those timing sheets
did with the undercut
have to say about it. But I think, as Jason is talking about how good his tyre life is looking, same as Simon and Jono, mega job, says Norm, looking after those tyres. And that's what happens when you race around Monza in real life, Prince. You pick up these things, brake and Gus, and thank you, says Wilco to Beaky, but I think he might have jumped them fair and square, Prince, has he not?
Yeah, so that looks like it was a good jump, not unless Wilco can maybe give us a little bit of an insight, maybe. But yeah, the undercut seemed to pay off there, Trev. 2.2 second lead over King's Racing at the moment.
Certainly is, and well, if you have any doubt about what you need to do, brake and gas and off to the right. And what a day that was. We'll never see something like that again. September the 30th, 2023. And what a day that was. Wilco driving around Monza. The Magpies lifting the Premiership Cup. As Wilco there saying, Simon got us the first lap after the pits. Binger just made a little mistake getting those tyres up to pressure. So that could explain it, Nigerian Prince. And what other battles have we got? We've got Zig and Zag, not the famous comedy duo, and Andrelli, our graphics man, side by side in a chicken tender humdinger.
Oh, you love to see it. So Andrelli, I just got to pump his tyres up a little bit. He's a great man. He does plenty of great graphics for us here for the Oz New Zealand PS5 Endurance Series, as well as in KRL as well, Trev. So we definitely have our hats off to him. But my God, that was an intense one there as they were coming through pit lane into Maggots and Beckett's with Team 7, or Team 77, might I say, making their way out of pit lane, going a bit of three-wide action, Trev.
Certainly are, and look at this. It continues down Hanger Straight, zigzag, as slotted in behind the great man Andrelli. A graphic masterpiece of a person. He is a masterful man when it comes to graphics and thumbnails. And come and go, says let's go Andrelli. Can't even say it without singing, can I? Come and go there, joining us along with Beaky, Norm, everybody in the chat joining us here. And we went offline for after the first hour, but we're back again, and hopefully, fingers crossed, Nigerian Prince and nutsacks crossed, we won't be losing them again.
I mean, I hope I'm not crossing my nutsack too bad, otherwise that might result in a hospital visit. But yeah, fingers crossed, and toes crossed, we might say, that hopefully no more Shadow Realm material, not only in the replay camera, but hopefully that doesn't make its way onto the internet sides of things as well. But Cloakade and Super VT, I almost thought that was Super GT for a minute. My eyes are almost deceiving me. Being awake for 24 hours starts to do some tricky things on the mind track.
Certainly does, Super VT. I strangely thought, I think my brain filled in the gaps there. For that one, but look at this. Oh, is that a place where two could... Oh, no, they touch. I was about to say, could two go into one there? And Cloakade. And Cloakade off the circuit. Super VT keeps going. Doesn't seem to be showing any signs of slowing down there. I guess he might be thinking that Cloakade ran into him. Rather than the other way around, but that's well, that's the end of that's put pay to that battle, Prince.
Yeah, very unfortunate there. I think I don't want to put anyone at fault for that. It's going too wide into Maggots and Beckett's is probably not the way to go, but they tried to make it work. I think it's just deemed as a racing incident, but we'll hold on to that one for a minute, Trev. Butler Racing in the car for Mac B now. They're P11. Oh man, he's got a lot of pressure with Andrelli and zigzag behind.
Look at this, Andrelli, Butler. And I'll get you, Butler, of course, raising money and raising awareness for Movember and mental health and supporting all those dads, brothers, sons and mates in our lives this Movember. But look at Andrelli putting all the pressure on for MacB Racing, and what a race MacB Racing have had as Simon sets the fastest lap. He's gone purple there in the 96 Audi, but this battle is raging like a raging inferno. You would not believe. Zigzag not too far behind them either, as Jason Wilkinson has said, let me know if you need a break. It is getting close to that time, I reckon, Prince, to crack open another hard solo, because he's going to jump in for 5 minutes or so as we watch Zigzag. Big BCG3 raising funds for Movember to donate. Head to the link that we've pinned in the chat. We have pinned it in the chat, yeah. And go ahead and donate. Otherwise, we will send you to the cooler. And Beaky as well saying Andrelli is a bloody legend. And you're not too bad either, Beaky. But a bit disappointing. Beaky, the only person to join us in the commentary box, Prince. Doesn't anyone want to talk to us out there?
Yeah, look, if we've got any drivers out there that would love to come and give us a little bit of entertainment and have a bit of a chat and tell us about how the opening hour 15 of your race is going, please do be sure, don't be shy, definitely be sure to jump into the waiting room. We'd love to have a chat with you. We'll drag you up. Don't be shy, don't be shy.
Just refresh my Discord here and hope that someone's going to come and talk to us. But no, that is fantastic. Get Jason Wilkinson on, says Beaky. And look at Andrelli now, right behind Butler Racing. That's been an extremely wide BMW right throughout the course of the afternoon so far. And it just pulls away on the straight, doesn't it? And yes, if Trev and Cam need a pit stop, I can join. Give me the word, lads. I think we're dropping a few hints. We'll go out there if you can just come in any time is good, as I need to crack open a hard solo and I need to make my first pit stop of the day. But Andrelli right behind Butler, And you can see there's Zigzag right behind them. Oh, Andrelli touched the curb. He touched his sausage, and that's put his equilibrium off. And now he could be under threat from Zigzag.
Yeah, look, thank God we're not at an Italian circuit because they wouldn't be too happy about us claiming all their sausages. But Zigzag, he did a little bit of a zigzag off that sausage, Trev. But even Andrelli still going toe and toe as Andrelli goes down the inside. Great move, but Zigzag still not giving that position up.
No, Zigzag for FFK. Better be careful how you say that one, but he's certainly not giving up his sausage here. But now he's in front. He says, it's a me, it's a Zigzag. And mamma mia, and you can see the people want Wilco on, and Cobb McCool saying he loves it when these smiley boys ride their sausages hard. And Andrelli now going through into Woodcote here, and you can see now that he's not done with yet. And don't you worry about that. Andrelli's going to have another crack here, I reckon. Is he just going to get close enough? As Jason Wilkinson in the chat, he's opened the commentary box up, and somebody's giving him the code, and he's in the commentary box now, ladies and gentlemen. And we're going to give him a headset to put on very, very shortly. 4 hours and 40 minutes remaining, and look at this battle continuing. And you can see there, you've got to risk it for the biscuit, or in this case, an Italian sausage through maggots and begots. And unfortunately, nothing doing there on that occasion. And you can see now, Beaky has got his wish because Wilco is alongside us.
Hello, Beaky. Hello, Harley.
Oh,
Look at you go, mate. How good was that first stint? That was fun. I'm back, baby. I'm back.
and you certainly are. And you can see, so just quickly explain, you were saying about Binger had a bit of an issue there, and I think that's why Simon has jumped ahead, Wilco.
Yeah, just coming out of the pits, first lap, going through maggots and beckets, he sort of, you come out with low pressures and he just didn't have any grip and just sort of ran wide through the exit of the beckets, and Simon had the run and got through, and he's putting pressure on Twitchy now, so it's good to see. It's, you might be fast in the in qualifying, but when it comes to a race, as Binger's having a good issue here with Miss Messick, but yeah, it's all about consistency, and it's good fun as car 23 has just spun.
I thought that was our famous BMW facing the wrong way.
It might very well be, and it might be MacB, in fact, so that is unfortunate. They've had a good race, but where is a battle we can leave it on whilst I go and... Oh, Clocade and Sparky. Look at these two
Simon
go.
And Twitchy, I would look at Simon and Twitchy though, because they're closing up and they're coming up into traffic right now too. So there's a few cars around, car 99 and 51. Have just spun Andrelli and that'll be Zigzag. So, yeah.
Andrelli and Zigzag, I think they might have... We were looking at that battle, weren't we, Prince, a moment ago? And they might have had a moment. I think they're both together, so I think they might have just done the right thing there and slowed up, but that battle will continue. We might leave it on the battle for the top two. Hooncorp and with Twitchy now still behind the wheel, gets the quickest lap on lap 40 of this race. So we're going to leave it on this battle. I'll let you two gentlemen talk amongst yourselves while I get the air fryer out and chuck some spring rolls in. I'll be back in just a few moments.
No stress. So Voodoo, how's the race been so far? What's the big talking points so far?
Oh, honestly, man, these battles throughout the whole race so far, for the first hour 20 that we've had, it's just been non-stop action, no matter where people are in the grid, whether you're fighting for the current podium, provisional podium, or whether you're fighting mid-pack or backpack, there's just been battles galore, and honestly, it's just been insane to watch. We've been seeing plenty of drivers fumble and make some mistakes, which is typical in endurance races, and you see people that favor working their tires and maintaining the grip throughout a stint come to light, like we did with you guys towards the end of your stint, versus say Twitchy going full beans the whole time. We saw gaps just closing up, sends galore. It was just absolutely insane.
Yeah, we just to talk about our race now, showed early on, but yeah, we wanted to obviously get in past, your Gilroy and and Aaron, or Zess, sorry, whoever it was, we wanted to get past them because we thought we had a bit of pace to stick with the front guys, and yeah, we were sort of just holding station when we were behind Norm for a while. We were sort of just cruising, and because the track, it was like, as it still is now, it's just like pure sun, like there's no cloud at all. I went down one click on my pressures, and it sort of just meant that they were sitting around that, just below, like just on optimum really. So it meant that if I needed to push, they weren't going to over it too much. So I was sort of sitting for about 8 or 10 laps, whatever it was, and then I said, "Oh, my tyres are going fine. I'm feeling good. I can see Norm starting having a few little moments." So I said, "I'll start pushing now," and then took a few laps, but managed to get the run on him and get in front and sort of pull away for a bit. And then before I knew it, again I just went back into cruise mode and quickly sort of started coming back to us, and I was sort of dragging Simon with me. Then that last sort of 5 or 6 laps when I really put the pressure on, I thought I'd sort of send it for a bit and see what we got, and which he defended hard, but fair. So it's a good battle, and then jumped in the pits, handed the car to Binger, and here we are.
You guys have been doing really well though. Like this battle between Hooncorp 1, BCG 1, and obviously King's Racing, which you're driving for the car 19. You guys have been having a ride old battle throughout. We thought our Sidorg was playing a bit of a strategy game, keeping behind you guys for a little while. Do you feel the same in that respect? Do you feel like he was almost utilizing you and your pace just to maintain catching Twitchy?
Yeah, he was happy to sit behind me as we got bad blue flag just come over here. Oh, boy. We were sort of matching each other's time. So yeah, he wasn't really pushing to get past me. He had a couple little sort of not goes, but he sort of was pressuring me in on exits. But I just had enough speed to keep in front. And then once I picked up the pace at the end, you saw him sort of just keep his pace going as was, and I think he was sort of hoping that I was going to have a battle with Twitchy and he might be able to capitalise, but then he ended up hitting, so he went for the undercut, and it's worked so far. I think they're about 10 seconds ahead at the moment. Binger's just struggling to find a rhythm, but once he does, we should be all good. I think we're about 15 seconds ahead of car 27 and Nemo there, so we're sort of cruising in P3 at the moment, so we'll see where we are at the end of the race.
Yeah, 100%. So I've got a comment from chat that's just come in from Rain of Fire. He says, how do we think teams are going with track limits? He reckons that a couple of teams may be pushing the limits currently. Are you guys wouldn't be on any track limits, or what would your guess be? I think we saw maybe a handful of people probably copped 1 or 2 along the way, but have you guys got a clean sheet?
We're on our last one. No, we got 0. We were sort of cruising, so all good. I think Simon might have 1 or 2 because the dirty air through turn 1 is, it's not horrible, but if you break your same point and turn in at your same point with the car right in front, you are going to understeer off. So I had that a couple times, but obviously I was losing speed, so it didn't really matter. But then you could actually angle your car and sort of aim for the right rear of the car ahead, and you didn't actually get that dirty air. So that sort of set up some good sort of momentum going in through the next few corners onto that long straight there. So yeah, you just sort of got to be wary. Again, pretty much if you look at the times at the end of the race, I was pretty much doing like anywhere from a 2-minute 0 to a 2-minute 0.5 for pretty much the whole stint there. So yeah, it's just finding that rhythm and just hitting your break points, just being consistent as you can, and you'll find you don't get those track limits.
Yeah, absolutely. So we know this rain is around a 30% chance. It's nice and sunny. We have seen the temperatures dropping and the wind is actually slowly picking up as well. Are you guys comfortable in the rain? Is that something you're worried about?
Oh, I love driving in the rain, as all the boys would know. Every time we get a wet session, I cop a few messages saying, "Oh, typical Jason in the car, making it wet and all that sort of stuff." So we actually we were going to have a wet start to the race. It would have actually been quite interesting because with 20 minutes to go in practice, it was 30 minutes of it was heavy rain or medium rain, whatever it is, and in 30 minutes it was going to start drying up. So the first 5 or so laps would have been wet, sort of drying up sort of stuff. So that could have been good, but we actually had to reset the lobby as a car. Well, one of the drivers disconnected, so we thought we'd do the right thing and have to reset the lobby so they can join back in correctly. But yeah, it's still bone dry. The sun, you can see there's no cloud on the weather icon thing, so wouldn't mind some rain. I get to sort of sit back for a couple of hours now, so I've just got myself some leftover cheese from yesterday. There's people had a cheese board yesterday, so I've just helped myself with that. Got myself a can of Pepsi, and I'm just going to sort of chill out for the next couple of hours and then bring her home. And yeah, it's good if we get rain between now and then I'll jump back in the car. Mac and Bingo said you can drive in the rain, but they don't really like it, so we'll see how we go. Hopefully there is rain.
Yeah, fingers crossed. I wouldn't mind a little bit of a twist in the tail to have a little bit of rain towards the end. I mean, it might be nice and sunny now, but typical British weather. You never know. It might come tsunamis anytime soon.
Yeah, exactly. You never know. With the weather randomizer on this game or in this server, so as I said, it's been dry so far. And you sort of, as you know, you'll get some lobbies where you load in and you can tell it's going to be more of a chance of it being wet because you'll have skies and the wind will be picked up and stuff. But if you're saying, I'm not watching it at the moment, if you're saying the wind's starting to pick up now, that's that can blow in some clouds, and before you know it, the track could be wet. Could have some spicy driving on our hands.
Yeah, I've been eagerly watching the temps and the wind, and we started off with about 1 kilometer an hour, and now we're up to about 3. And likewise, the track temps coming down about 2 or 3 degrees as well. So, well, look, I got my fingers crossed for it. I think we might have a nice sunny day here at Silverstone. But look, I hope for some rain. I'm kind of missing it.
Yeah, exactly. Just sort of spice it up. We don't have a safety car in this series for now. Maybe if we, obviously with the announcement of Nürburgring coming next year on ACC, whether console gets it next year, we'll find out. But yeah, we'll have to look at running the safety car sort of thing. Then that opens up to having your 6+ hour races, sort of condense the field a bit. But for now, there's no safety car, so it's pretty much just lights out to checkered flag. Do whatever you can to get to the line as fast as you can.
Yeah, so I've got one last question from chat for you, and then I think Trev might be back, so we can cross it over to him again. It's from Beaky. He said, how did the tyres handle during the first stint? Was there a tyre change at handover to Bingham?
Yeah, always change tyres in an endurance race because, the tyres do take a bit of a hit here. But it's 30 seconds stop to change drivers, so it's same in that 30 seconds you'll change tyres and driver and fuel, so it's always fresh tyres on. My tyres were fine. As I said, I was sort of managing the first 10 or so laps, and then once I got past the norm, went back into management mode, and the management mode is just not pushed in and not scrubbing that front left and rear left tyre, because they're the ones that take the hit around here, so it's just about not sort of pointing it on the nose and sort of, especially turn 1 and that first sector, you've got to be quite sort of reserved with how you point the car in. It's not like qualifying where you sort of just throw it in and you feel the car sort of dance around, because if you do that, you're just going to cook that left side tyres, and then she'll be all over pretty quickly. But tyres are fine. You can see Twitchy obviously had some issues with tyres, whether it was low pressures or maybe it's just pushed. It didn't seem to be setting the world alight with pace. I think they said something about the setup change they had pre-race, which is always a bit of a risk. But they're sort of back to holding, comfortably P1 with Simon sticking out that 1.5, 2 second gap for now. But we'll see in the next half hour if his tyres burn up again. But we know Simon's quick and he's got good tyre life. So yeah, we'll see where it happens.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing how it all develops. I just got one last question regarding the stint.
Keep going, boys. Send them in.
Yeah, keep it coming. So, regarding the stint timer, I assume you've got it kind of set up the way that we would on PC. drivers, have they got it on their HUD showing 75 minutes, or what's the deal there?
Yeah, so it's a 75-minute timer, but for some reason on console we don't get that popping up. Um,
Ah, okay.
so the only way to sort of know when your stint timer or your stint's coming to an end is either looking at the race time when you jump in. But then I got it. It must have been about 10 minutes to go on the stint just before I pitted, saying stint's ending shortly.
Yeah.
And then I think it's from memory, it's stint's ending shortly when it's about 10 minutes to go. And then we're 5 minutes saying, I think it says something like box. Your stint's finished, and then I think when it gets to 2 minutes, they pretty much tell you you've got a box to slap. So yeah, it's a bit of a shame that we can't see the actual time. I know if some cars have the race logic, and that does pop up with it, but most people either run the dash cam or the bonnet cam. A few people run bonnet cam, so you can't see that. Like, so I run the dash cam and I can't see the race stuff, so I'm out playing around FFV and stuff. So it's just something you got to sort of manage and see how we go.
Yeah, it's an interesting one because, oh look, if I didn't have that on PC, I would be completely lost.
Yeah.
Like oh, there's a bit of carnage on screen at the moment. I think Sparky and Clocaid managed to get through okay. Super VT, well, we were calling him Super GT a little bit ago, but he got a little bit sideways there. So
Her name's Super VT 2000 Racing Girl or something. So I'm pretty sure, 99% sure, she's the only female in the grid. I'm sure Heath and Nick and Burke's boy can confirm that, but I'm pretty sure that's her actual PSN name. So yeah, keep going. Good on her. Good to see. But
yeah,
just back to the stint timer, that's something we had to do because the Ferrari is so good on fuel. Going back to Kyalami round, they would have been able to do an hour 25 without fuel saving. So if you fuel save, you'd be able to do an hour 30, hour 35, where all the other cars are around that hour 10 mark. So to make it a bit fair without having to ban the Ferrari and without BOP, because back then the BOP, we didn't have the BOP file, so it was having to do it in each car, which was fine, but then when everyone had to change driving order and stuff, it meant that I'd have to update that and then it deletes it, so that's why we ended up not running the BOP for now. But for the next race at Suzuka, we will be running BOP, which hopefully will sort of even the cars out. As you can see, the McLaren and Ferrari are quite quick here. But you seem like it's closer than it has been, because obviously qualifying on Friday night, Keaton in the McLaren and Twitchy in the Ferrari are only 10th away from both quali and the shootout. And then in this race now, you can see that Twitchy might have the pace early in the stint, but then sort of burns his tyres up a bit. So it's sort of, the best thing we could do was just to put in that 75-minute stint timer, so it allows people to save fuel and try and get that, which there'll be a few people, cutting out a stock here, which probably a lot of people will be doing. So yeah, it sort of opens that up a bit. It's still a bit of strategy. We were going to do like a 65-minute stint timer, but we found that just means everyone will go on the same stint pretty much. So having 75 minutes sort of, opens that 10-minute sort of window, which means, 10 minutes here and there, that could be 40 minutes by the end of the race, that, you can have that extra pressure tyres, or, it sort of opens it up. So that's why I think we've done a good job with the 75-minute timer.
yeah, I get so confused. I thought it was a 65-minute timer to start off with, because all the Enduros that I do on PC, everyone sets it to 65 minutes. So I was a little bit confused originally, and then I quickly double-checked, saw it was 75 minutes, and corrected myself. But I just want to bring our main man Trev back. He's feeling a little bit lost. He's kind of wandering around the Shadow Realm at the moment. Not sure what he's doing. He feels a little bit lost. So, Trev, can we throw you a hook, line, and sinker and kind of bring you back in like a
certainly can.
like a big fish?
I've knocked off that hard solo that I went to grab a few minutes ago. But those of you who thought I left, I never left. That's for sure. The famous Ricardo line from his win around Monza. And fantastic stuff. Great insight. Thank you, Wilco, for that. Not that we're getting rid of you by any chance. When are you in the car next, Wilco? In the next, what time are you jumping back in that car again?
So, without giving our strategy away too much, Mac will jump in the car, then Binger, and then I will. Well, yeah, I'll do. I'm doing the last sort of hour, so that's what that's our plan at the moment. But we'll see, what happens with rain, and if there's any damage and stuff, or we need some pace, I can jump in the car. But at the moment, we're sort of just cruising.
Great stuff, Jason Wilkinson there, representing Kings Racing in the commentary box, answering your questions. And look at this, Messick down the inside of Andrelli. This battle is heating up once again, Nigerian Prince. Don't forget, please take a break and drink responsibly. If you need to check on your air fryer, please do so, Prince. But look at this battle. Heatstroke and Andrelli toe-to-toe once again.
Yeah, these guys have been going tick for tack. We saw a couple of battles over the course of our discussion with Wilco here, and it's good to see these guys still going straight at it. So Messick does look like he's got a little bit of damage. I mean, my eyes could be deceiving me to the front of that Ferrari. Hopefully not though, but likewise, these guys, there's absolutely nothing between them, and they're still going at it. We're almost 2 hours into the famous 4-hour 20. You might say, remaining of the race, as they're letting Zest 1 go through.
They certainly are, and he'll be zesting his lemons all the way to the bank there as he's led through there on this occasion. Messick and Andrelli, he's dropped a bit further back. And let's just recap. Let's recap, Nigerian Prince. 49 laps of this race completed. The famous 4-hour 20 mark, which we're not sure why it's famous, but we know it's famous nonetheless. He is a legend, but fun to take the mickey out of. Beaky and Rain of Fire getting amongst it in the chat. But look at this. We've only got a 1 second gap between second and first. And it looks like Simon is getting very, very close to the Twitchter here. And he is going to make some moves very shortly, Chuck Norris.
Yeah, so this is interesting. So Psydog and Twitchy seem to be the only ones that I've noticed so far doing back-to-back stints straight off the bat. So, these guys would start to be feeling that fatigue soon. Like 75-minute stint time of these guys might still have about a good half an hour maybe on their clock. So yeah, it's going to be one of those ones they've got to try and push through as far as they can, or who knows, they might be doing a different strategy and putting on the hour from here. But yeah, it's an interesting one, this gap though, continuing to crumble. 6/10 now. It's 3/10 since we started talking about the battle trip.
Well, I tell you what, you can come out and say whatever you like, because the heat, it's 28 degrees in this commentary box, and I'm running out of solo, but like crumbling a piece of feta cheese over a Greek salad, this battle is going to keep continuing on, as Wilco has not left the commentary box. He's merely muted himself, ready for his next opportunity in the next hour or so. But Psydog, it's less than a second, that gap. It is 0.6 of a second as Lewis gets in there. Lewis says, hello viewers, and I overheated mid-stint. This track is a lot mentally. It sure is. It's a lot mentally, Prince, and we're not even racing around here. We're just talking about it. Can you believe it?
Yeah, exactly. It's such you feel like it's a simple track. When you look at all the straights and stuff like that, you think, it's a simple track. It's just brake and throttle and make sure you're putting the car into the right places. But there's so much more that is involved in this, whether it be from fuel management, tire management, making sure the car's in the right places, you're not getting track limits. Like Twitchy looked like he almost got a track limit back there. So yeah, it's one of those ones. Sometimes the car can do weird things, and before you know it, you'll be off the track a little bit in a split second.
Sure can be. 4 hours and 17 minutes remaining in this race. We've ticked over to 50 laps, 5-0, and we suffered from insanity, didn't we, the last time we did a 6-hour race, Prince? When was the last time you slept, for all of our viewers, please? Can you give us an update?
I think we're at about...
Oh, Psydog! Psydog is spinning! Spin,
no.
spin, and he's touched his sausage. He's bouncing over his sausage there because that is disastrous. And I just cut across you like that was very rude of me, Prince, because you'll be having no sleep in the next 4 hours because Sidorg, a rare mistake from Simon Bishop.
Yeah, so an unfortunate mistake there. He was right behind Twitchy, but as we heard from Wilco a little while ago, the aero wash can be quite nasty here. You know, it's a typical one for Silverstone for the cars to, you know, get a little bit sketchy when you're right behind them. So, yeah, a bit unfortunate there. He managed to collect it, grinded the sausage a little bit, but he's right back onto it. So he didn't actually lose too much time, thank God. He's only 4.2 seconds back. So all that work that he's put in, he's got to, you know, put back in again.
Certainly does. 4.2 is the gap. It could have been a lot worse. And Machin 193. Oh, he's just on the grass a little bit sloppy here from Simon Bishop. A little bit scruffy and scrappy on this lap, if you don't mind, for BCG1. But Norm says, how bizarre, how bizarre. How bizarre, how bizarre. And you can see there, Machin told him to worry about his sausage. And you can just see, I don't think it helped. He almost seemed like he was on his own. He was on his own, wasn't he, Prince, when it happened? And then it didn't help when he bounced over his sausage as well.
Yeah, it definitely didn't. So these tyres would be a little bit cooked now, I would assume, depending on how hot they've gotten to. But Super VT stop go 30. So unfortunately, looks like a bit of a speeding into pit lane, which, you know, we touched on earlier, Trev. It's an easy pit lane to kind of cook as you're coming in, because you come around that corner and before you know it, you got to slam on the anchors and hope that you get the pit limiter on in time. So a little bit unfortunate there. It's not the first driver that we've seen cop a penalty from speeding into pit lane to do a stop. So hopefully they can get it cleared up and continue on the merry way.
And you can see there Super VT, the only female in the field here representing CS Racing. Maybe some sort of infringement in terms of pit lane speed or something, Prince. That's the only thing I can think of there for that stop-go penalty.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm assuming. Probably a mild pit lane entry speeding infringement. So it's a bit unfortunate. You know, sometimes you can just get a drive-through, and sometimes you get a stop-go 30, depending on the kilometers per hour that you're over the speed limit on entry. But yeah, nonetheless, we've seen a couple of drivers get slugged with that same penalty, so very unfortunate to see. But has that gap from Twitchy and Sidorg grown, Trev? I think it was 4 seconds a little bit ago. Now it's 7 seconds, so Sidorg really struggling with these tyres now.
Well, he's struggling, isn't he, here at the moment? We saw that mistake, a rare error, like we mentioned, from Simon Bishop. And he's all on his own, so that can happen, Prince, can't it? You can get into your own head a little bit here in these endurance races, but 7.1 is the gap at the moment. It was next to nothing, and then we saw that bizarre sort of half spin, and now it went to 4 seconds. Now it's 7 seconds, so giving Twitchy a little bit of breathing space there. It doesn't look like 7 seconds, though, does it, as we see Twitchy going through the screen, and it appears that he's had too much McDonald's, says Beaky. Too much Macca's there, of course, the major sponsor of that car, BCG1, and that livery, one of only 2 Audis in the field tonight, along with Speedy Tyres. And we're just waiting. We're going to get any other drivers up to have a chat as we approach the 4-hour mark. And we're only 2 hours in. A third of the race has almost been completed, but it is 52 laps gone. It is Twitchy, Sidorg, then my Bingaling all out on his own, and then Zest 1 and Nemo Nation. Haven't spoken a lot about this crew, but Nemo there in 5th, not looking too bad. Our Kiwi favourite there, Prince.
Yeah, these guys have been doing pretty good in the 159 for BCG2. It's been a car that we haven't really looked at too much over the course of this race, you know, but they've been one of those cars that have been in the middle of, you know, some of the battle packs. So we're yet to see them kind of claw on to stuff. So I believe we definitely saw them in a good battle over the course of the first half hour, 45 minutes. But you know they've been in a little bit of a world of their own. But nonetheless, though, Nemo driving really well. 5.2 seconds until he's onto the back of Zest. So quite a long way on the stint by the looks of it. And Nismo Nath kindly getting out of the way a little bit ago.
And great respect there, not only amongst those two, but amongst all of the drivers here. And it is a fantastic competition to be a part of, the Australia-New Zealand Endurance Series, the Hooncorp 6 hours of Silverstone, round 5 of this championship. And you can see there Nemo in the number 159 McLaren. And you can see there downhanger straight, Yo Yickety there for JB Racing is further back behind him, a fair way further back as well. And you can see there Yickety, Sparky for PRT, and Clocade as well. Where are some of the other close battles on the track? I'm having a look through here. It looks like we've got an interesting one. Mark Ledwich, Team 77, and Rubbins Racing there. I think they're P5 and 6 in their respective class prints. They are having a good battle here on lap 53 of this one.
Yeah, so I was going to say the only Mercedes, but you know they've decided to give you a Mercedes in the commentary box, Trev, as well. So you know you're the second runner for the Mercedes here today. But you know Team 77, they've been on a hard charge throughout the course of the race so far, you might say, and respectively, Rubbins Racing have been doing really good themselves too. So Shamrock and Mark, this is their first stint in the car amongst quite a few of the other drivers taking it around for the first time. And you know it's all about getting into that rhythm, finding your race pace, getting comfortable, and before you know it, those laps will start to tumble.
They certainly will. That battle continues. We might keep going down the order. That's the wrong way, Kid Buyers. Piston broke. They're down in 20th on track. And they are at the end of the field. Zigzag just ahead of them. Further down the field there, P15 in the McLaren, the number 51. But we're here in the 720 McLaren. Pissed and broke. We might ride on board. Let us know in the comments, in the chat, if you want to ride on board with someone for a lap. Let us know, and we can do that as well. And we might just get a bit of a different camera angle or something, Prince, to mix it up a little bit, because we've got 4 hours and 9 minutes remaining. And I'm pretty impressed, actually, Prince. We haven't quite lost our marbles just yet. But who knows? The afternoon is only young as Racing. Oh, Mark is off the track, Prince.
Ooh.
Something's happened there.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. So looks like they've almost found themselves all the way out at the barrier. So I wonder if that curb that we saw claim the Audi, which was BCG3 earlier on, I believe it was. I wonder if Mark has managed to find his way out onto that little bit of a bump and bottom the car out again there too. But I was going to say though, Trev, I believe Shamrock's gotten past Mark now, so that on board that I was going to suggest is kind of out the window. But what if we maybe go on board with Sparky? 8/10 until he's on. Oh, he's right on the back of Yickety. So maybe let's get a quick ride on board with Sparky and kind of see what it's like to handle around here as you're battling.
And Wilco wants to ride on board with Twitchy. We know what he's all about. He wants to find out some information. He wants some intel. Definitely don't want a commentator's curse, says Wilco. We won't do that to you. But Sparky, I think he's through there. We haven't even had a chance to get on board with him. And he's through up into P1 in their class print. So he has made the move there on that occasion.
Yeah, it was a very good move. I jumped the gun on who I wanted to jump on board with, so maybe I changed my mind to jump on board with Yickety, because during this we're going to have Twitchy actually come through, so we'll be able to get an idea of the pace difference if you want to ride on board.
Let's have a look at Twitchy now. Let's have a look. We're going to click drive. Hopefully that doesn't upset the space-time continuum. But Twitchy, we're going to get to you in just a few moments. There he is. And you can see some interesting stats there on your screen. We might get rid of a few of the other bits and pieces there. And we'll get rid of all that stuff, and you can see the telemetry prints. So you can see traction control, ABS, and all brake balance and everything. So it's giving away a lot of useful info there.
Yeah, so you know, I'm not sure who that madman was that decided to remove the overlay and give away a little bit of what the competition's running, but you know, I got to tip my hat off to them. You know, somebody's got to put a stop to this incredible pace that we've got out up the front.
And yes, it's just trying to keep things interesting, that's for sure. As we're riding on board, I think this is the right camera. We might see what we'll get those stats. I was trying to get rid of them there, but it's not going to quite work for me. Camera type and camera select. And what about this? Looking through the eyeballs of Twitchy, our race leader, and look at wow, that's just giving me a bit of motion sickness there, Prince. But this gives you an idea as
Hello, possums!
As Glasso redeems the hello possums from Bobby Hoskins. Big shout out to Bobby Hoskins as well, Prince, all the way in Singapore. And you can see there through the eyeballs of our race leader, it doesn't get more into the action than this, does it? Riding on board with our race leader here.
Yeah, it definitely does it. But I just want to give a quick hello out there to Bobby Hoskins. If you're out there, if you're watching the stream, we do hope that you're doing well. We love and we miss you. And we wouldn't mind having you back in the commentary box sometime soon when we can. But hopefully you're doing well over there in Singapore. But we'll go back on to Twitchy here, though. I'm taking a deep dive, Trev, into his stats here. He's running quite high TC at 7. I'm giving it away to everybody if they can't see it. He's running 7 TC, 2 ABS. I can't quite read the brake bias, but
it's 58.6. Not that we're trying to advertise.
Yeah, we're not trying to give away anything at all. Sorry, Twitchy. But I think he did a 59 flat as the purple lap of the race, which is absolutely mental. So hats off to him.
As you can see there, down to second gear. Ooh, a little bit of a moment there, some slight oversteer coming through Woodkit. Oh, he's just correcting the car there a bit, Prince, and this really gives you an idea of someone, the quality of Twitchy, and you can see the work on the wheel. It's something to behold, Prince, and it's really great to see from this eyeball perspective, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%. It's an interesting view, and it makes me wonder, you know, the way that I'm watching the car handle, you know, considering they're running such high TC, I'm wondering whether they kind of dumped the wing off this thing and are kind of just sending it like a missile, you know, because it's handling quite sketchily for 7 TC.
As we're on the dash cam footage now, as Abdul says, maybe, Prince, they could be doing a double stint with that sort of movement there.
So it's almost not worth double stinting in ACC. iRacing, a completely different story, obviously, because the time limit for refueling and stuff like that is singular, where ACC, you can refuel the car to max, you can do a driver swap as well as change tires, and that'll be a 30-second stop total. Where iRacing, you would be, you know, looking upwards at maybe like a minute to do that stop. So yeah, it's an interesting one nonetheless. So if they have opted to stay on the same set of tires, I'd be a little bit worried, but I think I'm leaning towards, you know, a bit of a odd ride height as well as maybe a real low wing. But they're just kind of countering that with a higher TC. But, you know, I'd love to hear from Hooncorp 1 to any drivers in that team that want to jump in and give us a little bit of an insight to the way this setup is done, because, yeah, I'd be interested. Speedy Tyres here, straight on the back of Hooncorp 2 with Icintosh. This battle, oh, mate, it's heating up, Trev.
It certainly is. It's heating up like a Coles bag of 1 kilo tenders. And Abdul says driver did double stint, so fuel only would be below 30 seconds. That's ACC talk. I'm going to leave it amongst you drivers, but 30-second pit stop for driver change, plus tyres get murdered. I'm murderedly erdler. And thank you for that, Ned Flanders. And thank you for that, Wilco. Good eyes, but he came out the same as Sidorg in our car, who did change tyres. Wilco looking for every possible advantage that he can get there, Prince, and you wouldn't expect anything less of a multiple KRL champion.
Yeah, talking about giving away everything that we can I get a quick on board of car 19, Martin?
You could have your shot for that, and you can see there that it would be versus our lives. And Speedy Tyres, we might just keep an eye on this battle because Cloakade is getting very close. And Super VT, what's happening there, Cloakade? And Nemo in the pits. Oh yeah, just coming into the pits there. And Nemo doing his thing, but Speedy Tyres and Ikatosh, the battle continues. I think I've made many bold statements about Ikatosh and the fact that he's Finnish when he's actually not from Finland. But you can see here he's going to have his work cut out down Hanger Straight, heading towards Stowe Corner, Prince.
Yeah, this is always a good opportunity to do a send into the chicane. I've got no idea what the chicane is called, but I'm just calling it the chicane for now because it's basically what it is. The send that you can do into the chicane. Sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. I've seen some great two-wide moves being made there, but sadly not this time around.
Not this time around. Is it Vale, that corner? Used to be, I think, but there we have it. Plenty of love for Abdul in the chat, one of the Shakedown boys. And guess what, Prince? We've survived the first 2 hours, Prince. 4 hours to go in this race. We're going to be absolutely cock-a-hoop to continue with you here for the next 4 hours. 59 laps of this one in this Endurance Championship. But, well, that gap has it's dropped back there, or is he just saving some tyres? But you can see now, we might take a look at the timetables, if you don't mind, to check out the separate classes here, Prince. And we've got the overall on your leaderboard there. We've got the only class of his own there. It's got Mac Miller and then Cloakade. I think that's all up the Shizer there, Prince. But you can see the overall time there, and we're 2 hours into this one. We'll go back and continue to watch this battle rage, if you don't mind. But Speedy Tyres for BCG3, the number 56 car there, and that team with Captain Risky. And no, in fact, they've made some changes in that team, haven't they, Prince? I believe Captain Risky, Speedy Tyres now with car 56. He was car 36, but now he's with Random and Captain Risky as well.
Yeah, so there was a couple of last-minute team changes. So Cloakade was back racing with CFD, and car 36 withdrew. So Speedy Tyres is obviously with car 56, as you mentioned, alongside Random and Captain Risky. Turn 0 with EXO and Team Little Bear also started the race, but unfortunately they had to start from last place at the start of this one, P22, and we've only had 2 teams drop out so far, Trev. Unfortunately, I believe they were mechanical issues along the way, as well as issues with fueling up the car. The pit crew, I believe they've all gotten the sack and the boot, and I think they're going to hire some new ones for next round at Suzuka.
Yes, they've all taken their separation departure packages, and you can see there 263 on the board in terms of followers. We're trying to hit 270. It's been a little bit quiet, Prince. We haven't had a follower for 56 minutes, and that was since Hikomono followed this channel. And a big arigato to you for following us, but we might move along. What else is happening? Only a couple of cars have dropped out, which is a pretty good effort. And I tell you what else is a pretty good effort. Sidorg now, 5.6 seconds behind Twitchy, and the gap is closing, Chuck Norris. And that's going to be an interesting one to keep an eye on. But Ikatosh and Messick now, or I think Ikatosh is in front of Messick.
Yeah, so this battle is kind of heating up. Speedy Tyres dived into pit lane, so Speedy Tyres has opted to jump out of the battle and is going to leave Ikantosh and Messick to go at it. So, you know, it's the battle of the Ferraris. We see quite a lot of the Ferraris in the field here today, Trev, and you know they're not letting up for battle. It's been good throughout, and you know we love to see it.
We certainly do, and boy, stick with us because it is not over yet. We did have some technical issues earlier on, and we've split it into 2 streams. So we'll just split that up into the first. I think it was the first hour, Prince, and then we had some technical issues, and then we're going to split the stream into 2. But we've got everyone back now as Messick takes a look here through Vale. And you can see he's not going to quite get that move done on this occasion. But Ikatosh for the Hooncorp 2 squad. And he's doing well here, Chuck Norris. He's keeping his nose in front. Like we said, plenty of time still to go in this race. Just a tick under 4 hours remaining of this Hooncorp 6 hours of Silverstone. And it's been great to have your company. Let us know where you're watching from. And we're still not getting many drivers wanting to come in and have a chat with us, Prince. I'm feeling awfully lonely on a Sunday afternoon now.
So it's been a bit lonely, this one. We had quite a few drivers jump in and have a good chat with us last time around. So, you know, if we've got any drivers currently watching the stream that would love to jump in and have a bit of a chat with us, don't be shy. You know, the waiting room's got some popcorn. We've even got some juice boxes. All the good snacks are there. You know, don't be shy. Jump in and have a chat.
Don't be shy wherever you're watching right around the world. And Wilco just explaining that the silver numbers are the Pro-Am, the white numbers are the Pro teams. And we had a few AM teams not race this one. Normally there's about 6 of them. But boy, what a battle we are witnessing here. And Shamrock has come into the pits, and Binger also into the pits here, Prince. So this is interesting. Some pit lane action. Are we going to see Wilco back in that car? I don't think he's going to jump in yet. I don't believe so. As Beaky says, sorry Cam, I ate all the donuts in the waiting room. That's okay, because we've got cotton candy and balloons and all kinds of other surprises down here. And you can come in and join us. We've got candy, and Prince, we don't bite. As you can see, Messick and Ikatosh continuing. Is one of them going to come into the pits? No, they continue on. The battle continues here. And you can see 3 hours, 54 minutes remaining in this one on a very, very warm day here in the UK. Track temperatures of 32 degrees, air temperature 27. And what is it in game time, Prince? Is it sort of late afternoon, I think?
Ooh, I believe, I could be wrong. I think let me get back to you on that one, Trev. Let me get back to you.
He's going to get back to us on that one. As you can see there, the balloons were the best parts. Beaky just giving, and piston broke there, knocking off a couple of cones. And that's just a usual Sunday afternoon in Adelaide over there. But I tell you what, I shouldn't really say that about our border folk, our good friends over the border there in Adelaide. But, well, Chuck Norris knows I'm joking. But Messick and Ikatosh continuing. It's heat stroke versus Hooncorp. I've got a bit of heat stroke here. It's 29 degrees here in the commentary box. And hey, Georgie and Cobb McCool, he's one of the Smiley Boy crews. He wants a balloon. And yes, and poor old Georgie, it didn't end well for him, Chuck Norris, because he had his arm completely ripped off by that clown lurking in the sewer.
Yeah, whatever you do, whenever you've got a clown popping out of the sewers saying everything floats down here, you don't go near it, okay? It's a no-go zone. It's a no-no square that you don't want to touch.
As we have had somebody, Beaky, in fact, has redeemed the commentary cam. Let's see if I can go on the cam, and we'll see if I'm fit for service. We'll wait and see here. Let's have a look. Let me get my pants back on. But the webcam is, there we have it. Look how hot it is here in the commentary box. We've got commentary cam, and you can see there, look at the sweat. And that is a very serious looking, and look at the counter. Look at the counter, Chuck Norris. And you can see there 263 people following here in the, here so far, but we'll keep that there. But it is 3:54 p.m. local time here And Beaky says, what a Rain of Fire says, what a magnificent specimen of a man. And these things are the only things that are getting me through, Chuck Norris, the hard solo. And we've also got another visitor here. Let me have a look. And not leaving the commentary box, but our good friend who's already made an appearance. He's got a good head for radio, that's for sure. But you can see there, Messick, the battle continues to rage, Princess, the commentary cam. The people are loving commentary cam, as Beaky says, look at those flowing locks there.
Yeah, the locks are looking good. I mean, you know, you're giving Goldilocks and all those good kind of people a bit of a run for their money there. And Charlie the Alien, we saw him abducting a couple of people earlier on and in the replay and stuff like that, and he's come to abduct you in the comms box, Trev.
He certainly is, and boy, he's a little green bastard here. He's I don't trust him, but you can see there, I do trust Messick though in this battle with Ikatosh. And 2 minutes ago, we're going to leave the commentary cam on for a couple of minutes, Cam. And is that Matt Simmons with you? He's well, unless he's I'm not in Ho Chi Minh, unless I'm very much mistaken, I'm in Benalla in Victoria. And why did I say that, Prince? Because now they're going to be knocking on my door. Where's the birthday girl, says Beaky. And and wait for it. Who's crying? Charlie! And there we have it, Charlie getting a little bit aggressive there, but battle for 10th. We're going to turn this commentary cam off now, Cam. We're going to continue. We're going to continue with this battle. And boy, I wonder what they think as the battle for 10th continues. Andrelli is not too far behind. Not too far behind. Markle here, who just Trev making out with an alien. And that is just something that you would see in Benalla, says Jason Wilkinson. And as soon as I made out with the alien, we've hit 40 viewers, Prince. So the people love it, as I've got the hiccups now.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, if you're out there, you know, perfect timing. Our Stream Elements bot is reading my mind. If you're out there and you're lurking in the stream and you don't want to get abducted by Charlie the Alien or attacked like Trev just did, please do be sure to hit that follow button. We'd greatly appreciate it. But Trev, I do bring you a special guest. I did see him just comment in the stream as well. But Trev, I want to go grab myself another drink, but I bring you a guest. I bring you Nismo Nath.
Nismo has jumped in just as I've managed to fight off Charlie the Alien, who appears every hour on the hour. And that is fantastic, as might come annoy you lads for a bit. There's nothing about annoying us. We're absolute pleasure to bring our man Nismo Nath into the chat. Nismo, have you got us there?
Hey boys, how are you?
Absolutely fantastic, career best form, if you don't mind, on a Sunday afternoon. Talk us through your race and your team and how it's all going in the opening 2 hours.
Yeah, I've had better starts to a race. Poor Smitty got a bit bashed and bullied and ended up exit stage left right in the early laps, so that put us down and probably down 2 laps. So now we're basically just trying to pick up the pieces and slowly chip away, you know, one car after another, all the while trying to respect the blue flags. Obviously that's a thing too. But yeah, no, he's going good now. He's done a stint, I've done a stint, he's back in the car, so he's got a bit of clear track. He looks pretty happy now. So like you said, just chipping away at those sectors.
And that's it, mate. It's not a sprint, of course. It's a marathon, but 3 hours and 48 minutes remaining in this one. When are you taking control once again? When are you taking control of that car once again, my friend?
Well, he's only really just gone out, so probably got the better part of 50 minutes to go. So we're really hoping for a bit of rain, because that could well be the equaliser that puts us back in the game. So we'll see.
We will see. Nismo Nath joining us there, and wow, we see this battle continues. Metal Steel right up behind the back of Andrelli as Saint Sim comes into the pits once again. We can see right down the field there, low NZ for Piston Broke Racing, along with Dean McKinnon there. 3 laps down, still running though. Smitty not too far behind Little Mac there, I believe. But wow. So Nismo, what is the aim, my friend, for this race? What are we aiming for? What are you looking for in terms of a result here, mate, this afternoon?
Well, we had no expectations at Kyalami, and we ended up coming top 10 overall. With this sort of start, I'm not quite sure we'll get to top 10, but definitely a respectable result. I think anything that we get, you know, that's not last at this rate. We were 2 laps down in the first 10 minutes, so you know what do you hope for? It's going to entirely depend on everybody else and their misfortune, and just really just capitalising on how the events of the race play out.
Great stuff, mate. There's plenty of time remaining. You never know what could happen, and we appreciate your time, mate. We know it's a sweaty race out there, but thanks for joining us, mate. And jump in any time if you want to chat in the next 3 and a bit hours, mate. All the best for the rest of the race.
Nah, cheers, boys. Doing well.
Great stuff. Nismo Nath there, the great man, joining us as we take a look now at some of these comments. And Cobb McCool couldn't help himself. He says, speaking of commentary, had a quick chat with Neil Crompton the other night at the Paul McCartney concert. Well groomed, nice smell, class act all around. And we do eat with our eyes. And I'm not sure where I'm going with that one, but well groomed, nice smell. And definitely that is a good start, that's for sure. 42 people watching us. My goodness gracious me. Jump onto the Discord if you want to get involved. And imagine the man from LA. And where can I find out more about KRL? Voodoo is posting links like a crazy madman. You can see there if you want to participate in the Discord, get amongst it. And Smitty wants a bit of rain. Hey, Nath. And that could throw the cat amongst the pigeons. And just when I hear one of those Kiwis, Prince, I can't help myself but start talking like them, eh?
Yeah, it's one of them things that gets you a little bit carried away, doesn't it? So I just want to quickly just reiterate. So you can use the command !Discord, and that will give you a Discord link and an invite straight into KRL, where we run a weekly series. Currently, we're running a Wednesday night GT3s and the Thursday night Nissan GT3 series. So definitely be sure to get involved in those series. And I've also put in another Discord invite as well for the Oz New Zealand PS5 Endurance series. Obviously, that's on the PS5 as well. So 2 separate Discords. If you want to get involved, do be sure to jump in.
To be sure, get involved as we take a look at our race leader. 42 people out there watching. If you haven't followed, please do so. We're on the road to 270 followers. How good is that? And you can see there, wants a bit of rain. Great job, Fuller Boy, not Smiley Boy, but it's Fuller Boy has joined the chat. And Wilco just advising us, Prince, that we're only accepting Australians and New Zealanders at this point in time, so no internationals outside of that. But who knows, we might expand and go global at some point in time.
Yeah, exactly. You know, we've been doing really good with this Australian New Zealand PS5 Endurance series. It's been taken off, actually. You know, Wilco was up and at it the other day. We actually got a reaction from Kunos, might I add, on Twitter the other day. So yeah, you know, we're getting up and at it with them. So we're definitely making waves with this endurance series. And honestly, Trev, it's been killer. You know, we're 5 rounds in for here with Silverstone, and you know, we've got Suzuka coming up. I believe it's real early December. So if you're out there, if you're in Australia or New Zealand, like I said, I posted the Discord link in the channel or in the chat that you can see there. So please do be sure to jump in and get involved, because we'd love to see more teams on the grid, and you know, there's plenty of battles throughout.
And you can see there, as Simon said, he had a good view there of Wilco's exhaust pipes. BB Butler saying that was a horrible stint, P10 to P18. and he's absolutely devastated there. And you can see Wilco just advising us that he had dinner for had dinner last night for dinner at Indian last night for dinner. I'm going completely mad. And he says, sorry, Simon, for the dirty air. And Simon says, that was pretty spicy. And Wilco, December 10th, we head to Suzuka. Nigerian Prince will be both be on the plane to Japan. And we cannot wait for that, December the 10th. And boy, that's going to be an absolute humdinger there. And let's have a look through the field. We've dropped a couple, I think, haven't we, Prince? We had how many cars? 22 cars? I think at the beginning.
Looks like we've dropped another car, sadly. I forgot. I was trying to keep an eye on it. But yeah, sadly, it looks like we've lost another car from the grid. So I hope it wasn't the car that got a stop go 30 just a little bit ago. But F1 Sniper, though, it's funny, you just clicked onto them as I was looking at it. F1 Sniper, though, right on the back of Super VT. Our only female driver in the grid, Trev, and, you know, you love to see it, you know, it doesn't matter what gender you might be, you know, you can go straight at it with everybody, no matter what, and her pace is blistering in this polka.
It doesn't matter what gender you are, because if you've got that bug for racing, then boy, it's going to be absolutely hard to stop. Super VT here at the moment, the only female in the field, and very much a trailblazer in the New Zealand Australia Endurance Series, Prince. Hopefully paving the way for everybody out there watching who is female or whatever gender you are to get involved in this. And it's a great atmosphere and everyone very welcoming and very supportive here. And that's what we love to see. Tay could be out there watching thinking, I want to race that someday. And she can. Nothing stopping them nowadays, Prince.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, if you've got the itch to race, whether you're on a controller or you've got a G29 setup or you're looking to get involved in racing, join KRL, participate in the weekly series. We host them quite often. We've got a Wednesday and a Thursday night series. You've got the PS5 Endurance series that we run here as well. So definitely be sure to get involved, you know, no matter what your skill level is, get in, have a bit of fun. That's what it's all about.
It certainly is. As Rain of Fire, who's got some young kids of his own, says, my 3-year-old daughter is always trying to get on my wheel. And yes, I know that problem all too well, but and he says she'd probably be faster than me too. And there you can see Beaky getting amongst it as well, saying hopefully McMain can give the Kings team a bit of quality racing this stint. Once again, he's firing shots at both Bingerling and Jason Wilkinson. This man never lets up, does he?
Yeah, Beaky's right in it. You know, you got to throw the shots of shade at, you know, everyone to keep the spirit alive. So, no, it's good. We're seeing Mac in for his first stint for Kings Racing, and I'm looking forward to seeing how his pace is. I do see we've got Keaton in for his first stint as well. Jono Stan, I believe Zest 1 for FTSC 1 as well, is in for his first stint. And likewise, there's a couple of drivers a little bit further down the order that are in for their first drives so far here at Silverstone during the 6 hours. So, yeah, it's always good to see them out onto the track. And, you know, it's one of them, like, itchy feelings. You're sitting in the car for the first few hours, you're watching your teammates drive around, and all you want to do is just get onto the track, drive on the black stuff, and, you know, try and beat your teammates' PB.
And that is never a truer word spoken here on the Australia-New Zealand Endurance Series. As you can see there, we've got BB Butler, Butler, and he says he's loving the GTR series on KRL at the moment. And why wouldn't you? Because every week the racing action is absolutely superb. Beaky wants to know. In fact, Rain of Fire wants to know from Beaky, when is the rig due to arrive? Oh boy, that was nearly a signed, sealed and sent thing on that occasion. Sniper having a go, but Super VT holding her own here at the moment. She's doing very well. And in the Porsche, the only Porsche in the field, is doing very nicely here, Chuck Norris, at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, I was a bit worried. Like, the Porker is a bit of a handful, especially on tyres. over the course of endurance races, and it's an amazing car to drive. The sound is unreal, and she's holding F1 Sniper really well. So the pressure and everything that's compounding from this, she's holding her own, and it's good to see. You'll love to see it, Trev.
Great stuff. Sniper there continuing to chase down Super VT. And we're getting an update on the sim rig here from Kringle, and can't race for CRAP, but happy to fire some shots. Spoke to Stu on Saturday. It's starting to happen, but not sure yet. Hoping it's there by Christmas. Might drop in and have a geezer while I'm down there. And these are some Victorian boys. Is Rain of Fire a Victorian, Prince? Because he's talking about visiting Beaky once he gets the new sim rig.
Yeah, I believe so. I think it's the beauty of sim racing, especially in Australia and New Zealand, is you never know who's right around the corner. I remember, Trevor, I got a message, it might have been 2 years ago, somebody messaged me going, "Hey, you live over there, right? It's like 5-10 minutes from me. Maybe I can pop in and say hey." And it's just crazy how small the world is.
And you can see there, Rain of Fire is a Victorian living in Queensland, and he's representing the Vics up there. Great to see. And he will be in Victoria Boxing Day to New Year's. And Prince, let us know what you're up to. We could possibly meet Rain of Fire down there in Melbourne. And let us know if you're going to the Boxing Day test. I think it's Australia versus Pakistan this year. And the two openers, Razzmatazz and all that jazz, Wazir Krim and Wazim Ranamadruta. The great Pakistan names there that are involved in that one. But let us know, Rain of Fire, what you're doing on Boxing Day, and we might be able to catch up for a frothy. But Rain of Fire and Beaky and I, proudly sponsored by Air Pair Air Conditioning. All your air conditioning services wrapped up into one. And let me tell you, Prince, I wouldn't mind an air conditioner in the commentary box because I'm sweating my ass off at the moment.
Yeah, I have to agree, Trev. It's getting quite hot in this commentary box. Maybe they could kindly come and install an air conditioner. Hopefully, you reckon they could get it done in the next 3.5 hours? Maybe it would be nice and chilly by the end of this one.
Well, we've put the call out. All I've got is some sort of small USB-powered fan that is not doing a great job at the moment. It's just circulating the warm air. But proud sponsors of Air Pair Air Conditioning Services. And let us know. We've put a call out and would love to get somebody down here. 3.5 hours. I reckon they could make that from down there in Kringle. But lap 71. Let's recap Nigerian, Prince, as we approach the 3.5 hours remaining mark. 71 laps around this circuit. It just doesn't seem right, does it? But we've got another 70-something coming up. And then it's Hyperdrifter now. Jono Stan in the BCG1 car. Only 4 seconds that gap, Chuck Norris, so they are making a comeback.
Yeah, so it looks like Twitchy handed the car over to Hyperdrift, and likewise those guys have just been crazy pace in that Ferrari, the 37 Ferrari. But Jono Stan jumping in for the first time for BCG1, and he finds himself venturing off the track there. It's we're nice and back into the track circuit here now. It had to go on a little bit of adventure. Look, if you don't go on an adventure at some point around Silverstone, you're doing it wrong.
Well, nothing ventured, nothing gained. It's not about the destination, it's about the journey. And you can see there Mac doing a great stint here. And Mac and Cheeseball, so is Jono. But this man for Kings Racing and Air Pair Sim Racing does have its first championship win as well. Good strike rate. And Rain of Fire getting amongst it there. Great to have everybody in the chat with us. We were online for an hour or so, then went offline. But now we're well and truly back, and you're not going to get rid of us anytime soon. As let's have a look at this squad here. Very consistent results for them, Prince. First in France, Sacre Bleu, and then third in Belgium, and it's progressively got worse, 4th and 6th, but they're looking for a top 3 finish here once again, and to back up their 1st and 3rd in the opening 2 rounds of this series.
Yeah, these guys have been definitely one of the staple mark teams throughout the course of this series so far, and it's good to see the consistency. So yeah, coming off the last round that we had at Kailami, getting a P6, it probably wasn't the result they were looking for, But like I say, endurance racing sometimes likes to turn the tables a little bit, and you never know what kind of happens from there. But nonetheless, though, these guys have just been blistering throughout the whole course of the series. But Trev, I just before Butler disappears and he has to go back to his team, I just want to bring him in for a quick interview. If you want to take this away.
We certainly do. I want to take him away and have a good chat with him because we've got a first-time chatter before I get to you, Butler. Brits Lightning. Do. Not Grease Lightning, it's Brits Lightning. And there's our little Blitzkrieg who's joined in the chat. He says, let's go, Stewie Wilson. And you know what you need to do. Go and click that follow button because on my counter here, it's 263. We want to see 264 followers very, very shortly. And let us know if you are following.
Fantastic!
Yes, fantastic! And Drift HSK. Dear God, Mother of Mercy, C's are looking like S's and S's are looking like C's. And this man is not I tell you what, Butler, we've got him. And on the buses, Stan Butler is with us. Butler, thanks for joining us. And talk us through your race so far this afternoon.
Boys, how you going?
Fantastic, mate. Career best. Talk us through your stint and what we can expect to see in the last half of this endurance race here this afternoon.
Oh, I had a horrible stint. It was horrible. Absolutely horrible. Matt got us off to a great start. Just kept picking guys off one after the next, and made it to P10 and then chucked me in the car. Within a few laps, we were P18. Had a bit of a coming together with somebody else in my first 10 minutes and had to pit for repair damage, but Matt's clawing us back, so I believe all we got to do is just finish the race and we've pretty much wrapped up there an AM championship, so we're just kind of trucking along.
Great stuff, mate. And also, you've got the Movember stuff happening, mate, raising the awareness for all the dads, brothers, sons and mates out there that need help. We've been trying to get the link out and throughout the course of the afternoon, mate. It's a cause very close to your heart, mate. Do you mind just telling us a little bit more about that?
Oh, yeah. It's something that, I guess I don't talk about enough, I suppose. So, we should just raise the awareness of, all those guys, all the men out there that are going through stuff that you just need to have a chat, yeah? You just need to talk to somebody, Gone are the days of bottling things up. Those days are gone. So you need to just have a chat about somebody if things aren't travelling well, because there's always someone out there willing to listen and willing to give you a help and a bit of a step up, yeah? So it's a personal thing in my life, it's touched my life, so yeah, I just want to raise the awareness, So it's not about me, it's about, I want to take that saying, it's not about me, it's about the guys out there, and that's what the month's about. It's just raising the awareness and making everyone aware.
Great stuff, mate. Fantastic cause. I think we've still got it pinned, haven't we, Prince, in the chat? So head along to that. BCG, of course, are raising those funds for Movember. So if you want to donate, please do so. Head to the link in the chat. Butler, we're having a look at an interesting battle here. Fly Sky and Spawn racing here. Chuck Norris down the inside. Fly's making moves here.
Yeah, these moves are starting to unfold here. We've been watching this battle as we've been hearing some great words by Butler. Definitely be sure to speak up if you're struggling. There's a lot of people out there that would rather hear what's going on rather than obviously, end up in the consequence sides of things. But, speak up, don't bottle it in. That's the main message that we can get across. But this battle, though, nonetheless, we'll cut back to you in a second, Butler. But this battle with Fly Sky and Spawn Racing, there's a couple of good moves going on here, and Fly Sky so far leading the battle.
Certainly is. He's got his nose in front. Sniper and Super VT. Oh, that was very close. I think they did make contact there as well, and it could have ended up being a plane accident at the end of that one. But we'll keep an eye on this battle. But Butler, mate, what are the expectations for for the next half of this race, mate. What are you expecting in terms of a result here this afternoon?
Mate, we're just hoping to crack into that top 10 and make a bit of a statement about, you know, us two. We're a sort of a ragtag team sort of come together at the last minute. So I raced with Little Mac in another league, so he was just good enough to jump on board. So we're all every aim in every race is the top 10, and if we can get to the top 10 as the AM drivers, we'd be absolutely tickle pink about that.
Fantastic stuff, mate. Just have your man there in the BMW, and we saw there a little bit. You had some issues early on, mate, but still looking for that top 10 finish. Thank you for taking the time out. We know it's a busy afternoon, mate. Thank you for taking the time out to join us,
guys.
have a chat, mate, and raise awareness for a good cause. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Really appreciate it. You do a bang-up job. We really appreciate all your commentary, and that's just a really grouse. So thanks a lot, and enjoy the rest of the race.
Great stuff. Thank you, Butler there. And there's Little Mac for Mac B Racing on your screen. They didn't start in France in round 1, 12th, 19th and 16th for the next 3 rounds. And here in round 5 at the Hooncorp 6 Hours of Silverstone, they're looking to sneak inside that top 10. And we've had our attention drawn to from Jason there, who's very serious. He's got his game face on. He means business. He's alluding to that battle for the lead. Nigerian Prince is down to 2.9 seconds at the moment. So, boy, we've got some action coming up here very shortly for car 96.
Yeah, so car 96, still a little way to go, but Jono's been putting in some good pace. But I think the next close battle that we've got almost kicking on is between HC Lewis and Sofa King for P9. The last timing stand was 3/10 behind. So this battle, though, looks like it's about to kick on very soon as well. We'll keep an eye on that battle up the front with Jono stand. It looks like it's kind of built back up a little bit. But yeah, we're definitely keeping an eye on that front pack battle.
Certainly are. 3 hours and 25 minutes to go here, ladies and gentlemen. And we've just got a question. Norm says, why is our car reading 159? But for us, it's 76. Wilco answering back. He says either Keaton or Nemo must have had the official livery selected, not a default livery with car 76. So that solves the mystery there. Part of the announcement I posted. And boy, he's up and about in the comments. He's getting it done behind the wheel, and he's getting it done in the comments section and the steward's room. He is everywhere, this man from Carrum Downs, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a man that covers all grounds. You know, he's almost like the groundskeeper, the kitchen lady. You know, and long and behold, Wilco's only like 14, Trev.
He certainly is. He's groundskeeper Willie and lunch lady Doris. Have you got any grease? Yes we do. Then grease me up, woman. And yes.
You got any grease?
Oh, that's Willie's retirement grease. And remember Homer and Bart trying to steal Willie's retirement grease. And good advice. Don't touch the sausage or your Willie, but that's the last time you're going to hear about your Willie, because maybe one of them didn't confirm it for online. Keaton is right on Mac now. Wow, this is going to be a couple of McLarens having a ding-dong here, Prince, and this is going to be very, very interesting. 19 versus 159, although it should be 76 or whatever's going on. But boy, oh boy, this is going to be a spicy one. And where is he going to make a move? Where are the best passing opportunities around this circuit, Chuck Norris?
Oh, so I'm kind of watching this gap kind of crunch as, you know, our viewers, the beautiful people in the chat can obviously see these numbers crunching and this gap crunching too. So, oh, it's looking close. I got a feeling, depending on how the run is coming through to the last corner, we might be looking at something. I think it's called Hanger Straight, just after Maggots and Beckett's might be the next opportunity we see for a pass here.
And you can see we're lining up here at the moment, I think through coming up towards Cops, the old start-finish straight, which is the start-finish straight for this race here this afternoon. And look at that, not having a go there. Not doing a Lewis on Max from a couple of years ago, but 3 hours and 22 minutes remaining. And boy, this battle is heating up. 3 minutes and 22, like I said, almost half race distance here this afternoon. But if you would like to participate in the Australia-New Zealand PS5 Endurance Series, be sure to join the Discord. Follow that link. Is he close? He looks very close here down Hanger Straight. And Jimbo Jones, hey Trev. And you get me at a very, very interesting moment because I don't think he's close enough to have a go here, Chuck.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he managed to maximize the run. He was quite close, actually, you know, coming onto the home straight for the start-finish line. So, yeah, it's one of these ones where this gap is going to keep crunching down. It's 3/10 now. And, you know, I believe it was maybe like 6/10 a little while ago. So, yeah, it's one of those ones. The McLarens are really good, not only on the tires, but in the draft, they're just absolute bullets. So, you know, I'm looking forward to seeing this unfold. And, you know, Max got it all running for him. And so does Keaton, because these guys haven't really gone toe-to-toe. But we might see a move here, Trev.
Here we go. Keaton has made the move. He bided his time, and now he's made the move on Mac Main, and Kings Racing drop a position now. And you can see there Keaton, and well, he's not done with Mac yet though. Mac's got another chance, just ducking into the slipstream there of the car in front. Now another opportunity. If Keaton runs a bit deep here, could be an opportunity for Mac Miller, but he's just tucked in behind him. And I think we're going to see these two exchange a few more pleasantries throughout the course of this particular race. And you can see there he's off on his merry way. But Max staying with him here, Prince. And I reckon if he can get a good run through Cops and Maggots and Beckett's, he could be in touch down Hanger Straight.
Yeah, 100%. So we definitely see these drivers currently in the top 4 as well are all still in it for the win. You know, it's not out of the pocket yet. So Keaton, though, looks like he's building a little bit of a gap through Maggots and Beckett's. Seems to be a little bit more comfortable and confident compared to Max. So, you know, I think Mac might be closing into the end of his stint as well. Maybe 20-30 minutes left on that clock. But you know, it's one of those things, you know, who's got the fresher tyres, who's been looking after them. That kind of thing is definitely going to be a key factor as we get into these next few minutes.
Certainly is. If you're just joining us, hello to you. Recapping our overall race leaders, 78 laps being completed here. And 3 hours and 19 on the board. We might see in the next 20 minutes or so drivers coming in to change their driving, those behind the wheel. And you can see 5.5 seconds back to Jono. Keaton as well is a little bit further back there. Now, of course, Mac, we saw that move get done a moment ago. And all out on his own here is Will Starr for FTSC. And you got it right that time, but all on his own down there in 5th with a handy buffer here.
Fantastic!
And yes! Bulldogs 7-8 is now following Prince, and we didn't even need to tell him to follow because we've ticked over to, what are we at now, please, Prince? 265, and we've only got 5 to go to hit the 270 mark. Can you believe it? They're coming from everywhere here.
Oh, look, we can't believe it. And look, there might be 1 or 2 of you, possibly even more, sitting in the chat currently contemplating the follow button. And let me tell you right now, you don't want to be contemplating that. It's not a life or death decision. It will be a death decision if you don't hit the follow button, because I will come and I will find you like Liam Neeson on a Thursday night race.
Quickly, if you're in the chat, quickly, there's no time, quickly. And you can see there, thank you for that, Bulldog 7-8, who, if you are in the chat and you're thinking, oh, I'm watching this stream and this looks really good and I like this sort of stuff, but will I follow or won't I follow? Oh, just bloody follow, because you only live once, Prince, and you might as well be following the Kid Buyers Racing League channel for the rest of your life on this particular planet.
Yeah, exactly. And I kind of see what you did there. You added in the Will part while we're watching Will Star. I get it now. That was really fucking clean. Sorry, I swore. My apologies.
And that's okay. That Chinaman, The Chinaman's been laughing again. Ho, 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 ho! And, I think I'm turning Japanese. I think I'm turning Japanese. I really think so. And Sofa King now right up behind the balls of HC Lewis and Hooncorp. He is right. Oh, and Sofa King is off the track and spending more time on the grass than Bob Marley. And you can see there that that has really destroyed, a complete destroyation there of his battle with HC Lewis.
Yeah, definitely not the most ideal situation there. So unfortunately, it's dropped Sophie King back a little bit from the battle with Lewis. Lewis gets a little bit of fresh air now, though, although he's got 22 seconds to Speedy Tyres, who is quite speedy on his tyres, you might say, Trev.
Ho, 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 ho! And Fly Sky is right up behind. That mistake has left Sofa King very, very vulnerable and scared and frightened there in his little dark corner, because Fly Sky right up behind him, and this is a man who flew solo for a couple of races, didn't he, before he joined a foster family and jumped across to FTSC Racing.
Yeah, so he kindly got recruited. He was a man that was driving solo, as you mentioned, Trev, and I got to admit he did an absolute stellar job driving solo for the rounds that he did. But I'm eternally grateful to FTSC for picking him up, because you know it's a tough one to run solo, and you know I'm sure he's been loving it to bits driving with the team. So he's driving alongside Andrelli, and I could be wrong. I believe there might be one other driver on that team. I could be wrong at the end of the day, but these guys, though, running a P11 at the moment, not too far away from P10, they can basically smell the fumes at this point.
They certainly can. And you can see there, he was flying solo, and flying solo, drinking solo, whatever you're doing here on a Sunday afternoon, it's great to have you with us, because Fly Sky has been fully adopted into that team, and they've signed the paperwork, they've done all the rest of it, and you can see what a asset he's been to that team. And as soon as we start talking them up, Prince, they start sliding, don't they, going onto the hangar straight. As always, the commentator's curse, once again, very strong here.
Yeah, it is very strong. And, you know, another one we haven't talked about as well, Trev, is P1. The drivers who start P1 in the first 4 rounds have never finished in P1. But currently, God forbid I commentator's curse Hyperdrift right now, they're currently P1 after starting P1 at almost the halfway mark. So I'm looking forward to seeing possibly this commentator's curse and the visual curse being broken here after 4 rounds. We might see a bit of a redemption arc here.
Will the curse be broken? By and by, Lord, by and by, there's a better home awaiting in the sky, Lord, in the sky. And, and Wilco has just gifted a sub. I was getting all religious there, because Jason Wilkinson has gifted a tier 1 sub to Jimbo Jones, and they've given 21 subs on the channel, and they've just got their nose in front of a certain Nigerian prince as well. 27 to 26, and you can see there Jason with his nose in front here at Flemington with 500 metres to go. It is the Spring Carnival. The Spring Carnival's on Nigerian Prince. We've got 3 hours and 14 minutes. Imagine talking the whole race like that. Boy, your throat would be after that, wouldn't it? Not that I mean to swear. But Wilco doing one less stop, and Hype Train has begun. Toot toot, all aboard the Hype Train. What's this Hype Train business, Prince? What the hell is going on?
Get on board the Hype Train, everyone. Get on board. You know, you can if you're out there, you got to quickly, Trev. Sorry, if you got a Prime sub, send us to the moon. Send Trev to the moon. Send our drivers to the moon instead of Jeff Bezos. If you got a Prime sub, definitely be sure to use it. It's free.
If you've got your Prime subbed and you're ready to go there, thank you, Prime. And thanks for the gifted sub, says Norman. And naughty Norman Price. Very sad, most welcome, says Nigerian Prince. And if you'd like to fly me to the moon, let me sing amongst the stars. Let me race like I'm on Jupiter and Mars. And that's not quite how that song goes, but wrong Twitch command. Wilco is stuffing up the hype train. And can I click on the hype train? What does that do? Prince, does that sort of upset the space-time continuum, or?
I think it just shows you what you need to complete. So we just need one person. If you would like to gift a sub,
Wilco's done it.
Is the hype train pushed?
Hype train.
Oh, it still needs a little bit. It's almost turning into a scam train.
It's almost turning into a Nigerian scam princely train. And I don't know what that means, but there's all sorts of symbols and other kind of strange ancient Egyptian hieroglyphics coming up on my screen. I hope I'm not having a stroke, but I can tell you now that Sofa King is 2.7 seconds behind the HC Lewis entry there. And where is the closest battle? Spawn Racing has dropped a little bit further back from Fly Sky. And if you're out there watching, Captain Risky says go Speedy. And Captain Risky, the insurance specialist, let me tell you, random as well, 90 PS5. What else do we need? We've got the train going. It's at the station. The passengers are on board, Prince, but we're not taking off at the moment.
Yeah, we're not quite taking off yet, but you know, you can still get aboard this train. It's not too late, my friends.
It's how many more do we need, Prince? Can I donate to myself?
you could probably do it. We've got 2 minutes on the clock. Let's get this train going.
Let's get this. I hear the train a-coming. I hear the train now. And Johnny Cash likes singing. And there we go. Just get the prime stuff in there. It works now. 2 minutes to go on the hype train. 40 people watching. If you're out there, there's 40 of you. Surely that one of you can give us money and keep this Nigerian train going. Toot toot, says Jimbo. And Jimbo Jones is having a cracking time of it. We hope you are as well, because 3 hours and 10 minutes Spawn is, this battle has been raging like a Jimbo Jones all afternoon here. And want to jump into the commentary box, says Wilco, and talk about Movember. Is Jason allowed to just go off like that on a whim and invite people into the commentary box here, Prince? Is that how it works now?
It almost seems like we need to give Wilco a temporary ban from joining the commentary box, Trev.
And go Jimmy, go Jimmy, and go Jimmy, go. And something's happened there. I hope I'm still on air. I pay your bills at Kid Buyers. He's just getting a little bit salty there. Oh, and you can see there he's definitely getting a bit salty in the chat there, which he's been a bit serious all day, hasn't he? And you can
I got fastest lap too.
Oh, look at you go.
I got fastest lap too.
We both
Look at you go.
we both redeemed. Oh, hype train. Can we update our goals to 20 subs now, Prince? Because we're absolutely smashing the shits out of the ceiling here tonight. And Meghan Markle has got a tier 1 sub now, and that train is ready to depart in less than 2 minutes. Please stand behind the yellow line. Do not board the hype train on platform 1 until
fastest lap
further
too.
advised. And Simon now is getting into the salt. They're all dipping their bread into the salt here at the moment.
It's Tom Queenie! It's Tom Queenie!
And boy, they're getting amongst it, and it's so loud, isn't it? I forget to turn it down.
I got fastest lap too.
There's been,
Look at you go.
There's been a run on the sound effects. Prince, they're going off. My eardrums are getting harshly dealt with, and they're getting abused. And it's not really that flash, I must admit.
Are they doubling up? Is it all doubling up, Trev?
It's just going off. Box. And boy, oh god.
Here you go.
Hello, possums!
I knew I should have made those team radio beeps more expensive. But what is going on? We're going to get back to Jono Stan in the McDonald's, and I guess he'd want a sausage and egg McMuffin slapped between his cheeks because he's 4 seconds off of the lead at the moment.
Hello,
And there's a run on commentary cam. Did
I got
somebody?
fastest lap too.
I swear to God.
Look
at
quick, guys, 20 seconds until the scam train leaves.
20
Quick.
seconds. Toot, toot. All aboard.
Did I send it? Or
did I didn't send it? Yeah, send it, baby.
Send it!
And there we have it. 6,
Oh, it's tough, guys.
5, 3,
Oh God!
2, 1. And that is the end of the hype train, but that's okay. We took as much money as we could for our KRL Australia New Zealand Endurance Series end of season trip, and we can reveal.
Come on, where's the blue flags? Do I have to front over? Thank you for what?
Thank you, Kimmy. For what? For what? And thank you. They want commentary cam, Nigerian Prince, so you know what that means. We have to give them the commentary cam here that they so desperately want.
And we'll bring you the commentary cam, and while we bring you the commentary cam, I bring you a special guest. Sidewalk says by the name of Connor. Sarah Connor.
Hello, how are we?
Good. We were just joking amongst ourselves there, but Random, tell us a bit about your race this afternoon, my friend, and how you've been travelling with your entry here in this Hooncorp 6 hours of Silverstone.
Yeah, not too bad. So we're in the BCG3 car. It was pretty ordinary. It was an interesting start, a bit of a battle, but we got disconnected from the front pack pretty quick, and then I felt pretty shocking in the car for most of my stint, and then binned it right at the end, which wasn't great. So Speedy's done an absolutely awesome job getting up from, I think we were in 18th at one stage, getting back up to 8th, which is great. So hopefully we can keep it in one piece for the rest of the race. I'll be trying my best to at least.
Great stuff. And when are you jumping back behind the wheel of your car, my friend, ready for your next stint here?
I'll be back in about 2 hours. So Risky's going to jump into his first stint, and then I'll jump in, and then Risky will finish it off, I believe. I think that's what we're going to be end up doing, which should be good.
That's the plan, my friend. And also, on a more serious note, mate, you're here to talk about a wonderful fundraising initiative that you guys are taking part in Movember. Of course, it is that time of the year, mate. If you'd like to give it a bit of a plug, and we can have a bit of a chat about that as well.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate you guys putting up the link with the stream and whatnot. Just started off with, I've had a mow for the last 5 years, and I thought I'd actually do it properly and start fresh for once. I've been clean shaven a long time, and it made me uncomfortable to do it. But it's it's for the blokes out there that feel uncomfortable every day, that are doing it a lot harder. So whether it's health issues, whether it's mental health struggles, or anything that they're going through, it's just to show that support for them. So my original goal was to raise $100, $200, and we're already at 600 now. So it's incredible to have raised that much. So yeah, it's just great to be able to try and raise some money for those people that are out there doing it tough.
It's a great initiative, like you said, mate, and we have that link also pinned in the chat. I should say at the top of the chat box there here on Twitch. So head along, BCG3, of course, raising funds for Movember. And if you want to donate, please do so there. Head to the link, and it's on your screen there, mate. And when is that just running for the whole of November, mate, or is that a more long-term initiative?
Yeah, whole of November. I mean, I run the mustache all year round. So, but yeah, just raising the funds throughout November. I'm a school teacher, so I'm going to let my students pick what type of mustache I get. So I could be rocking some handlebars later in the month, which will be interesting. But it'll be running throughout this month.
Great stuff, mate, and we really appreciate your time. Sorry, Voodoo.
Sorry, I was just going to add in, Connor. Can we start a KRL petition to, your school students can choose what style mow, but can we start a petition to dye it blue? Is that on the cards? Yeah, is that on the cards?
Maybe I'll think about a certain goal we can reach, and maybe I'll dye it blue.
Yeah, I'm all for it.
Great stuff. Great stuff there, mate. Thank you. We appreciate you joining us, mate, and we know that you're a busy man here this afternoon as part of this endurance event, but still a great cause, mate, and one that we're more than happy to get behind, so thank you.
No worries. Thank you. Appreciate it, and go Speedy.
Great stuff. Go Speedy there. We're looking at a very speedy battle indeed. And you can see there, it's a doggo. And there is Xena on the camera now. She wants a feed and wants to go out. She is a little bit weirded out by Charlie the Alien. I was trying to get this helmet on him. This jazzy looking V8 Supercars helmet here. But it doesn't quite fit. Doesn't quite fit on your head either, but no, I could get done for animal abuse or something like that. That is not a warrior princess, says Beaky. And try coming. Oh, now she's sitting down on me. Try telling that to her face, and you'll get a different response. That's for sure. But lap 87 of this race. Let me tell you, I'm sweating up big time, as you can see on the camera. Not very nice to see, but for some strange reason, Voodoo, my teeth are looking extra white.
Yeah, it's looking nice and pearly there, Trev. Yeah, look at that smile, there, boy.
A smile that could light up the world. Or was that Magic Johnson? But a great chat with Sarah Connor. I'm a friend of Sarah Connor. May I see her, please? And I'll be back. But great chat with Connor there. Please don't be shy. Help and support BCG3 in raising funds for November. Thanks, guys. Go Speedy. And I'm going to put you down. And that's probably not the best thing to say to a dog. That's terrible. And I meant put you on the ground. But anyway, enough about that. We're gonna continue with this battle. Something else is going on. But Bob Hoskins, I think Bob Hoskins is going to join us for a chat. We are hearing here Nigerian Prince at some point in time, as I'm going to get rid of my sweaty Betty body here on camera. And we're going to get back to the racing action here. Bob is in the house. And it's a Singapore house, it's a Singapore motel room. What's the worst thing that can happen with these Singapore noodles? But if you are out there, Bob, please do jump into Discord if you've got a chance to. And thank you for that, Beaky. But guess what, Prince? We're halfway there almost. And with half the race gone, Prince?
Oh, there's halfway to go.
It certainly is. And don't forget, we have completely... Sorry, I went away from the mic there. We've completely lost the plot here, ladies and gentlemen. My wife has abandoned me. She has headed down to the park. I'm getting notifications about that here at the moment. And amused the beloved peasant. There we go. There we go. And yes! Fantastic! Machin 193, and Machin has not only followed earlier this afternoon, but has subscribed with Prime, and all aboard the hype train once again, because my goodness me, Sofa King is close to HC Lewis here, Prince.
Oh yeah, it's definitely heating up. Sorry, I was just making my contribution to the Movember. I put a cheeky $6.66 donation. You know, nothing less from me. You know, I've got to do the special 666 number. Back to the racing though. Sofa King heating up with Lewis here. I'm actually looking forward to this, Trev. It's been a little while since we've seen some moves happening. I feel like it's been a hot minute, you know. It's been about 20 minutes, I think, since we've seen a send from somebody. So looking forward to seeing how this one develops, possibly at the end of Maggots and Beckett's.
Let's have a look here. Thank you so much, Machin, who's joined the family a little bit earlier on this afternoon. Now subbing with Prime, if you don't mind. And we're under 3 hours. And just to keep you updated, yes, the Mrs. B, Kaima B, the Mrs. Byers, has gone down to the park. And hopefully she does come back, enjoy that, I'll say. And I'll be off by 8 p.m. But enough about that, because Sofa King is getting very tight there with HC Lewis. But it's also getting tight at the front. You can see them within their eyesight. They're within eye line of each other. Look at this, 1.7. Don't go anywhere, Prince. This is going to get blockbuster.
Oh, look, it's going to be a grandstand here. So 1.7 seconds, and it is absolutely crunching on your screen. You can see Jono, Stan, and Hyperdrift. They're almost going to be going at it. We're just over halfway through the race, Trev, and, you know, it's good to see that this lead battle isn't over yet. You know, we might not be seeing this lead battle finish until the checkered flag, but we've got Fuller Boy into the chat, Trev. We've got another commentary interview here.
We certainly do, and Fuller Boy, also known as Fuller Boy, has joined us in the chat. And Fuller Boy, Shawnee Fuller, big hello to you and good afternoon, or wherever you're watching us from. But talk us through your race, mate. How was the first stint, and how are you guys travelling this afternoon?
Yeah, it was a good job as ever, gents. I wanted to make a call. I just heard you was going to put down the puppy, and I thought we've got to make an intervention. So I wanted to make sure we had that covered. But opening stint was good. There was a good hustling, good racing in that mid-pack, relatively all clean. I want to know, we were slight challenged on tyres. I'm not sure we set up ready for race. So that's probably the biggest challenge we've got at the moment.
Yes, challenged on the tyres. Challenged in lots of areas, but it's how you come back from it that counts, mate. And tell me, what are you expecting in the next half of this race? What are the expectations, and where are you looking to finish with your squad this afternoon?
Well, we've been keeping an eye on Sofa King because we were racing wheel to wheel with him. He pulled away from me at the start, and then we've somehow managed to get a little bit ahead, and so we're just waiting to see where that plays out. So yeah, we've got another. He's probably the person, or that team's the group we're probably chasing. We think. So we're hoping that their battle continues, and we keep Stewie going ahead of them at the moment. And I'll be jumping in there.
Great stuff, mate. And how many stints do you have? One more stint or two more stints to go, mate? Is it out 1 hour at a time?
No, we've been pushing the timer, so out to 14 hours 13. So hopefully to kind of close out that at the other end. But I think I've got one more stint, unless I decide to go, unless I'm in the car for the final one. But yeah, otherwise, one more stint to go.
Great stuff. Shorty Fuller, thank you for joining us, mate. Big supporter of the stream in this particular series, mate. All the best, and have a nice, well-earned rest, mate, and hope you're going to be fighting fit for your next stint behind the wheel of that car.
Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
We certainly will, and my goodness me, Prince, in the meantime, thank you to Shawnee Fuller and a lot of the drivers coming in, or some of the drivers coming in, or just if you want to come in and have a chat and you're part of the Discord, let us know. Voodoo, Chuck Norris will get you into the waiting room, but have a look at this, Prince. Have a look at this. Jono is getting very, very close here, and there's only a couple of cricket stumps between them at the moment.
Oh yeah, there's absolutely nothing in between it. You know, they always say Macca's is fast food, and Jono is making fast food out of this. So looking forward to, I don't know where I was going with that, but looking forward to seeing this battle develop. These times have been crunching Jono. It's almost like he's just switched on out of nowhere. It's amazing to see. It's one of those ones, you know. Oh, here we go, Trev.
Here we go. Look at this. Heading down to Cop's Corner. Who's going to be the braver of the two on this occasion? Jono's got a nose in front. He's got the job done. The lead has changed. I believe that, don't forget about Hyperdrift there. He's not done with yet. And almost.
Oh, God!
Oh, God! And thank you to Simon Bishop in Nemo Nation.
Did I send it? Or
He
didn't send it?
He did fully send it.
Oh, send it!
Oh, send it, baby. Yes.
Oh, it's tough, guys.
Oh, yes, guys. And boy, I tell you what, on that occasion, Jono was a smooth operator, Prince. He's got the job done, and he's like a man possessed by Asamidas, the devil who runs hell there at the moment, because he's in P1.
Yeah, it's good to see a lead change, and you know, I don't like bringing up the curse, but you know, like the P1, when you start P1, there seems to be cursed that you don't finish P1, but you know, there's still a long way to go. We've got half the race, just under half the race to go until we see the checkered flag. But we got news that Wilco in car 19 for Kings Racing, they've got a stop-go 30, Trev.
Well, that is going to throw their chicken tenders amongst the pigeons, because I can tell you now, people in the chat wanting to know how on earth can a professional racing outfit like Kings Racing do such a monumental error there and get lugged with a stop-go penalty. That is just Simon there saying they're doing their best Signdorg impression because remember his troubles in the pit lane, but how on earth can something, is that a concentration thing? Chuck Norris, so we're halfway through the race with half still to go, but disaster for Kings Racing here.
Yeah, so we've not been afraid of seeing these stop-go 30 penalties from quite a few drivers throughout the grid, and let's hope Jono stand on his pit entry isn't the next victim to a stop-go 30, but it does appear that that board is still there. I do kind of hope he got down on time there, because it looked like he kind of sped a little bit onto the pit lane before it kind of leveled out on the pit limiter, so fingers crossed for them. But yeah, the stop-go 30 penalties, we've been seeing quite a few of them throughout the grid over the course of the evening, where, you know, they just overcook a little bit of the entry and speed into pit lane, and unfortunately the stewards are slapping these penalties out. They don't really, they're not afraid, Trev. They're not going to throw you a drive through, they're just going to give you a stop-go 30 straight off the bat. They're pretty ruthless.
That is disastrous, there you can see. And Mac didn't see the pit board and was just over, but you can be just over, it doesn't matter whether it's by an inch or a mile, winning's winning. Any real racer will tell you that, as we heard Dominic Toretto say many, many years ago. But bum of the car and you should be okay just about, says Bobby Hoskins. Hello, possums! Great to have him back. My goodness me, this is a very close battle in the BCG 3 entry, as that's BCG 1 coming out of the pits with Jono there. It's getting very tight through Maggots and Beckett's, Prince.
Yeah, definitely getting very tight. And did you see Speedy Tyres hit like a random bump on the track where normally you wouldn't have the car positioned, and it almost bottomed him out and threw him? So, you know, we saw that happen at the end of this straight here. I can't remember what this straight is called, Trev.
Hanger straight from an abandoned World War II airfield. Guess what, Prince? We won! And Alvita Zane to everyone out there. Oh, Speedy! Getting a little bit jiggy with it. No. And you can see there he managed to get the arse end of that thing out, but he's kept it all together, but he's run deep. I think he's just letting BCG 1 is just peeling off to let BCG 1 through. There was BCG 3. But there's plenty of BCG in here, but how quickly can they serve that penalty? I think they're doing it right now. Kings Racing in the pits to serve that stop-go.
Yeah, so not only will they lose the 30 seconds for stopping in the pit box, but they'll lose an additional roughly about 25 seconds to 30 seconds of pit lane travel. So yeah, it's a hefty one, unfortunately. But you know,
come on, where's the blue flag? Do I have to try to overtake him or what?
For what? Thank you for that. That was Kemi saying, place the blue flags. Can you get the blue flags? But there we go. Random says, Speedy is my hero. And then he quickly followed it up by redeeming the Kimi Räikkönen. Oh, Stewie and Speedy. I tell you what, this is a battle you'd want to put your porridge down for, Prince, because this is continuing to rage out of control like Bob Hoskins after some spicy Singapore noodles in his motel room toilet.
I got fastest lap too.
As we get a bit of a salty book.
Look at you go.
But
yes, the smooth, all-natural sounds of Silverstone. We were looking at each other, Prince, like, who the bloody hell wants to talk? Because here we go. Oh, now's the moment. Cometh the moment, cometh the man. Speedy Tyres looking, I think that Stu's got the inside, but Stewie decides to stay on the inside. Speedy trying to go around to the outside. He's not going to get it done, but now the opportunity that he's looking for will come up very quickly. But he's not going to get through there again. Wilco has a stop-go penalty for speeding into the pits. And now Mac and Cheese. Easy Mac has jumped in and explained himself, Prince, which is just what you need to do, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. You know, sometimes those simple mistakes as we talk, you know, kind of, they've been prevalent throughout this race, Trev. Quite a few people have gotten it. But I'm gonna shut my mouth for a brief minute, Trev, because we've been graced with the Bobby Hoskins.
Good Lord.
awesome.
And there he is. Where are you reporting in from, please, Bullseye? First of all, great to have you with us. But boy, where are you tuning in from this afternoon?
I'm actually, as you stated, in my hotel room, but no spicy Singapore noodles, so not having to sit on the loo just yet.
No, when in Singapore, that'll come a bit later on, mate. But no, seriously, great to have you with us. You are a KRL immortal, as we know. Oh, Speedy Tyres ducking into the pit lane there, mate. But how have you seen things? You've been on the stream for a little bit. Gee, they're coming in thick and fast, aren't they, to that pit lane? It's only a 50 kilometre speed limit, or miles, or whatever they run with over there. Bob would know better than me. But, mate, how have you seen things so far in this race?
Yeah, no, from what I've seen, it's good to see that you've still got a few bunches of cars still together this far in. A bit of a shame that the King's car has come unstuck with that penalty. It looks as if they were still in the fight, but obviously they've got a lot to make up now.
And the fans calling for a Bob Hoskins return here, just trying to poke them off with a stick at the moment, Chuck Norris, as we know. But mate, any chance of a comeback? I know you're over there spreading the KRL message around. Is there any marketing opportunities over there? Any way you can spread the word with KRL over there?
Yeah, I mean, I've been meaning to be back with you guys for quite a while now. It's just work commitments at the moment. I literally go straight to Hawaii from here. I get home next Friday. I'm home Saturday, Sunday, and then I've got a bit of a fix I've got to do in Hawaii.
It's okay. If you ever need a hand with anything, let me know. I'll jump on the plane with you. But Beaky has jumped in and says the voice of ACC, the man, the myth, the legend, is joining us, and that's what Bob Hoskins means to these people out there. Of course, a very familiar voice before in the commentary box, Prince, and the fans love him, don't they, here?
Yeah, we can't get enough of you, Bobby. We miss you. We need you.
It must be those dulcet tones.
Yes.
Oh, there's something about that sweet succulent voice of yours that we just crave, you know.
Okay, didn't quite think it was going to go there, but Bob,
I'm getting personal.
he's just trying to keep the Prince under control. Has been the most difficult thing in the opening 3 hours and 15 minutes. But Bullseye, what can you expect to see? What are you looking for in the next 3 hours, mate? Are you able to tune into any more of this hilarity that we've got going on here at the moment?
What you mean? What's going on the track at the moment that's worth keeping an eye on, or just the triviality that we have going on in the commentary box?
It's all right. The Nigerian Prince has been awake for 27 hours, Bob, so please excuse him. He's talking about his sweet succulent chicken tenders down there in the Adelaide Hills, but he's totally lost the plot, mate. But so when will you be back in Australia on a more permanent basis? That's what the fans want to know here.
It'll be 23rd of November I'm back, and that should be me through to the new year.
And there he says, go to sleep, want to hear you snore on stream, says Keaton. But Bob, thank you for joining us, taking time out of your busy work schedule. Please let us know if the Singapore noodles taste nicer over there in Singapore, mate. We wish you all the very best.
It's great joining you guys again. Yeah, no, I'll tell you what, the food has been absolutely spot on over here.
Yes, and what are the prices like on your Singapore noodles? Are they considerably cheaper or roughly the same as here in Australia, or much cheaper? You're cheap?
I must admit, where I'm staying, I'm in a suburb called Riverview, so it's just down the road from like Clark Quay and Robertson Quay. It's not very cheap, really. It's about $25 for a small rice dish.
Well, that's not very cheap at all, is it, Chuck Norris? I was expecting better deals than that.
Yeah, I was expecting to be like a Macca's Happy Meal or something like that. That's turned it into a Macca's Sad Meal for me.
If you manage to get down to the Hawkers centres, the food is dirt cheap and massive there, but where I am, there's no hawker centres around here.
No, that's unfortunate. But if you want good food done dirt cheap, dirty deeds as well. I'm sure we'll let you get back. We'll let you get back to your dirty deeds done dirt cheap. Thank you for joining us, Bob Hoskins, all the way from Singapore. Or $2 7-day you like. Thank you, Bob Hoskins, for joining us, and we'll catch up with you in late November. All the way, the suave Englishman from Perth. We'll be back eventually here late November on KRL. Thank you, Bob.
I'll jump back in later. Thanks, gents.
Thanks, great stuff. He's going to find some reasonably priced food down there in Singapore. Might even be up there in Singapore. I don't know which way's up at the moment, Chuck Norris, because where are the battles going on? We've got Sparky right behind Spawn Racing, and it might be time, Nigerian Prince, for me to go and have a pit stop break in the next couple of minutes here. We might keep an eye on this battle and be back in a couple of minutes. What do you say, Chuck?
Yeah, I reckon we keep the viewers on the battle with Sparky, and I reckon we'll be back in a few minutes.
Your viewership is important to us. Please hold the stream, and we'll be back with you while I hold my stream. No, just kidding. Stick around, ladies and gentlemen. We're going for a short break, and we shall return, said General MacArthur in the Philippines in the Second World War. But guess what, Prince? He didn't come back until it was 5 years later and the Japanese had surrendered. But guess what? We won! And we'll be back. And arigato and sayonara to you. But we'll be back very shortly. We'll keep you with this battle. And we'll be back in just a few moments from the Hooncorp 6 hour of Silverstone. Back very shortly. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. 2 hours and 32 minutes and 32 seconds to go. As you can see there, Rain of Fire happy to double stint the finish. Makes it easier for the real world with kids and stuff. That's for sure. And the real world, I've got to be honest with you, Cameron Norris scares the absolute crap out of me. But we are looking, once again, we are looking at a sparky battle continuing to rage here.
Yeah, this battle has been raging on while we took a quick stretch break, grab a drink, grab a little bit of something to eat. But yeah, this battle has been raging on throughout the time that we ducked away for a little bit, Trev. And sadly, Super VT, I put it in the chat a little bit ago, and obviously we discussed it just before we came back. Super VT sadly got another stop go 30. So unfortunately for her, that's another bit of a stamp in the woodworks here for the race.
And yes, it certainly is Super VT there. You can see this squad, 15th, 11th, 11th and 17th, as Beaky wants Vodka Cam. Cam. And you can see there Nick, Burksboy and Super VT, who she is doing very nicely indeed. And I've got a trivia question for you, Nigerian Prince. How many females have scored points in Formula One history?
Are we including Max Verstappen in this?
Oh, yes, you little cheeky devil. The answer is 1. Back in the 1970s, it was half a point, I think, back in the day, back in the 70s. And fun fact for you. And there we have it. So she is doing fantastically well. Hello, what's Captain Risky up to? Because it says that gap is closer than what it is, because it's not that close.
Might be past Fly Sky now, yeah. So Fly Sky came into pit lane, so the timing board must have kind of just updated just as Fly Sky was making his way into pit lanes. So yeah, we got Spawn Racing in the car by the looks of things for Heat Stroke, and Fly Sky has come into the pit lane as well. We got Bits of Missing, I think that's his first stint of the race. Stu's in as well, Bingerling's back in the car, so yeah, it's looking good.
Certainly is. That's Rain of Fire there, loving the support. Women in motorsport, how good is it? It's, making a comment about James Hunt there. Oh dear. And that's all I've said to him. 2.5 hours, Prince. We've lost our marbles, but I can tell you, what are we expecting to see in the next 2.5 hours here? We've got, what have we got now? We've got a battle here, Sophie King and HC Lewis. The closest battle I think we've got on track. Stewie Wilson, 572 McLaren, leading their class. And Hyperdrift. And what's happened there to BCG1? I think they've pitted. But that gap, 34 seconds between first and second there, Prince. That's got away from me a little bit, that gap.
Yeah, so it's a bit of an interesting one. I haven't really kept up to date with the front. But yeah, that's an interesting one to point out, Trev. They've definitely kind of built a gap again. Either that, something's kind of gone wrong along the way. But yeah, it's something that I think we need to keep an eye on over the next, say, 20 minutes and just double check that they haven't come into pit lane and it's not this weird kind of cycle at the moment.
As Drex just saying he's got 5 hours.
Oh no.
16 left to go as a solo driver. What on earth do you do with that amount of time, Prince? Do you just zone off and go somewhere else?
To be honest, okay, so Dylan's doing, so the Nürburgring 24-hour race that, I would have had to have obviously left to come here with you, Trev, that kind of went up the Shizer. They decided, a few hours later to go back and go, nah, screw it, let's just send it. And then shit hit the fan, so to speak, and yeah, it appears Dylan's gone to sleep, woken up, and is deciding to kind of finish off that Nürburgring 24 by himself. So yeah, it's a bit of an interesting one. Keep us updated, Dylan. I'm sure you'll be parking it quite a few times over the course of that 5 hours, but I wish you the best of luck nonetheless.
And Dylan there, what a trooper he is, because Sophie King and HC Lewis has got Hooncorp Nismo, who was good enough to join us and talk about the good cause. I think we've got somebody in the waiting room, Nigerian Prince. It looks like Steve Smith. Smitty11 is waiting to join us. In fact, he's in the, he's out of the waiting room and his numbers come up. He's joined us in the commentary box. Smitty is with us. Smitty, can you hear us? Oh. G'day guys. Smitty, if you are there, please speak now or forever hold your peace. And just like that, she was gone. And, well, he's done a Jenny on us and he's disappeared. He's left us high and dry. It's just me and you, Chuck Norris, back into the chat there. We might try and get him back. Was he meant to join us there, Prince, or was that just a random inclusion into the commentary box?
I think he was trying to join us there, but there seems to be sometimes an issue with unmuting the mic on Discord through the PlayStation app and stuff like that. So yeah, hopefully we do get Smitty coming back, and hopefully we do get a chance to speak to him. But our leaders, Hooncorp with Hyperdrift at helm of the 37, is currently in pit lane, Trev.
Currently in pit lane, and Will Star in the pits as well. Someone's knocked off that 50k board there. So interesting times now. They'll be setting up to get the next... are they changing drivers here, Prince, I believe, for the next stint?
Quite possibly. I feel like the best course of action, depending on how many drivers you have in your team, would probably be send somebody out now, complete, I guess, as long as they can, and then kind of come in and give somebody a sprint race to the finish, just so that that last driver is fresh as a daisy, so to speak.
Yes, fresh as one of those pickles, you know, straight out of the top jar or top drawer, top jar, whatever you want to say. I'm totally losing the ability to communicate effectively as Sofa King into the pits, and you want to slow that Ferrari down to an appropriate speed. That's how Carlos Sainz usually says it, doesn't he? Prince May Ferrari, and now his Ferrari, and the smooth operator now, Sofa King into the pits. The fastest in my race is a 52.9. Wow, that's really ball-slapping times there, Prince.
Yeah, there was some aliens amongst the mist at our Nürburgring 24 that, you know, were literally throwing in 42s like it was nothing, and yeah, it was a bit demoralizing, Trev.
Certainly was. Nothing, no matter how good you are at something, there's always about 1 million people better than you, and that's great advice there from Homer Simpson. As we take a look, who are we taking a look at now? Because we're looking at HC Lewis, who is, where is HC Lewis? Down in P6 there. You can see Sofa King and Captain Risky dropping further down the field here. But, well, what other battles can we keep an eye on? Butler is back in the Mac B car, the number 23 BMW. We briefly had a yellow flag there for something. And can I beat your lap time by 1 millisecond? Says Drex, and Dylan up and about in the chat here. It's been awfully quiet in the chat in the last 26 minutes, and I know because I've got my Twitch activity feed on the left-hand corner of my screen, but still Dylan getting amongst it here and chatting when no one else wants to.
Dylan, don't make me boot up my ACC and come and beat that time, right? Like, don't tempt me.
Oh, he's sleep deprived. Don't you worry about that, Dylan. And he's barely able to breathe, let alone fire up his ass. His ass. fire up his ACC, and we'll leave ACC, not ASS, ACC. And he's, by tomorrow morning, he'll barely be able to breathe. But there we have it, on the straights, says Dylan. But bits are missing, and Yo Yickety also having a battle there. I need Kai to do 40 metres. I think that's what he's trying to say. Minutes, I mean. But 40 metres, that's not a very long stint, is it?
We're not going to be able to finish the 40 metres in the pit lane.
Just stop at the end of the pit lane and take your gloves and helmet off and go home. But holy shit, we've got Smitty. We're totally lost the plot up here. And you notice I beat myself out there to stop those Twitch monkeys from jumping in and telling us you can't say that, because we've got Smitty in the waiting room. Let him in. All hail Smitty, who is coming in now. Smitty is unmuted. He's in the chat. He's in the commentary box as well. Smitty, good afternoon to you. Bloody terrific, mate. We're absolutely, we're low on sleep. We're low on food. We're completely deprived of all natural vitamins and minerals. But to tell us about how your race is going and how your life is going here this afternoon in the Hooncorp 6 hours.
Oh, look, we prefer to be a little bit further up the order, but that's no thanks to my little off-track excursion on the first probably 15 minutes of the race there. We've just been in recovery mode ever since.
And tell us, when are you jumping behind the wheel of that car for your next run?
I've probably got about another 20, 25 minutes, I think.
And you'll be jumping in just under the 2 hour mark, mate, and then another hour, and then do you make way for your teammate once again?
Yeah, that's it. Once I do my hour, then it's all up to Nathan bringing home.
And great stuff there, Bill. Thanks for joining us, Smitty. Always a pleasure. We finally got you in here. And thank you very much for that, mate. We have F1 Sniper in. Thank you for that, Smitty. And God bless you. And God bless you and the family. And we've got F1 Sniper in here. Who it's a good thing he's in here. He's been a bit of a late follower to the channel, but anyway, that's okay. We're more than happy to turn a blind eye to that. But Scott Sniper is joining us. Good afternoon to you, Sniper.
Good evening over here, boys. It's almost 7:30, I reckon. Rain's coming down. It's a beautiful evening. Hey, how are you boys? Don't worry about that. How are you boys? We're already almost 4 hours into it. Have you got dinner coming? Is there a pizza on the way?
Well, I bloody messaged the missus here and told her to get the KFC Zinger box, large, regular Pepsi, all the trimmings. Don't forget the aioli, the sweet and sour, the barbecue and the sweet chili, all the trimmings. And then she sends back, oh yeah, maybe. Oh, maybe. What do you mean, maybe? And now she's hasn't messaged me at all now. She seems to have gone offline for some reason. She went down to the park. And you know the story, going off for cigarettes and never coming back. I hope she does come back.
Yeah. Well, you know, this is what you want. This is what you get, right?
It certainly is. I know what I want. It's whether I get it. That's another question. But mate, when are you jumping behind the wheel? More importantly, of your car for your next run?
See, I was planning on just heading out and getting some ciggies myself, actually. So I wasn't going to tell Zigzag that I wasn't coming back. But if you guys could pass it on, that'd be great.
That'd be great. Let Zigzag know that. And there he is, FFK 14 in P14, the number 51 car. And there we have it.
Yeah, no, should be back in about half an hour. What time is it? What's the race clock say?
2 hours, 19 minutes and 24 seconds. And we've been here for every one of them.
Okay, I'll get off this in 5 minutes then, at the latest.
Oh, great stuff. There we have it for the, where are they? FFK Kiwi Motorsports Zigzag Sniper and Heat. Did not start in France. Viva la France. And 15th and 17th and 20th. This could be your best result here this afternoon.
Yeah, we've had a pretty rough go of it. Haven't lasted until the first laps, unfortunately. So we're kind of happy to be at this point still on the dance floor. We got turned around. Zigzag's first stint, we're up to 11th, 10th. We got spun around, but no, we're not complaining. No, we're still in the race, so anything can happen. 2 hours to go.
Great stuff. It sure can. Still plenty of time to go. Big thank you to you, Sniper, for joining us from the FFK Motorsport racing team. We're watching your man Zigzag on the screen. And what is he now? 6th or 7th in class and 14th overall, mate. Thanks for joining us and best of luck.
Yeah, thanks, boys. Thanks for the commentary.
Great stuff. Thank you for being part of that, part of this race. I don't know whether I'm coming or going at the moment, but that was Sniper. And have a look who snuck into the chat, into the commentary box, if you don't mind, is that man, Jason Wilkinson. But what else is happening there? Bob Hoskins. Well, I thought we were pals, and look what he's gone and put in the chat, Nigerian Prince. When I talked about my wife ignoring my request for the large Zinger box, all the trimmings. I'm not fussy. I'd take the what's the one where the Dippers box, the boneless, hot and spicy boneless chicken. Anyway, I haven't eaten since 10 a.m. this morning, but I've got to tell you, a man who's unlocked the secret KFC menu is Jason Wilkinson. And what is he doing? Where are they currently? Binger behind the wheel of that car. And wow, Mac is going to be a bit of a naughty boy and not very popular with the King's crew here, Prince, after that issue in the pit lane.
Yeah, I think Mac's been signed off for that Christmas list. I don't think he's getting a Christmas card this year. Unfortunately, maybe he can maybe he can redeem himself at Suzuka and get that Christmas card. But you know, maybe Wilco can clarify whether that card is still on the table.
Nah, of course, no. We're a team. Being a nosedive into the wall at Watkins Glen, I tried to pass someone in the marbles around the outside of Tailani, so it was about time Mac stuffed up. But nah, shit happens really. It's we're still in P5. We were hunting for that P3, P4, but to drop down to P5 after doing an extra pit stop's not the end of the world, mate. So Mac's going to redeem himself here in the next 20 odd minutes. He's going to jump back in the car. He's going to set the world alight for the fastest time. So no hard feelings with Mac. Shit happens as Jono just spun by looks.
Ooh, and Jono has had a spin there, is he? 9.6 ahead of Hyperdrift. But still, he's in P1 there. And Wilco, when are you behind the wheel next, taking over?
Well, I've just started to get on the beers, so maybe the hour to go we'll just sort of cruise home. I think we're quite comfortably ahead of P6 and we're quite comfortably behind P4, so I think we might be just a lonely King's race for the last 2.5 hours, unless something happens. We get some rain or people go over their stint timers. That's sort of the only thing that's going to get us up ahead, because we're a lap behind P4 now, and I think we're a lap ahead of P6, so it's quite lonely, Trev. You might have to come and talk us through and hold our hands and make sure we don't fall asleep for the last 2 hours.
Yes.
Wilco, I hate to say it, but you're a little bit behind. If you're only getting on the beers now, you should have joined me at 3 a.m.
I was sleeping at 3 a.m. like a normal person, sorry.
Look, I've been drinking since 3 a.m, so shit's fine.
Wow, that's a good effort there. But Wilco, thanks for joining us and inviting yourself into the commentary box. It's always a pleasure, but there we have it.
Revoking those permissions.
And,
yeah, good luck getting in next time, because those permissions are gone.
That's what I was thinking of. Exorcist says, so I've just put my feet up with a lovely... Oh, here we go. Bastard. KFC 3-piece feed, large. Got to dip your chips in the large mash and gravy. I wouldn't even know about the potato and gravy, because Taylor keeps stealing at my daughter. She's been stealing the potato and gravy out of the box.
I'll tell you what I had on Friday.
Oh, here we go. Secret menu zinger.
No, not the
Me,
song.
I got the secret
chips, nuggets, and what was it? Popcorn chicken. $6.95. It was quite nice, quite tasty.
I'm gonna
needed some sauce though. Needed some super sharp sauce, some barbecue sauce, something like that.
I'm gonna have to.
You know what else could be supercharged, Wilco? $6.95 to Movember.
Yeah, definitely. Get on. Oh, you'll go. We had a car just in front of us.
Or drive through for piston broke.
Yeah, well, that's the car that is right in front of us, unfortunately.
And pissed.
Nearly went old bear on him there, T-bone.
And
yeah,
pissed.
that'd be track limits then. Yeah.
Broke.
Sorry.
It must be for track limits. No, don't be sorry. It's I'm the one that should be apologising to you there for jumping over the top of you after 4 hours. But 6 laps
I mean, you can
down.
jump over the top of me whenever you. Sorry.
Yes, I tell you what, if I get that 3-piece feed, anything could happen. And you can see there's 6 laps down, now a drive-through penalty as he's giggling away there. But are they... he's choking on his own sausage there, but piston broke.
What the fuck?
Low ends. We'll go, he's lost the plot here, but low NZ, they're just driving through. I don't think that they can go any further back, can they, Wilco? They'd be behind me. And that's just where Voodoo wants to be as well. But you can see there, I wonder where they're going to serve that drive-through.
I'm trying to drink, man. You got me doing it like this.
As,
the crazy times.
yeah. He's 2 laps. I'll be in the Macca, says Rain of Fire. Misses, says Bob Hoskins, who sounded a bit like when I tried to do the David Beckham voice. He said, just come out sounding like Bob Hoskins. We just fancied each other, Posh and I, and that's how we sort of started it, really. And she rings me up before the biggest game of my career and tells me she's pregnant, and I'm like, oh, what? I'm going to go kick some Argentinians over. And, yeah, they hated me after that.
So,
But,
Bob Hoskins, how are you going, mate? How was, you're going to be back commentary for the KRL? Oh, was that not Bob? Sorry, was that David?
I don't know, I just fancied him, to be honest. He's over in Singapore, right? And then after being in Singapore, he leaves Singapore and then he flies off to Hawaii. He goes, oh yeah, work's real busy. And I'm thinking, my goodness gracious me, my work consists of me just walking into the office where I am now, and that's about it. And Bob complaining, after I leave here, my $20 Singapore noodles, which I've got to walk down to the lobby for, they don't even fucking deliver it up to your room, and then I've got to go to Hawaii and over there and all that stuff, and I won't be back till the November the 23rd. And here we go, and Wilco is wondering whether he's going to defend himself.
He's fucking ripping him a new one.
And there we have it.
I think there's bad blood between you and Bob.
Oh no, it's nothing like that. It's nothing like that at all. I just hadn't heard his voice for a while, and now I can't stop talking like him. I leave him when he's gone delirious. And there we have it. But Bob, if you're out there watching and would like to join us to defend yourself, in fact, probably now's not a good time. I'm pretty toey and wound up, I'll be honest with you. Anything could happen. But 2 hours and 10 minutes. Let's get back to the racing. And it's a sheer miracle, Nigerian Prince, that we've still got 34 people watching us as Jono is in the lead by 3.7 seconds.
Look, the antics. This is the delirious hour. This is where things hit the fan. You can imagine what things hit the fan. Not a lot of things hit the fan because the fan hurts when you hit it. But yeah.
That's all right. Plenty of fans indeed, and you'll be setting up your OnlyFans a little bit later on. Please, Bob. I do apologise for that, all in good fun. And there we have it, 2 minutes and 10 seconds. We're at 2 hours and 10 minutes remaining in this race. There we have it, the Hooncorp 6 hours of Silverstone. And I'm going to have to ring the missus and just see what's happening there with that KFC box. Hang on, she might not answer. Just give her a quick call. I do apologise. I know that I shouldn't be doing this live on air, and Wilco is in the commentary box as well. But hey, babe, how you going?
Good. How are you?
Good. I'm just wondering, is there any chance of just ducking into that KFC drive-through on your way home? I finish in 2 hours, but I was wondering, I'm starting to hallucinate and go out of my head with the hunger, so I was wondering if you might be able to grab something with some trimmings? Oh, there's vegetables cut up in the fridge ready to go. Okay. You're live on air too, so don't say anything. Don't call me a dickhead. Don't call me a dickhead or anything stronger, okay?
Oh my god, they're all gonna think I'm so mean saying that you have to have cut up vegetables, but there is cut up vegetables in there, we promise.
Eat the veggies.
There you go. And thanks for that, sweetie. I'll let you go, and thanks for leaving me with the room temperature carrots in the kitchen. That's fantastic.
No, it's in the fridge, and we're just at the park, and Taylor's taking creative photos of roses.
Oh, that's fantastic. She's got a future there as a photographer, and she can keep her old man supported there in the near future. That's all right. I'll deal with the 2-week-old hummus in the fridge. And
I'll be home in a bit.
Okay. Thank you for that. I'll let you go now, but thanks very much.
Love you.
Happy birthday for yesterday.
Happy birthday for yesterday, the guys are saying.
Thanks, boys.
All right, thanks, boys. We'll leave it there. Okay, goodbye. Love you very much, and I'm going to let you go there.
Enjoy your vegetables.
Thank you for that.
I don't want any damn vegetables.
I don't want any damn vegetables. Oh, yes.
There's carrot, there's hummus, there's beetroot dip.
Oh, the beetroot dip. That's my favourite. Yeah, so, anyway, I'll let you go now, sweetie, but I reckon it might be a good idea to bring something home, but I'll let you go.
Alright, love you. Bye.
All right, sayonara, and there we go. So, shouldn't really be taking personal calls at work. I think that's against the rules, Nigerian Prince, who's actually, he's been deafened somehow on the stream there, but you don't get this in all racing streams, do you? I'm just hungry, okay? Give me a break. But we will recap and get back to the serious business. 114 laps gone, and my God, I've been here for every single one of them. And I tell you what, Hyperdrift only 5 seconds further back now, Jason Wilkinson. So this is not over, is it, until the fat lady sings?
No, it's not. And we know that Hooncorp car is going to be doing one less stop, so they've just got to keep an eye on their stint timer. But yeah, they're in the box seat at the moment. So the P1, pole position curse may or may not be broken this afternoon. So yeah, but other than that, Norm's only 8 seconds behind Hyperdrift now, so they've had a really good second and third stint here. Or third and fourth, I don't know where we're up to now. Zest is about 16 seconds behind, and then we're about 16 laps behind in P5. Then 15 laps behind us is P6, Sparky. So I think Sean and Captain Risky, actually, there's a good battle. There's only 8 tenths between them.
And we'll keep an eye on that, Sean and
Game's over now.
And it's over, and just like that, it's gone as Bob Hoskins is just putting salad emojis and carrots and that sort of stuff. I really didn't want to go for the carrots, but I'm getting very, very desperate now. I'm going to start chewing on something. But 2 hours remaining, so we're...
Watch out, Charlie, alien puppies and try.
I'm nibbling on this little green fucker. As you can see him, he's just looking at me. I'm just getting. He's giving me this funny look. He's giving me this sideways look. I swear to God, I'm gonna fix him right. You just wait. He's not gonna like it when I.
I've got to go. I'm getting called by my teammates. So
very,
take it easy.
Very good. Take it easy. But Charlie there. And he's sitting there just looking at me. I'm losing my mind completely here, Nigerian Prince, and we might even have to have a little bit of a nibble on Charlie in the very near future. But how are you seeing things, this battle continuing here between Shawnee Fuller and Captain Risky? And we spoke to the Englishman a little bit earlier on, didn't we?
Yeah, we had to speak. We spoke to Shorty Fuller a little while ago. 5 tenths is the gap now to Captain Risky. Not too far away. It's within a grasp. You know what I mean? So there's about 2 stints you'd say to the checkered flag here at this point in time. So it's definitely going to be like a strategy game, I think, to the line. So I'm looking forward to seeing these times crunch down. So. I don't know, is this time closing in, Trev? It feels like it's closing in before our eyes.
It certainly is happening before our eyes, and guess what else is happening? We've got 44 people watching the stream at the 2-hour mark, and Prince, if they haven't followed us already, and they're still of sound mind and body, what do they need to do?
If you haven't followed the stream, please be sure to consider hitting the follow button. Otherwise, Trev won't get fed tonight, and sadly, that's not what we want to happen. So, if you want Trev to get KFC, you've got to hit the follow button. Otherwise, Trev doesn't get fed.
You certainly do. And Bob Hoskins, who is over there doing it tough in Singapore, says the gap has halved at the front, gentlemen. And there we go. Thank you for that, my little chimkin. And what's happening there? We've got Jono into the pits now, Chuck Norris.
Yeah, so Jono into the pit lane. So there's only 2 stints, as we mentioned, to the checkered flag. So with 75 minutes on the clock, that would roughly mean that BCG1, if they ran this stint to the very maximum they could, they would only have like a 45 to a 50-minute sprint to the end. So this is where strategy is going to start to come into effect here, because you think, Trev, these top three are within, say, like a 10-second margin. We'll just say 10 seconds, keep it easy. Within 10 seconds, final 2 hours, this is strategy now. This is where you can make or break your race. So, yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting to see what BCG 1 and 2 decide to do. And, you know, is that curse still alive? Is Hooncorp going to be able to hold on to not only the pole position, but are they going to break that curse and win the race? We've still got 2 hours to go, but, oh man, I'm looking forward to seeing how this is going to unfold.
It's going to be a massive final 2 hours of this race to all 44 gorgeous people. And that's right, I tried to order some KFC a little bit earlier on, and it's not happening so far. But we are approaching the 2-hour mark, which means we've got 2 hours left. Nigerian Prince, would you believe it? But Andrelli is close to, is that Kilroy in front of him for Heat Stroke Racing? And I'm about to have a stroke as well if I don't get some food into me. But Andrelli now doing very nicely indeed. He's a quiet man, he's a Collingwood supporter, and he's doing very nicely here as well.
Yeah, definitely doing very well. So he did look like he lost a little bit of time just before, but you know, that gap definitely doesn't look like it's 1 second gap between them. So yeah, I dare say this is maybe half a tenth between them, similar to what we've got Shawnee Fuller and Captain Risky. So yeah, it's definitely going to be an interesting one. Like pit lane, you know, when are we going to see them bite the bullet, come in early, or are they going to try and go for a move and then come into pit lane? So yeah, it's anyone's guess as to what's going to happen over these next couple of minutes.
It certainly is, and quite literally, you are made of questions right now, Chuck Norris. But that's the man who lets his shower do the talking. But I've totally lost it here. But I think, what was the joke the other night about you visiting the Virgin Islands? And when you left, they were just called the Islands. But lap 117 of this race, that's how Chuck Norris does it. And that's right, of course. And you can see 2 hours and 38 seconds remaining. What are we going to see? And there we go. Exorcist says the old saying, you can't beat a root, but you can beat an egg. And there we have it. Exorcist, a man who is rocking the KRL. How do we get the K logo onto your name, Prince? Because that is looking fantastic there in the chat.
Yeah, so to get the special K next to your name, you've got to be a 1-month sub. So if you've got a Prime sub, you can send Trev to the moon. You can even use a Prime sub to help Trev get fed. You know, if you don't use the Prime sub, it's free, of course. Trev unfortunately can't get his KFC, and Trev goes hungry. And you know, when Trev goes hungry, Trev goes.
I'm not really a stabber, that's for sure. I'm not really a violent man, but I got to tell you, it's been 6 hours now, and if I don't get a KFC 3-piece feed or a Zinger box with a large Pepsi Max or whatever you want to do, or a solo, a regular solo, a soft solo, not a hard solo, I'll be absolutely losing the plot. I tell you what, this little green man who's staring at me here on the stream, he's going to be copping it very, very shortly, but we've still got space. By some sheer miracle, Prince, we've still got 39 people watching us, and we are nearly at the 270 mark. We've got 265. So what do they need to do? If you're out there watching, say it in your South Australian accent.
Oh yeah, so in my South Australian accent, let me do it in like a Salad Fingers voice. Ready?
If you're out there and you haven't hit the follow button, please do it now.
There we go. Take that advice. And Bob Hoskins is scared and he's lonely and he doesn't know.
I've probably just scared so many people.
He doesn't know. Oh, you sound like. No, he's not very happy with that, Bobby Hoskins. And I think he might be a little bit frightened as well. But Shawnee Fuller, this is a close battle on track. And where can a move be done here, Prince? But you don't want to go counting your chickens before they hatch, because there's still 2 hours of racing to go.
Yeah, so it's a bit of a tricky one. So we typically see drivers who get the move done before Maggots and Beckett's end up losing it by the end of Hanger Straight, purely just because that driver behind ends up being in the draft, and being in the draft, you just get a bit of extra speed. So yeah, typically you're probably better waiting until the end of Maggots and Beckett's. Try and get your move done by the end of Hanger Straight, or even in that chicane just after Hanger Straight is also a real good opportunity to seize the day. But yeah, looks like Shawnee Fuller's got a little bit to go. He is crunching that time down now, though. He gained a little bit out of that, so 5/10, gained a tenth or so down the straight. So yeah, I'm keeping an eye on it. I do hope we end up seeing a move soon, or Captain Risky getting onto the curb. He's literally living up to his name, living a bit risky, touching those sausage curbs, Trav.
He certainly is the insurance specialist. To take the biggest risk is to take none at all, as the famous saying goes. I think I've butchered that one, but anyway, Shawnee Fuller right behind Captain Risky. Do you remember Captain Risky, who would make all those crazy decisions and just act like a bit of a dickhead and ride over, jumps and stuff like that? That's the sort of thing that he is doing here at the moment. Well, he's very risk averse at the moment, Prince, but he's still doing a good defensive job, as we see Bingaling and being a king there for Kings Racing. We might jump onto someone else, as we briefly had a yellow flag there, and we're not seeing any sign of rain, are we, Prince, which was informally promised to us a little bit earlier on.
A little bit disappointing, actually. Typical British weather hasn't kind of come through for us here. Yeah, there was a 30% forecast of rain, but it's just been, it's forecast has been about 100% sunny with a cloudy chance of nothing.
No meatballs, no rain, no nothing with a chance of meatballs, but geez, some meatballs, some spaghetti and meatballs with that nice cheese you get from, that expensive cheese that you can only get on payday. And but Butler now for Mac B has Nick behind him, but that is not for position, I don't believe, is it, Prince, here in P23. Only two cars in, I think they're in a class of their own here, these drivers, are they not?
Yeah, so a lot of these drivers, especially the 111, the CS with Immortal Nick at the helm there, that Porkers unfortunately had the run of the mill with a couple of stop-go 30s over the course of the race for speeding in pit lane. So unfortunately that's hampered their race a little bit, but it does look like they've got quite a bit of pace, and likewise goes for Mac B as well. Those guys, they had stellar performance pretty much off the get-go, didn't they, Trev? They managed to make their way up to, I believe it was like P12 in the first hour, or maybe first hour and a half they made it up to P12, and then unfortunately they had a bit of a backwards run with speeding into pit lane. But it's unfortunate to see drivers not being able to get through, but they let them go through so that they can come into pit lane.
As Butler is in the pits, and Porsche has also had 3 punches, says Heath. First time chatter, Heathism, who I think Heath has followed already, I believe so. I believe I saw that name pop up. We'll get back to Medal and Ikotosh, which is finish for defensive driving. If you believe that, you'll believe anything, as Will I Am says no rain for me. And there you have it. Do a rain dance, everyone. And you know what a rain dance sounds like, being from Nigeria, Prince. Is there any special black dark voodoo magic that you can work whilst I eat my KFC box, which should be on its way very shortly?
Ooh, I could try my best, but there's a part of me that wants to work the voodoo magic to kind of like jinx and keep this curse alive for P1 on qualifying, not finishing P1. But I don't want to bite my tongue at the end of the race and that actually end up happening. I kind of want to break the curse, but being a king, being a ling, is in the pit lane showing off his, wait, no, I can't say that, sorry. I can't quite say that, but he's in pit lane, he's passing the car on.
He's in pit lane, passing the car on, and wants somebody else to play with his Bingaling. But you can see there Shawnee Fuller and Captain Risky. We kept an eye on this battle. There's still some close battles. 3 hours or so into, 4 hours I should say, into this race, And boy, they're all out on their own, aren't they, here, Prince? But here's an opportunity. If Metal's good enough, he's going to be quick enough. And it might even be Shawnee Fuller we're looking at as well.
Yeah, it's a bit jumbled up at the moment, isn't it? Like, we spent a lot of time with battles all the way throughout, keeping nice and close and stuff like that. But at the moment, it seems to be a little bit jumbled, like cars trying to unlap themselves and things like that. But Metal Steel, though, I do see is like 4/10 off Ikentosh, or Ikatosh. So that's a battle that's quite close that we could probably keep an eye on, Trev.
It certainly is, as Wilco has advised us that Mac is back in the car. And go get it, my South Australian friend. Also a South Australian like your good self. And down the inside, Metal Steel down to Ikatosh as time for redemption. Just like Daniel Ricciardo at Monaco in 2018.
He's going.
Wow, that talk about Wilco and I operating on the same wavelength there. I said Ricciardo, and next thing the Ricciardo laugh came up. That's how good we're travelling at the moment. But Ikatosh and Metal Steel, this battle is like the ancient Egyptians taking on the aliens or whatever they were doing. But this battle for PRT is heating up and very much in their class for P3. So a podium finish up for grabs in this particular class, Prince.
Yeah, so like at the top of the show and partway through the broadcast, we were mentioning not only, is there the overall top 3 podium that you can get into, but we do also have car classes throughout. So we have our pro driver signified by a white background, right next to their manufacturer that they're driving for, behind the car number. So the white background is pro, and the silver background is Pro Am, and the red background is Am. So yeah, Metal Steel, these guys are currently fighting for a good top 3 Pro Am finish, which would definitely help their results overall. But yeah, it's definitely an accomplishment to go for. They've still got an hour 50 left on the clock, so don't throw it all the way now, lads. Sometimes it's best saving that best moment for that final 30 minutes.
Certainly is, as Wilco's piped up again in the chat, and we keep an eye on this battle. He says, let's get a vote going, and Voodoo, who is going to win out of the top 4 cars? He needs to win those precious kid coins. This is very close between Metal Steel and Ikatosh down the inside, or around the outside for size. Metal Steel trying that one on Ikatosh, but you've got to get up pretty bloody early in the morning to get past Ikatosh without putting up a fight like that. But I think he's through, and a bit of Ferrari on Ferrari action, just never failing to disappoint. Ikatosh pops his finish head out like one of those snipers in the Second World War, but he's not going to get through there, Prince. And that move is done, signed, sealed and delivered, as I've got a new poll appearing in front of me.
Yeah, so I put a poll up for who's going to win as per Wilco's request. We've got Hooncorp, FTSC 1, BCG 1 and BCG 2. So that poll does end in 5 minutes. You can use your channel points, remember, to gamble responsibly. Oh wait, no, it's just a poll. Apologies. You can gamble as much as you want, you just vote. But yeah, great move by Metal Steel on Ikentosh there. I was literally just saying, probably better to bide your time and wait for the final 30 minutes. But, Metal Steel, he's just a man on a mission, and he doesn't care what I say. He's going for it, Trev.
He certainly is. And you can see real balls to the wall stuff here, ladies and gentlemen. 1 hour and 48 minutes remaining. And where else would you want to be apart from the Australia-New Zealand Endurance Series for the Hooncorp 6 hours? And BB has joined us again. Butler says all Mac has to do is finish, and they have P1 in the AM class. That's for sure. He is in a class of his own, quite literally, as careful what you're gambling with. Think of what you could be winning and what you are going to lose. Of course, it's not the case because it is a vote. It's not gambling, Prince, it's a democracy, which is something that the Nigerians are not familiar with.
Yeah, so it's I didn't want to kind of give away the $10 million that I've been promising people for a long time. Sometimes it's best to hold on to that 10 million and until that right person comes through. But for now though, you can vote on the poll without gambling away those kid coins, and maybe you'll win a chance of getting that 10 million.
Yes, just send your name, your bank account details to Chuck Norris 123 Nigerian Prince at gmail.com, and you will live a life of eternal happiness, or be desperately poor and lose your home. But blue flags waving there. Get your votes in. We've got 2 votes for Hooncorp, 1 for FS Testic, and then BCG. The BGs are getting amongst it, but let me tell you, don't blame you, to be honest. You gave it a good run, though. He's calling it in. Is that our man Dylan giving up?
yeah.
I was wondering what he was talking about there, but he is in the middle of his own endurance race. And look at this battle out on the circuit. Just a 10th between them. A whisker of a cigarette paper and a bee's sack, nectar sac is between those two. If you know what I'm talking about, you're a better man than me. But this battle, these two going at it again, and they are in a different class of their own, of course.
Yeah, these guys just going straight at it. They're not really too worried about the repercussions and stuff like that. But they might be bracketed differently between pro and pro-am, but that's not stopping them from having a good fight to the line, which is something good to see in the closing hour 45. Trev, where's the time gone though? Like, it feels like I blinked and it went from 6 hours down to 1 hour 45 remaining. So yeah, I don't know, Trev. I don't know. This time's just going way too quick.
It's going way too quick, and it's very, very sad indeed, as I can tell you now that this battle is continuing as... let's get the old iPhone tracker on there, see where they're at. KFC, no, they're at the supermarket now. They're getting closer to the drive-thru. But some would call that a sleep. As long as you can blink, you can sleep, says Jason Wilkinson. Very, very interesting indeed. And you can see there that Wilco's still up and about, and he's going to have some sweaty palms there as well. But we might recap, I reckon, on what's been happening. Nigerian Prince, Hyperdrift and Hooncorp lead, and then it's Zest 1. And no, he's not South American, that is just his name. And you can see there he's in second place. Simon Bishop, this squad, Prince, are they going to be happy, or are they going to be sad, or are they going to be somewhat indifferent about their performance here this afternoon? Because they are winners and they're not winning at the moment, are they?
Yeah, I think it's always easy to sit back and say the what could have been, but nonetheless though, these guys have been on a hard charge. They've put in some stellar performances over the course of their stints, and unfortunately it just hasn't quite gone their way yet. But I've seen races turn on their heads when people are this close towards the finish, in that closing few hours. So yeah, you never know. I mean, it's not off the cards completely. They might still be lucky to make it up to a P2, or if God forbid something happens to P1 and the curse is still alive, then you never know. But as Wilco said, they spun 2 laps ago, so unfortunately the tires would be a little bit scrubbed and struggling a little bit. And hopefully the temperatures are starting to come down a little bit. But he looks like he's got control of it pretty good now.
And we saw him have a pretty innocuous sort of incident, didn't we? He sort of had a little half spin at that earlier on in the race. Nemo now all the way from Invercargill in New Zealand. He's there in 4th position in his class in the first of the McLarens here this afternoon. Catching Shawnee Fuller, but everyone's sort of on separate laps. I think we can see that, Prince, in the timetable there. You can see 125 laps, 124 and 123. And Butler, Stan Butler, is doing a rain dance. Prince, could you give us your best Nigerian rain dance, if you don't mind?
Oh, you're putting me on the spot here, Trev. I don't know what the hell that was.
And let's.
You'll take it.
Either do I, but apologies for putting you on the spot. This is the second rain
Horrible.
dance that we've done. Second
Okay.
rain dance. This is the second 6-hour race that we've done as the sun sets here on this abandoned World War II airfield. The Silverstone, the home of motorsport. Rain will bring out the men from the boys, that's for sure. Are we going to see a little bit of a sprinkle? We've got an hour and 42 left to see, and in half an hour, Prince, there is no rain to speak of, which is very disappointing. And Butler can continue to do his rain dance, but it's not going to do him much good.
Yeah, unfortunately, we couldn't quite contribute to that rain dance as probably best as what we could. But, you know, it's unfortunate the rain hasn't come around yet. You know, I think that we need to put a vote in, Trev. You know, maybe we can put in an executive vote that we up the rain percentage for the next round at Suzuka, as I like to call it. Sorry. But I do bring you a special guest to have a bit of a chat with now, Trev.
We certainly do, or you certainly do. It's H.C. Lewis. You'll be proud, we know, at H.C. Lewis. Have you got us there loud and clear, my friend?
You guys got me?
We got you back, brother. Tell us about how things are travelling for Hooncorp and your squad here this afternoon, mate. Talk us through your opening stint.
Yep, things have been going well. I've had 2 stints so far. Me and Akatosh have worked out a 4-stop strategy. Not too sure who else is doing it out here today. But it is pretty tight, having to punch a few numbers and make sure everything's dialed up. No errors, no major errors so far. We started P19 or 18 or something like that. We're sitting in 9th right now, so best case scenario really is a top 3 for class.
Thank you for that, mate. And HC, talk us through it, mate. What's the aim? What's the goal here for the last hour and 40 minutes in this one? What result are you looking for here this afternoon?
Yeah, so we've just got 1 more stop left, and I'll be in the car for the last just under an hour, looking at a 3rd place for class, which would be around P8 overall.
Great stuff, mate. We appreciate the time, as always, for joining us to have a chat, mate, and all the best for the next 100 minutes of this race.
Yeah, thanks, boys. Commentary is always great. Enjoy the race.
Great stuff. Twitchy, we haven't done a dumb yet, says Twitchy there, and as leaving us, departing us was whoever we were chatting to. I've totally lost that name on the screen there, but I've got to say, Ikatosh, this battle continues behind Yo Yickety. Now that I've said that, distinct, putting the almost putting a commentator's curse on things, if you don't mind, Prince.
That's what I like to hear. We've got to keep this curse alive, Trev. You know, it might be broken, but it's not yet broken until we see the checkered flag. So I don't know, Trev. I might have to get up and do a little bit of a dance soon to try and keep the curse alive.
Yes, and we'll wait and see. But look at these cars on the track here at the moment. Ikatosh behind Yickety and Kilroy a bit further back there, I should say. Who's the other car on track? I think it's F1 Sniper. We've chatted to F1 Sniper, and now Mac is looking to make amends. He's been a naughty boy, hasn't he, Mac Miller, for Kings Racing? And if he's going to get onto the bus at the end of season trip, Prince, he needs to drive his arse off. And not the Russian swimmer, the Arsovs, but he'll have to get back into that. And yes, got a snitch, have an itch. What a bitch, and the rest of the Russian swimming Olympic team there. But Mac is trying to do his best to get back into this race after his earlier indiscretion, Prince.
Yeah, so a slight mistake on the pit entry, and you know, I've reiterated I think a few times, and I think people understand that, you know, pit entry can be a bit hairy sometimes at the best of times, no matter what circuit you're going to. But you know, if in doubt, just do what I would do and drive into the fence, take 8 seconds of damage instead of a stop go 30, and you know, you're all sweet.
You certainly are, no doubt about that, Prince. I've just got to go attend to the pooches, and I will be back with you in a couple of minutes please. I'll just leave it on the closest battle. The dog is okay, I can assure everybody. Smitty and Sideways are having a good old ding-dong. We're going to leave it on there, Prince. I'll be back in just a few moments.
Alright, copy.
Alright, so while Trev's gone, you got a bit of me. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? It's a bit of ASMR now. Trev won't know what's going on. We gotta be quiet, right? Be quiet. We gotta be very quiet. We're hunting rabbits. We're hunting rabbits. Are you with me? Okay, so as you can see here, Smitty for Hooncorp 3 is catching Sideways Polka. He's doing very well. Like a shaken dog here. We're hunting silverware. We're hunting rabbits. Hunting rabbits.
Trev's gonna come back and be like, yo, what are you doing, man? Like, what are you doing, man? Wait, you know, I'll do something. Okay, you guys have got to be with me on this. You can't. Nobody snitch. Nobody snitch. I swear. You know what they say? You know that old saying? Trust me. You just wait. You just wait. I have a special good thing coming straight for you guys. Yeah, exactly. Snitches get stitches, right? Can we vote on driver of the day? That is a very valid opinion, though. Driver of the day. Voodoo's brain has left the building.
My brain left the building quite a long time ago. I've been awake since 1 o'clock yesterday afternoon, and it's now 6 p.m. I lost where I was at a long time ago, if I'm being honest. But I got something special for you. Just trust me, okay? Do you trust me?
I'm worried Trevor's actually sitting there listening to me, waiting for me to do something. And, that's what I'm most worried about. Trev can't hear me.
Are you there, Voodoo?
Okay, Trev can't hear me or understand anything I'm saying. But I'm Donald Trump, believe me. We are here. He is physically there. I don't think Trev is mentally there at the moment. So I don't think he will understand what I'm trying to say. Do you? You'll get me?
Someone tell me
You
what
can't
this
get
Mickey
me.
Mouse shit is going on.
Permissions a long time ago, okay?
I swear to God, I'm just going to eat this double quarter pounder then if you don't.
Mess with Trev? Is Trev even here?
I tell you what, this prick's going to catch some hands if he keeps going. I tell you. Oh, we're on!
I did the wrong thing.
Can't hear. Wait, I am here. Can you understand me? Do I sound good? Chester isn't here, right? Is Trev here? Can anyone confirm or deny if Trev is here? I can't hear him. Okay, please get into the presidential election votes right now. Who is your driver of the day? Trevor's not there. Welfare visit orthodox. There is
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. That's enough of him. What? put him out, yeah.
Oh no, Smitty!
That's all right.
How was that?
I muted you about 30 seconds ago. But that's
did you actually mute me?
no, I didn't. But I actually did. I did for a little bit there. You were getting a bit mad there, that's for sure. But anyway, we're back on track. We've got to get back to the racing stuff. Smitty, and what has Smitty done there? Smitty hasn't done an awful lot down there, but Smitty and Yickety now also in an interesting battle. 1.8 behind his good friend Ikatosh here, Prince.
Yeah, so Yickety is, Yickety's doing very well. I'm sorry, my chain of thoughts completely out the window for the moment, Trev. Sorry, I saw you holding Macca's while I was trying to dodge a bullet, but...
And so we'll move along.
Sorry.
Move right along from that. We've got an hour and a half left in this race, ladies and gentlemen. And boy, if you're sticking with us, fair play to you. I nearly choked on one of my fries, but lap 131 there. And it's Zest 12 seconds further back. I'm loving it, that's for sure. And Sidorg in third. So it's very much a race of three halves at the moment. And if you divide those three halves by three separate sectors, then we've got three separate races going on all at the one time. And that's not sure what sort of equation I've come up with there, but we're having a look at Sidorg at the moment. And once again, safety car being called for here. Is that an option? Well, we're not seeing any rain. Matt's not his good point. And that's coming from Bob Hoskins over there in Singapore. Oh, yeah. Oh, hello, possums. Oh, my $20 noodles have arrived. And there we have it. And then he's off to Hawaii. What do they eat in Hawaii, Prince? What's their main national dish?
Coconut.
Boy, there we go. Plenty of imagination went into that one. As there we have it. But 30 minutes remaining, and then an hour on top of that, and that is all she wrote here for this race, ladies and gentlemen. But I've got to say that still 32 people watching it. But we'll just recap for those joining us. Hooncorp, 132 laps, Prince, and Pokar. And there we have it. Sorry for the antics, ladies and gentlemen. We'll get it back to what's happening on the track. And surely this crew have got to be very happy with their race here this afternoon. And surely the curse is going to be broken, Prince.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing if this curse is going to be lifted and finally broken. It's only a matter of time before we see that. And talking about a matter of time, it's in 90 minutes or in 1.5 hours time, we will see hopefully the curse being lifted. But I'm looking a little bit further down the order, Trev. I see P9 through to P12 and P11, Hooncorp and FTSC2 having a ding-dong battle right now, absolutely on it. But there is like a few seconds, not even, between a few of those guys. So the simplest of mistakes here, or a good pit entry and stuff like that, can probably see themselves jumping up a position or two if they're lucky into the closing stages of this race.
It certainly could be, as it appears that we'll keep an eye on this battle. That's the most interesting thing. It appears that someone's taken a bite out of my double quarter pounder here, and it seems that I'm not getting a actual full human-like bite. Mark has been taken out of my burger there, and I'm blaming, I think I know who's responsible for that, but she is a VIP member, of course, on this channel, and she does really rule the roost in terms of bringing the McDonald's. But don't worry, I'm loving it, ladies and gentlemen. And Bobby Hoskins said, you should have left him with the veggies, Kaima. And there we have it. How good is that? But 11 seconds further back, where can they make inroads here? Zesty 1 here today. We've got Ferrari 1, Ferrari 2, and Kaima biting burgers like there's no tomorrow as well out there in the lounge room. But Sidorg a bit further back, but still it is race on. And I'm not sure, Prince, whether I saw how the voting poll went. Who were the people voting for?
I think I got a little bit sidetracked with trying to become Donald Trump. But yeah, guys, I'd appreciate it if you would throw in your driver of the day. Or even better, let's not do driver of the day because I don't want to single out a specific driver from a specific team. Let's say, who is your team of the day? Because at the end of the day, each driver on that team has put in an equal amount of effort, an equal amount of determination on the track to be able to achieve where they are currently. But who is your team of the day? Throw it into the chat. We'd love to hear your team of the day.
Throw it into the chat, and we will no doubt. Mac B Racing says Butler, and that we'll just keep an eye on Mac B. And Kaima just burst in and steals his food. I think she might have stolen a bite before it even arrived in the commentary box. But anyway, we'll talk about that a little bit later on. 1 hour and 27 minutes remaining in this race. A lot of people talking about Mac B. And I've got to say, apart from a few mistakes here and there, it's been overall a legitly good performance. And legitly is not a word, Prince, but we're making things up. We're into the 4th and 5th hour here.
Yeah, so complete legitness. I'm just going to throw a word out there just so you don't feel so alone on making a fake word there, Trev. So, but honestly though, Mac B, that team had an absolute monster drive from the get-go where they started, I believe, P21 or P22. They managed to make their way up to, I think it was P12 in the first hour and a half or 2 hours. And then unfortunately they ran the mill with a couple of stop-go 30s and some random, I believe definitely a stop-go 30 along the way, maybe even 2 for speeding in pit lane. They dropped back, they kind of clawed their way back again, dropped back, and you know, they're sitting in a P15 at the moment. I definitely, the Mac B, those guys have put in a stellar performance over the course of this race, and I don't know, that's been a standout team for me. They might be running the AM flag, but oh man, these guys have been doing so well that I think they've got my vote. There's plenty of drivers out there, plenty of teams out there today that have given it their all, that have done absolutely amazing performances, but you know, I don't think anyone made the gains like Mac B did over the course of the start, and yet still managed to kind of make something out of it with their penalties that they were receiving for speeding in pit lanes. So yeah, I've definitely got my hats off to Mac B. Obviously everybody involved here today, but I think Mac B's definitely my standout team. What about you, Trev? What's your team that you would go for?
Oh, it's hard to go past Mac B, but Bob Hoskins.
Hello, possums!
Bobby Hoskins, Captain Risky says, now you've done it. We've put the curse on there. Hard to go past Little Mac. And Little Mac B there, you can see he's on your screen, and Bob Hoskins redeeming his own sound effect, able to hear his own voice. How good is that? But geez, you reckon Hooncorp as well, putting on a clinic out front, Prince.
Yeah,
always class of the field. And well, there's still 1 hour and 24 minutes to go, but you do suspect that that curse will be broken. My oh my lord, by and by that curse will be broken, because they are in P1 at the moment. And 11 seconds though, that's not the sort of gap where you can stop at the side of the track and have a cup of tea or anything. It's still game on, isn't it, in the next hour?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, the simplest of mistakes, you know, we've got to keep in mind that, you know, these drivers up the front, they still need to come through pit lane one more time to be able to see the checkered flag. So, you know, if they make a silly mistake by getting a bit too ambitious, speeding into pit lane, or if they make a costly error on the track that sees them having to try and do a U-turn, that 11 seconds that they've got is literally gone in an instant. Or, God forbid, when they come in, they go, oh, let's crunch the numbers for fuel. Let's go with, say, 40 litres or something, just as a random ballpark. And what if they need 42 litres to make it to the checkered flag? Something like that could literally turn it on its head. So, yeah, it's not over and done with yet, but I've been keeping an eye on that gap, and Zest is holding that gap at around 11 seconds. He's been doing that for ever since the 1.5 hour mark I saw. It was about 11.5 seconds to P1. So, yeah, like I say, the simplest of mistakes with fatigue, one more pit stop to go. It's been a long day for these guys. So yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to seeing that final pit stop happen. And fingers crossed, no mistakes from any drivers from here on to the checkered.
And there was a yellow flag out briefly for something chucked there, but that's now been cleared, of course. But we'll look at Rain of Fire now for Piston Broke Racing. These guys 8 laps down. They've had plenty of misfortune throughout the course of the race. Sidorg, 35 seconds down with 82 minutes to go, not beyond the realms of possibility. So Bobby Hoskins throwing a smoky in there, Prince.
Yeah, definitely. You know, it's one of those tracks that, like, anything can happen. This wind has been slowly picking up as well, so, you know, you never know. The little bit of wind
Come on, there's the full flags. Do I have to front over? Thank you for what?
There wasn't really much wind earlier on and things like that. So, yeah, and on top of that, the sun kind of starting to blare in now, you know, so it's one of those things, like, you never really know until that final 10 minutes kind of what's going to happen. And even in that final 10 minutes, Trev, I've seen people lose races in final 10 minutes because they get a little bit too complacent and confident.
Yes, it's not over until it's over, that's for sure. And how does that sun affect you too, Prince? Does it affect the braking points going, I'm not sure what time it is locally here, but we might be able to check on one of these cars as Rain of Fire runs a little bit wide there. We might check on board with our race leader, I beg your pardon, and we'll check with our race leader there. And so what do we got there, Prince? 7:47 p.m. Local time, and you can see there's still that quickest lap of 59.0. But, so what do we got? What's that, a 9 p.m. finish local time? So surely that's got to be in almost darkness.
Yeah, it'll be close around here at 9 p.m. I did a 6-hour myself here a few weeks ago, maybe 2 weeks ago, I think it was, 3 weeks ago. And I think there was still a little bit of light out there, even at 9 p.m. It wasn't kind of total darkness, so yeah, this sun is only going to keep dropping. It's going to get lower, and you know, when you're coming down the back straight into the final few corners, the sun kind of beams at you through the grandstands and kind of blinds you a little bit, and it can definitely throw you off. So yeah, you never know. I mean, these guys, they've just been blistering pace throughout the whole course of the race, and even the qualifying and the top 10 shootout on Friday night, Trev, they were just outstanding, weren't they?
They certainly were. They've been the team to beat, no doubt about that. And you can see there that sun. There was a man who stayed up all night and just to see where the sun went. And then it finally dawned on him, Cam, unless I've used that joke before. But no, we've got 80 minutes remaining. And every car will have one stop to go, we're hearing. So that is going to be the pressure on as Andrelli's getting very close to Yickety there. Now we might check out that battle because it's only 2 seconds, Prince. In fact, Nick's in there as well, but I don't think they're on the same lap. But Andrelli and Nick, it looks like they're racing for position, but they're not, are they? I don't believe.
Yeah, no, they're still going at it as if they're racing for position. It looks like Andrelli's holding the outside line here, not wanting to really play around with it. He's more than happy to let Nick go. He knows that, you know, he knows that 2 seconds up the road he's got Yickety, but, you know, I don't think he wants to kind of play around, and he's more than happy to let Nick go on his merry way.
He sure is, and we're getting the comments flooding in there. And you can see every car, yep, have one stop to go. Thank you, Wilco. Sidorg already has taken 2 seconds out of that gap, so Bob Hoskins is onto something. And Twitchy and Zest can't pit. This is interesting. Zesty and Twitch can't pit until under the 1 hour 15 mark, or they'll go over their stint timer, Prince, but they will be pitting in the next few laps.
Yeah, pitting in the next few laps is, you know, I would personally, like, if you can run the stint as long as you can, obviously that means you've got a shorter stint to the end. It means you can maybe cut fuel a little bit. But yeah, I'd assume most of these drivers will be coming into pit lane soon. Depending on their pit cycle, we have seen it's a bit varied up the front. You know, some of them are pitting a few laps later than others. So yeah, we'll have to play it out, but pretty much I'd assume from anywhere 3 minutes in front of where we're at now. So 2 laps, and pretty much people can pit, and they should be able to make it home from there.
And you can see one to keep an eye on here, Dusk and Kilroy, who Kilroy there, only 1.7 seconds ahead of this man. And this is for P4 and P5 respectively in their class, of course. And Simon's car pitted about 30 minutes ago, and Hyper and Zest pitted about an hour and 5 minutes ago. So there you have it. So keeping us up to date, Jason Wilkinson, who, how is Mac going as well in that number 19 car? I think we heard Wilco jump into the chat, and I think they're in no man's land a bit at the moment, aren't they, Prince? I think they sort of can't go up, they can't go down.
Yeah, so that stop-go 30 that they got a little while ago definitely hurt them. You know, they were definitely one of the cars contending. So the top 4 currently, you know, Mac and Kings Racing for the car 19, they were definitely in the mix for a top 3. But yeah, it's just the run of the mill with endurance racing, and you know, it's unfortunate for them, but you know, I'm sure they're holding their heads held high, if that makes sense, and they're kind of pushing through as much as they can. They'll still push as much as they can to the line to make sure that they've completely given it their all. But yeah, we're jumping on board with it, and Borrelia graphics, man. I do love the look of this Ferrari, though. It's a nice color scheme, Trev.
Certainly is, very nice indeed, and we might just, has he got Ikatosh there? No, I think that's, he's a little bit further on down the road. We might jump on board with someone, I hear you ask. Well, here's a favourite, a fan favourite, a crowd favourite. We've got, I was about to say, that's Mac. I was looking for Mac B. I've got my Macs wrong, random. Who do we want to jump on board with, Prince? Just chuck a few names out at random and we'll jump on board with them.
Chuck a few names? Oh, I can't remember who it was just a little bit further back. They've got 1 second to the car in front for position. That might be a good one to go on to. I can't remember who that was, though.
Not Kilroy. I think we've got a couple of coming in the pits here. Andrelli and Kilroy into the pits. That might have put pay to that battle, unless there's a closer one. Zesty, Little Mac.
Yeah, maybe throw it on board with Mac. Let's see how that BMW goes around Silverstone, because those guys have been doing really well in the BMW. I don't think we've not really done too many on boards. But if we're going to do it on board, I wouldn't mind seeing a quick view of this BMW.
Let's have a look. We're going to take you through a lap and a bit of the Silverstone circuit here, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to just leave the. We've done it now. We've revealed all the information you can see in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. But look at this through the eyeballs. Helmet cam. Here's a lap of Silverstone with the fan favourite, Easy Mac B.
Enjoy a lap.
That was a lap of Silverstone behind the wheel of the little MacB car, and the only BMW in its a class all of its own, of course. And who other drivers, if I'm speaking English, Prince, have impressed you here this afternoon and this evening? We might go and have a look at drivers, or teams, I should say, because there are 2, 3, 4 drivers in the one team. And Rain of Fire, Piston Broke. How have you seen their race? It's been a race of mixed fortunes, to say the least, hasn't it?
Yeah, so just quickly, don't forget your overlay at the bottom of the screen there, Trev. But yeah, sadly for Piston Broke, it's just not been a race that they kind of came to, that's kind of come to them, if that makes sense. You know, they started off well, they had a good run early on, and unfortunately, I believe this was one of the teams that kind of copped the rawer end of the stick when it came to pit lane penalties with the stop go 30s and stuff like that. So yeah, it's very unfortunate. Like, you know, in respect, we've had 3 teams sadly have to call it a day earlier on. You know, we definitely, you know, respect them for giving it a good crack, and unfortunately it just wasn't their race today. But yeah, these guys have been giving it a right old crack the whole way through, and you know, even though they're you know, a few laps down, you know, from the next car in front, you know, they're still not shying away from seeing it to the checkered flag, which is always a good bonus. And if that's a positive to take out of it, I think these guys are going to do really well when it comes to Silverstone on the 10th of December, I believe it is, Trev.
Yes, might even be at Suzuka as well. You can
Yeah,
go to
sorry, yeah.
You can go to Silverstone, but you might be fairly.
Yeah, leave me at Silverstone. You go to Suzuka. I'll stay here. It's fine.
And yeah, we'll share the duties. But Nick and Smitty, here's a battle that is showing no signs of letting up, as I always like to say. But Smitty and Nick as well for CS, I should say, and Hooncorp 3. Which Hooncorp 3, we've got Hooncorp 1, 2 and 3. I think it's sort of the different tiers or something, isn't it, Voodoo? The different, not classes, but different sort of tiers in their esports team. And you can see there this battle. And boy, we've travelled 4 hours and 50 minutes, and these two are still, there's nothing between them. Prince, and is he going to make a move down the inside, or he's going to be a brave man to go through there?
Yeah, Immortal Nick, he's kind of been on this run lately, hasn't he? Definitely over the last 40 minutes, I'd say, of this stint. He's just been a madman. He's just kind of like, get out my way, I'm coming through, I'm a porker, I can do this, like, you know, give me a chance. So Smitty, unfortunately, the smiley boy is, you know, at the raw end of the deal here with Nick, because Nick just wants the position, and Smitty's like, leave me alone, I just want to fantastic. Yeah.
And we have, whilst we continue to look at this battle, we've got Start 2 is now following. Wowee, we're getting them in thick and fast here. Another follower, Prince. And boy, if you stream long enough, they will come, won't they?
Yeah, absolutely. We've got another follower to the Legion of the community. And look, if you're out there and you want to be a part of the community, please do be sure to consider hitting that follow button. And you know, if you race on the PS5 and you're in Australia or New Zealand, we'd love to have you a part of KRL. We do run Wednesday and Thursday nights. We've got a series currently going at the moment. We've got the second half of the series, I believe. I could be wrong, Wilco can correct me later. We've got the second half of the series kicking back up next week on Wednesday, Thursday. So Wednesday is full-fledged GT3s, and Thursdays is the Nissan GT3, which that series has been quite something, actually. I've been thoroughly enjoying that one. And if you want to be involved in the Oz New Zealand Endurance Series, definitely be sure to jump into the Discord. I'll put a link for the Oz New Zealand Endurance Series into the chat, and !Discord if you would like to join the KRL Discord and get amongst the weekly series.
We'll get amongst it all. Thank you to Smart2, Star2, and I'll get it right eventually for joining us. You join us at the perfect moment, because Nick and Smitty, we heard from Smitty And I bet when Smitty left us from the commentary box and he was walking down the stairs back to the paddock, he had no idea that he had been involved in a battle such as the one we're seeing before thine eyes.
Yeah, exactly. You know, coming into the final hour and knowing that you're gonna have this like battle straight to the line, it's definitely a good one to feel and experience. You know, there's not many people that have this opportunity, no matter whether you're running up the front, in the middle, or at the back. You know, going to the checkered flag when you're chasing for position, that is honestly a thrill that like you'll never lose for a long time. But Trev, do you see what I see? FTSC 4.9 seconds off Hooncorp. Do they need to come back in?
Well, interesting. We'll stick with this for a little bit longer. If he doesn't get the move done, I'll cut a deal with you. If he doesn't get the move done, we'll jump across to that. That gap is getting very close, Prince. And it's all about strategy, isn't it? And just saving up your beans before they hatch, because you've really got to save the petrol tickets for later in the race, because that's when the concentration levels, and boy, we know all about this from talking 5 hours straight, can really start to wane in the last hour or so.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, whether you're driving or you're here in the commentary booth, it's, you know, fatigue is such a big thing. You know, all these drivers, you know, not only have they put in countless hours of practice, but, you know, they've been slogging it out here for almost 6 hours. It's been 5 hours now. You know, they've still got one more hour to go, and that last hour is honestly the hardest one out of all of them. You know, these drivers are probably looking forward to having some dinner. They're probably getting a little bit sweaty over the course of the day. It's been beautiful weather here in multiple states here in Australia today. So, you know, they're definitely going to be looking forward to something to eat, a shower, you know, freshen up, and, you know, they'll most likely be getting back to work tomorrow. But, you know, before they can do that, they've still got 1 and a bit hours to go. So 1 hour, 5 minutes on the clock, Trev. Absolutely not long to go now.
It's the final countdown. And, excuse me, I won't be doing that again, Bob Hoskins. And Bob has come in and said the gap at the front, gents, is 34 seconds. They'll have to take a risk with the strap for Sidorg to hold on for the win. That is very interesting. 33.1 now, that gap, Nigerian Prince. So Bob Hoskins, he's slurping and sipping on his Singapore noodle broth over there in Singapore. He's really picked up on something here.
Yeah, so I do believe that Sidorg still needs to come in, but I do believe car 27 for FTSC is on their last, like, I think they're running it to the end. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. But Trev, I bring you another commentary interview. I have brought you Zesto.
We certainly have Zesto here. Zesto, can you hear us there?
Yeah, how's it going?
It's bloody low and lazy at the moment, but just to talk us through a bit about your race, my good friend, who, first of all, thank you for taking the time out to join us. But Zest 1 live and exclusive here in the commentary box. But mate, how have you seen the race in the opening 5 hours? We've still got an hour to go.
Yeah, we found ourselves in a pretty good position. Like, overall, the racing on track for us in our position, it's felt kind of uneventful, but yeah, we just kept our head down, kept our noses clean. We've had a bit of difficulty, and we still are, with the balance of the car and whatnot, and getting the tyre pressures right. And because I ended up double stinting in the first one accidentally because we had a problem switching drivers, so I double stinted, and then in those first 2 stints, I got 3 punctures over 2 stints, and then trying to gauge the next pressures for the next stops after that was a bit hard to tell because the pressures were so low, and ended up giving Will bloody extremely high pressures. But yeah, I don't know. Other than that, it's been alright.
And what's the aim for the next hour, mate? Are you done for today? Obviously, with the back-to-back stints.
I am finished, yes. Surprisingly, we've actually managed to come out behind Twitchy. Twitchy come out 5 seconds ahead of us after his pit stop, which was, yeah, I didn't expect that, but I imagine he's just going to take off now. He's in a league of his own, but, you know, if we can just keep our heads down. I think our battles with BCG won, so that'll be interesting to see how that pans out.
And aiming for the podium, mate. Like you said, is Twitchy just a bit too far off here for the rest of this one this afternoon?
Yeah, I think so. With just the car balance not right where we wanted, as we were saying, and yeah, he's just phenomenal pace as he always has. It's going to be a bit difficult to catch him, I think. But yeah, I think BCG one's got one more stop to make. We'll see where they pop out. I can imagine it's going to be maybe within 20 seconds, 15 seconds behind us, and see if there's a little battle there at the end.
Great stuff, Zesto from FTSC1 Racing, mates. First in Watkins Glen, of course, second in Kyalami, and on for a podium again today, mate. We appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks, guys. Bye.
Great stuff. Zesto there on the chat there, and this squad doing very nicely. And I tell you what, that's not something that you take too lightly, Prince. Having to do a double stint, that's all sorts of sweatiness involved with that.
Yeah, absolutely. Double stinting is definitely not the easiest task to do, especially, you know, when you factor in fatigue and all of those kind of good things. It definitely makes it a challenge to kind of overcome, but you know, it's definitely a good fun thing to do during Enduros. Like, single stinting is all good and fun. It almost feels like a sprint race, but the moment you do a double stint, that's really where it starts to feel like an Enduro for you.
And Will Star 6.7 behind Twitchy there. Fastest lap of the race, of course, a 59 flat. I think it might still be that 59 flat as Butler now back in that car. Down Hanger Straight once again. And putting a lap there. Who else have we got? Smitty and Nick. That battle has concluded, Prince, in favour of Nick, I should say. Now 2.9 seconds that gap, so it was a good battle while it lasted, Prince. As we tick down to 1 hour to go, Will Star is the one with pace just now. 7.7 seconds is that gap. Who have we spoken about here? By the way, Prince, of course, all these drivers taking part tonight, and there's 50-something of them. They're more than welcome to join us in the chat, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. If you're out there and you're not driving at the moment and you want to jump in during this final hour and have a bit of a yarn with us, please do be sure to jump into the waiting room, and we can drag you up for a bit of a chat about how your race has been going, and you can tell us about your stints and, you know, the trials and tribulations that's been your race so far.
That's right, it's round 5 of the Australia-New Zealand Endurance Series. The Hooncorp 6 hours of Silverstone. And one very happy Bob Hoskins over there in Singapore watching this race, as everybody has been. And Prince, a shameless plug for your channel as well, as we're going to look at our race leader. But can you please do something about giving yourself a shout out in the chat? He's been awake for 26 hours and he's on how many followers, Prince?
I think it's a bit longer than 26 hours now.
But well, it's coming up to, could be the 40-hour famine. But is there any way of giving yourself a shout out, if you will?
Look, I'll do what I was doing with you earlier, Trev. What I'll do is I'll put a shout out into the chat. So at the top of your screen, if you do want to give me a follow, it would be greatly appreciated, but it isn't needed. But yeah, if you do want to hit the follow button at the top of your chat screen, there'll be a heart icon. You can tap that, and you don't leave this stream, and you can follow me if you would like to. But V is for Voodoo live on Twitch. But more importantly, before you follow me, you got to follow Trev. That's part of the conditions.
That certainly is. Rain SG Doe. Oh, hello, Rain of Fire. And one of our long-time chatters. That is a stop-go penalty. I don't want to be critical of them.
Oh, that's a bit of damage too.
Nigerian Prince, but is it really going to affect them at all down there in 19th overall?
Sadly not. It does look like they ran into a bit of wars. That's not a very happy looking McLaren at the front there, Trev.
No, they ran into war. What is it good for? Absolutely nothing. And remember Rush Hour, Jackie Chan singing, and he's got some damage there, but is he going to... I'm sure he'll be coming into the pits. He's struggling, but like I said, they're 8 laps down, and I think that Shakedown with Glasso are a fair way down the road, but you can see there, don't forget, follow the Nigerian Prince, 296. I think I'm, what are you on now, Prince? 296, I think. I'm on 266. So the gap is closing, Prince.
It is. I'm nervous.
And
that was fucking evil.
As less than an hour to go now, and it's going to be interesting to see what else we can get out of this race, because there's not too many close battles actually out on the track, but Sidorg leads, but they're going to have to make another stop, aren't they, I believe?
Yeah, so I do believe Sidorg does need to come in. From what we heard from Zesto, who was driving in the 27 for FTSC, currently running 3rd overall, they said their battle was with BCG1, so that being car 96 with Sidorg at the helm. And yeah, so Sidorg, we can expect him to come into pit lane, I'd assume in the next 5 to 10 minutes. I think he's going to run out of timer. I think I worked out earlier, Trevor, it's about 45-50 minutes. Most people would have to be in the pit lane before that time. So yeah, we might still have a lap or two if we're lucky, but then again, we're coming down towards the final set of corners and we might see him dive in.
And don't forget, of course, and Zigzag, and Rain of Fire says some knob took out the pit board. We saw that pit board disappear. But speaking of handing out penalties, it looks like Zigzag, they have a drive-through penalty, Prince, which I'm not sure what that's all about, but still, they've been naughty, those that FFK team.
Yeah, it's the pit board definitely doesn't help things by all means, but yeah, FFK with Zigzag at the helm of the 51, you know, they've got a drive-through as well, and sometimes it's, you know, you're holding on to those track limits that you gain over the course of the race, and sometimes it's a small slip up with fatigue and stuff like that we mentioned, Trev, that, you know, that final hour just kind of brings it out. And unfortunately, if you're on that final track warning, you might actually end up accumulating that before you need to come in. But Sidorg in pit lane, Trev.
Sidorg is in, our race leader is in the pit lane. What's that gap? It says 27 seconds. And there's the line too, says Bobby Hoskins. There you go, Sidorg in the pits. Jono into that car now, and Twitchy, where is Twitchy? Has he gone into the lead? I believe so.
Yeah, he's coming out of Maggots and Beckett, so he's gone through.
He's gone through, and Willstar now still there in 3rd or 2nd at the moment. We'll just wait till those timing screens suss themselves out, but Zigzag, is it better to just come in 14th on track, just come in, get your penalty over and done with, and get back out again?
Yeah, so both Rain of Fire and Zigzag will have 3 laps minimum, or maximum I should say, sorry, to come in and complete it. But we do see Zigzag diving in now. Oh, he almost did a me strategy and had to go into the wall to slow himself down a little bit there, Trev.
But boy, they're living dangerously. That just... There's little mistakes and things that creep in, don't they, Nigerian Prince, in the last hour or so of a long endurance race. But I'm telling you nothing, that's for sure. Speaking from experience, the drive-through penalty, is it going to be cleared? Yes, it is. But Rain of Fire, they are not coming in. Are they electing to... Are they going to come in this lap for their stop-go? We'll wait and see what Piston Brake Racing are going to do here. Are they coming in? Yes, they are, Prince.
Yeah, so definitely worth getting that over and done with early, because if you go beyond the limit of the requirements, so typically you'll have 3 laps to serve the penalty. If you drive beyond that time with the penalty, unfortunately you get disqualified. But if a driver gets a drive-through with 2 laps remaining, you can technically drive over the checkered flag and you'll just get a time penalty applied to you post-race.
So we've ticked over now the words of Chuck Norris there, and there you can see on your screen Willstar then in 2nd position, Smitty a bit further down the road, but it's Twitchy he'll be keeping an eye on there. 150 laps of this circuit, and it's crazy, isn't it? You think about the time and the effort and the practice that's going to go into these sort of races, Prince. 150 laps on the day, and that's not even counting what these drivers do in practice and in all the other sessions leading into the week.
Yeah, 100%. So some of these drivers might have put in upwards of 10, 20, 30 hours just for a 6 hour race, and sometimes that's typically what ends up happening. Like, last thing you want to be doing is going into something with no practice, or not a real good understanding of how the car handles that kind of thing, and you don't want it to bite you in the ass and unfortunately affect the rest of the team. So yeah, these drivers definitely all put in at least 6 hours each minimum. I would even say double digits minimum, to be able to make sure that they can race as clean and efficiently as they can. But Trev, I bring you a special guest.
And they don't come much more special than this. And let's just wait and see. We'll put it on our race leader whilst we welcome Nemo Nation, the man from the Auckland second 11 there, who took 5 for 5 once on a very hot summer's afternoon. He was just nipping it off the seam and getting a little bit of sideways movement. I speak of none other than Cameron Nemo Nation. And tell us, Cameron, how are you this afternoon? How's life and how's everything treating you?
Yeah, I'm good, thanks. Life's great. Life's great. We're sitting in fourth, pretty nicely with Keaton in the car to bring it home. But yeah, it's been a good race so far.
And Keaton with the fastest lap too for you guys as well there. So that's nothing to sniff at because it was a 59 flat from Twitchy, but your man's gone quicker there, Nemo.
Oh, mate, he's an alien. He's that quick. He's very good. Probably just taking some frustration off that we probably can't get higher than fourth. So, yeah.
And tell us about let's just have a look here, Keaton. They're coming up with some traffic, you guys. So are you done for today, Keaton, in the car for the rest of the afternoon?
Yeah, so I'm done. I've done my 2 stints. So, yeah, 2 hours of driving is pretty physical and mentally tiring. So just gonna put my feet up and chill out for the rest of the day.
Great stuff. And quick mention, the Kiwis going down to Pakistan in the World Cup with the Duckworth Lewis. A little bit harsh there, I thought, after getting 400 on the board and batting first.
Right, how outrageous is that? Putting 400 on the board and still losing. It's only something that the Black Caps could do, though.
That's for sure. But no, they're still in there, that's for sure. But thank you, Nemo. We've got 50 minutes remaining in this race, and hopefully, all things considered, you might. Well, I think you're penciled in for fourth, I believe.
Yeah, we are. I think we're a good half a lap behind. So yeah, penciled in for fourth, hopefully.
Good stuff. That is Nemo joining us, the Nemo, and a good friend of the channel and family, one of the family members. And if anyone wants to know, he took 5 for 5 once for Invercargill in the third 11 down there. So congratulations, Nemo, and P4 is looking like it's coming home for BCG2.
Yeah, cheers, champ.
Great stuff. Nemo there, handy cricketer too, from one cam to another. Nigerian Prince, very handy cricketer, likes to get some movement off the deck and he's a handy all-rounder from all reports over there in New Zealand.
Yeah, it sounds like it. I might need to take a few tips because, yeah, I'm not really too good at cricket myself. I probably wouldn't even know how to hit the ball.
It's all right, just see it and hit it. Keep it nice and simple. And maybe Nemo can come over to South Australia in the Adelaide Hills and give you some free cricket lessons because he's an absolute superstar. Nemo joining us there. And Norm has pointed out Keaton with the fastest lap. We put that to our man Nemo and he said, wowee, he's going very quick. And they're about half a lap behind. So I don't think, unless some sort of miracle happens, that they're going to get into that podium spot. But look at this. He's on another ripping lap. Should we ride on board with him? I think we will. And have a look at what Keaton is doing. Let's have a look at Keaton. He's on another good lap from all reports here, Prince.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm yawning.
Oh, yeah, that's okay.
I've been awake for like 30 hours, Trevor, please.
No, not good enough. And let's have a look at Keaton. We might have a look here. I'll just turn it down, by the way, so you can hear what we're talking about.
58.865. God damn.
50, and he looks like he's going to be even quicker here, Prince.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of time on the board here. I'm watching these lines eagerly because I actually drove a McLaren around here for my Silverstone 6 hour a few weeks ago, and yeah, I managed to. My best lap was almost into the 57s or just into the 57s, so definitely not race pace though. I can rule that one off the cards, but this man, he's lightning quick at the moment, and I've got to admit, Trev, it's a little bit of a shame that this pace is just unlocking right now in the final 47 minutes.
Yep, he's in that sweet spot, isn't he? As he approaches Nismo, he's slightly down. Can he find a 10th in the last couple of corners? Let's just wait and see. No, that's not the start-finish straight, is it, for this race? But 58.865 last time around, and we're 152 laps into this race. And like you said, that's the secret to just unlocking it a little bit earlier on. But coming up behind Nismo for Hooncorp 3. Who haven't we had a chat with so far today, Prince? I'm just trying to think about who we haven't had a chat to. There's probably a few we haven't had a chat to, but we can get them back at some point. But I guess we don't need to get them back if they haven't been there in the first place. But wait and see what is going to happen in the next 46 minutes. Oh, your mum. Oh, we haven't chatted with your mum. Oh, yeah. How about those spicy noodles over there in your Singapore hotel while you're watching your stream thinking you missed a big shot? Oh, I've got to go over to Hawaii as well. And there we go. Can you believe it? The audacity of the man. Oh, yeah, I've got a busy schedule. I've got to fly home and then fly over to Hawaii. It's a tough life for some, isn't it, Voodoo?
Oh yeah, it definitely is, Bobby. I'll happily trade up my place of being awake for 30 hours and send it your way. But Trev, did we just lose somebody? You've been promoted up to P19.
P19, I'm inside the top 20 now, coming home with a wet sail, that's for sure, with 46 minutes to go. And who did we lose there, actually? Speaking of, while we're talking about Bob Hoskins and his mum, who have we lost there, actually, out of that? I'm just trying to think. Is it... Nope, we've still got Piston Broke. F1 Sniper, they've joined back, Prince.
Oh, FFK, no way. I literally just saw a post in the Discord just then, literally said disconnected. That's unlucky. So we can see Sniper's ping is kind of shooting through the roof at the moment. So yeah, that's unlucky. Where were they running? They were running a little bit further up, weren't they, Trev?
I believe...
Fortunately, the disconnect kind of thrown them back a bit.
I believe so, and Zesto says it's mother time, and I thought he meant the energy drink, or is that Monster? Is it a Monster or a mother?
I mean, I can be whatever you want.
As long as you slap me silly, don't dare you slap your willy around. But random for BCG3 up there in 7th place and 6th in their class. All out on their own at the moment, but still having a good race nonetheless.
Yeah, 100%. You know, you can't fault a lot of these drivers. We haven't quite touched on a lot of these drivers respectfully over the last little bit, have we, Trev? But these drivers, they've been putting in everything that they've got throughout the course of these last few hours, and you know, the closing 45 minutes, it's not an easy task to make it through. So, you know, even though they've got a few seconds between the driver in front, they're still going to try and claw that gap down as much as they can, because you know, you never know what the possibilities are going to be come the checkered flag.
I was F1 Sniper just confirming there that he has disconnected, unfortunately, and after 5 and a bit hours, that is not great, as Random into the pits. And we might check on the number 77 entry there. Bits are missing currently in that car. So what are the rules surrounding that, Prince? Is it different to PC? Can you come back in and then go back out on track, or is that it for the afternoon?
Yeah, so depending on the league's rules, you'll be able to reconnect and continue. We don't have those restrictions, I don't believe, in this Aussie New Zealand PS5 Endurance Series. So these drivers should be able to reconnect as long as their driver 1 reconnects first, and then the following drivers join after that. I mean, providing you only need 1 driver to make it to the checkered flag now. But you'd ideally join driver 1 first, and then you're following drivers after, if there was obviously a longer duration left. But yeah, they can reconnect and they can get back out onto the track as we see F1 Sniper roaming around, making it to the checkered flag with 43 minutes on the clock.
There we have it. So do they retake their normal position, or do they go back in the field, or too short?
It's actually... Have they... Did another driver... Oh, Zigzag's gone out. Okay. Holy... It says they're 155 laps down. That's, okay.
And we're getting
We're
some...
gonna have to...
We're getting some
Yeah.
info in the chat. I think Zigzag is reconnecting now, but he says we're down to 0 laps apparently, Prince. So very strange black magic going on there.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go back for the sake of this. I'm just gonna leave it with me, Trevor. I'm just gonna go back a little bit. I just want to see where they were originally. Just because if they were kind of gonna take a certain position, then I think I might forward that information onto Wilco and make sure they can at least retain that position, because I feel like they've, I don't want them to be robbed in a way for a disconnect that's deciding to put them 155 laps down. So from what I can see, when they were last in the car, they were P14, and it looks like they were, from what I can see, they were confirmed P14. I think they would have finished P14 too. So we might have to pass that information on to Wilco later on, and hopefully they'll be able to reinstate that positioning and just kind of bump the other guys back down. But yeah, I think they would have taken a P14 at the checkered flag.
And you can see there, Sniper just backing up that message. Bobby Hoskins, controls will lock for 2 minutes. I think you have to reload your setup. You must rejoin in order, or else it resets the lap counter. I think they might have got a lap back. Fantastic! And Peppy Q17 has followed the channel. We've got another one that's up to 267, and it's just like putting pure adrenaline into my veins every time we get a follower, Prince, because that just peps me up even more for the next 40 minutes.
Yeah, it's always a good one. Look, we're 3 followers away from 270. If you aren't out there, please do be sure to consider hitting that follow button. Trev does a killer job, no matter whether it's the Australian-New Zealand PS5 Endurance Series, the Wednesday-Thursday series, and occasionally when he jumps in and we do the Shakedown series as well on Tuesdays. He's a man of many talents, and honestly, you won't regret following this channel. Get your mum, your parents, your sisters, your brothers, everybody to follow the stream. Even if you got a toddler, get them to follow the stream too. Create an account for them and get them to follow the stream, because yeah, you're definitely not going to want to miss out on this quality content, you might say.
Yes, how much can a koala bear? That's a very famous comedy album there from Ostentatious, actually written by Billy Birmingham, of course, the 12th man, but showing my age there, going back many, many years, but less than 40 minutes to go, and that advice from the Nigerian Prince, Chuck Norris. If you're going to listen to a Nigerian Prince once in your life, then listen to that one, because we've hit 267, and Prince, you're only 4 followers away from 300, and we're only 3 away from 270, and you know what that means. We're getting very, very close there. And Sniper, what's he said in the comments? I had finished my stints, so Zach just jumped in the car instead of me. And Heathism says a double stint star in Nick, and they're all superstars, aren't they? Let's have a look at Nick now. 5 laps down for CS. They're all superstars, as Peppy Q17 has followed us. Let us know, Peppy, wherever you're tuning in from, where you're tuning in from in your part of the world. Could potentially, sounds a little bit South American, but I don't want to lock that in just at the moment, Prince.
Oh, sorry, apologies, Trev. I was just writing a comment to Wilco asking him.
Yeah, that's okay. You never listen to me.
No, sorry, my brain is like a one-way tunnel at the moment. I've been awake for like 30 hours and it's like, you go this way or you go this way. And I just had to quickly write out a message before I forgot. Just to reiterate to Wilco that FFK did disconnect in P14 and reset their laps to 0. They would have finished P14 in the end. Is it possible to make sure that they can retain the position, considering they'll be able to make it to the checkered flag after reconnecting? So I just wanted to make sure I got that out of the way. But yeah, apologies, Trev. I didn't mean to ignore you. My brain is like a one-way tunnel at the moment.
Well, that's pretty sad.
I'm straight with you
After
now,
everything
though,
we've been through, I hope you bloody are,
I
because
know.
150.
I'm sleeping on the couch tonight. I'm binged.
Yeah. Oh, that's depends, but we'll wait and see there. But it depends how many chicken.
Get the dog bed instead.
I might take away your sweet chili sauce and your tenders.
No,
if you're not careful. But
my tenders.
your tenders, you're taking away. Would somebody please think of the tenders? And 37 minutes remaining, but 10.4 seconds, Prince, between first and second. It's 37 and 27. The two Ferraris, 10 seconds. Is anything possible here?
Yeah, so we've been keeping an eye on that. It was about 11.5 seconds, or almost an hour ago. So the gap seems to be holding steady. I think Twitchy is going to have to make a monumental mistake, although Willstar has taken like 2/10 off, I believe, since I was just kind of talking. So I don't know if Twitchy makes a simple mistake. I mean, it could be all hands on deck here, or if Twitchy wants to make it a little bit interesting and spicy, he could slow up. But I don't think he's going to throw away the win. But yeah, no, it's going to be interesting to see what happens though, because you know, Willstar just over 10 seconds away, and Jono Stan is like 21. Oh, is that 21 seconds from them? So yeah, a couple of mistakes, and I think it might bring them back into contention. But 36 minutes to go, Trev.
It's all to play for. It's a Mia Mario. It's all to play for in the next 36 minutes. Can you believe that we are here? We started at 1:30ish PM local time. We went for an hour or so. We disconnected, unfortunately, but we think we've got everyone back. And then some onto the stream tonight. But we'll get into drivers or teams very shortly, for teams and drivers of the day. And do we have any, if we've got, speaking of drivers, if we've got any other drivers out there listening or watching, please jump into the chat. We'd love to hear from you. What other battles have we got? 20 seconds between Captain Risky and Sofa King. But Spawn Racing 18 seconds, but Rain of Fire is...
what if we go on to like a cluster of cars? That's probably the best opportunity we have, I think. I can't read this properly, but the 56, I believe? Yeah. The 56 kind of in no man's land here, but, you know, these guys are kind of just fighting it out amongst themselves. It's not for position, but might as well kind of just filter through the drivers. But, yeah, Trev, like you said, if there's anybody out there that would like to come and have a chat with us and keep us awake for the final 35 minutes and come and talk about your race, we'd actually love to hear it, because, you know, we feel a little bit lonely, don't we, Trev?
We certainly do, and we've got to let people know that it's okay to be lonely, but it's not fun, that's for sure. But you can see there, riding on board with car number 56, and look at this series of corners, always gets me every time. And it must be in the middle of summer or something here, Prince, because that sun is not going down. Certainly daylight savings being implemented here at Silverstone.
Yeah, the sun just doesn't want to go anywhere, does it? It's, you know, it's... I think, is night... I could be wrong, though, Trev. Is nighttime bugged in ACC on the console? Where it's, like, almost, like, total darkness. You can't see?
It could be. I guess the absence of sunlight is probably what you would refer to as darkness, but that's always been the case, hasn't it? But I've got to say that 8th in their class, I should say, or 8th overall, I beg your pardon, for Captain Risky, and decent driver. Who are we coming up to now? You wanted to see a cluster on track, and I think we're coming up to Nick, I believe, in front of us here as we look through the helmet of Captain Risky, and that's always a risky spot to be, Prince.
Yeah, it definitely is, especially when you've got somebody immortal in front of you. It's definitely a risky situation. But Nick is currently moving off to the side here. I've got to give it to him though. The Porker really struggles on tires during endurance events and over long stints, and they've given it a good crack too. So you can't fault them for that. But I just want to look at the Delta though. Their last lap, or Captain Risky's last lap, and possibly this lap even when he goes over the line, is going to be his fastest laps of the race.
And
Or almost.
So what would they be in terms of fuel loads, Prince? What would they be running at with half an hour to go?
Oh, half an hour to go. You'd be running anywhere, I'd assume, around 50 odd litres. Because we typically, on PC, depending on the circuit, we use about 40-45 litres for like a 25-minute race. So I would say anywhere about 50-55 litres remaining might be around where we'd be sitting.
As you can see now, inside the cockpit. And we might go back on to... this is a good... I always love this camera. We might see who else is there. Jono for BCG1. And you can see there. So the car's fairly spaced out. And that is Nick, who just got passed by the man we were riding on board a moment ago. Captain Risky there. And is he... Surely he's not lining him up for a go here, is he, Prince? No, surely not. I think he's just letting him go for the time being.
Yeah, for the time being, but immortal Nick, send a buddy, do it, do a thing.
Oh, and Captain Risky
don't actually do a thing.
Getting a little bit out of shape there. That won't help his cause too much, but let us know if you want to come in for a chat. We'd be more than happy to accommodate you. Nismo, Nath, as that sun causing a few issues. That's got to be fairly annoying in the twilight here, Prince. Especially when it comes to finding those braking points with that sun where it is through the stand.
Yeah, it definitely does. It can be blinding at times. So thankfully the grandstand looks like it's kind of blocking it a little bit. But yeah, they'll still be affected by the sun nonetheless.
As we take a look, HC Lewis there, Hooncorp. And the Ferraris have done quite well here so far this evening. As you can see, first and second, and they're doing very nicely. That gap's still 11 seconds, so it's quite steady at this point in time with half an hour or so to go. And wow, where are the battles going to come from here? I think we might be done for battles unless something happens. But overall, Prince, we've seen it's been fairly clean, hasn't it, all afternoon long, really. We haven't seen too much naughty stuff apart from a few indiscretions in the pit lane, but that's been about it.
Yeah, exactly. So we've seen quite a few drivers get slugged with those stop-go 30 penalties for speeding into pit lane. Unfortunately, getting a little bit too ambitious and taking a stop-go 30 as a result. Some drivers have been unlucky and have copped 2, maybe even 3 along the way. Keep in mind, FFK, they're not actually 153 laps down. They disconnected from the server, something happened, and they reconnected back in. So, yeah, it's unfortunate for them. Hopefully they do retain their position in the end. I do believe they would have finished P14 overall, so do keep that in mind when you look at the standings. But there was, I believe, Trev, I think we've only seen maybe 1 or 2 teams serve a drive-through for track limits. So track limits wise, everyone's been pretty good and have been keeping it on the black stuff and have not been occurring their warnings. But unfortunately, in return, they've been copping the worst of the penalties and speeding into pit lane.
Yes, it's never a good thing. And you can see there that Nick versus Butler, we're hearing.
He does have a point. That's dropped 2 seconds since I last looked. It was 10 seconds and now it's 8.
Nick versus Butler. Where is Butler on the track? That could be something spicy here, Prince, in the final few minutes.
Yeah, so is Butler... I'm just trying to open up the map. Is Butler going through... Yes, you're on board with Butler going through Maggots and Beckett's. Nick looks like he's just started Maggots and he's going into Beckett's now, so this could be race on, Trev. We might have a race to the line here. Nick seems like he's got some good pace here, and 28 minutes to go. If he's crunched 2 seconds off of that time in the last, say, 5 minutes, this is down to 6 seconds now, Trev. This is crunching. Can we get an onboard of Nick? And we'll just watch this time fall, I reckon. Butler, please do your best and hold on, buddy. You're doing really well. But Nick, he's just a man on a mission right now, and I think this would be a great onboard moment for Nick.
Certainly will be, and now or never, because it's down. It's been quite the day, says HKS Hyperdrift, and you can see there we might jump on board with Nick. And what about Exorcist jumping in too, Prince, here? I swear to God, if you keep staring at me, my dog keeps staring at me. But anyway, that's just what's happening.
I will put you down, like, off the chair, not like...
And Warrior...
Sorry, I just had to relive that joke for a little while.
And Warrior is just there staring at me. But 38 people have joined at the business end. Exorcist has piped up and said, "You lads have done Sorry, a bit of an aneurysm. Let me start again. Prince. Shit. And you lads have done an outstanding job in commentary, and you'll need some butter menthols after that. And I've got to stop because I've got a lump in my throat, and it has been quite the day. Hyperdrift HKS nearly lost the voice, Prince. How on earth you've been going for 30 hours, I'll never know.
Yeah, honestly, I think I'm a bit tuned into it at the moment. The last 2 weeks, I've done a bad run. All my days have been between 30 to 45 hours for the last 2 weeks, with like minimal sleep in between. So, yeah, honestly, I'm gonna be sleeping until Christmas. I think until Mariah Carey will first.
How far is he now? What's that gap, please, Chuck Norris?
Oh, I saw it was down to 4 seconds. It went from like... This has been dropping quite rapidly. I'm looking forward to seeing this update again. Because, yeah, it went from like 10 to 8 to 6. And this might even like... Oh, I don't know. Oh, it's down to 3 now. Gee whiz. This is crunching. This man, he's like, Mac B, I'm coming. I want P14. I want it.
And he wants it bad. You can see there. Where's the blue flag? Where's the Kimi Raikkonen one for blue flags in the kit coins? Heath, now would be the perfect time to use that, because he does have Captain Risky, I think, in between them here, Prince.
Yeah, so Captain Risky, it's going to be interesting to see if he's going to have a hand to play in this, whether he's going to hold them back.
Come on, there's the blue flag. Do I have to try to overtake him or what?
He's pulling the time away. It's crunching down. You can't deny that. Down to 2 seconds now, Trev.
The sun is setting here at Silverstone on the Hooncorp 6 hours of Silverstone. But would you believe it? We're not done with yet, because Butler, Stan Butler, I'll get you, Butler, and you can see there that Captain Risky is doing just doing Captain Risky things as Hyperdrift there getting the blue flag sound effect. Perfect timing, and are they going toe to toe there in an old ding-dongle battle? Up ahead, what's going on there? I think he's through, Captain Risky, and that's just going to put Butler back into the clutches of Nick. And you can see that Quick Nick is getting ready for a move here, Prince.
Yeah, absolutely. So Captain Risky, he did a full Captain Risky move, and unfortunately, like you said, Trev, he's kind of put Butler in a tricky position here now. It's, you know, he could have held back a little bit, made sure Butler didn't lose too much time, or maybe even given him a little bit of draft, but sadly that's not the case. Immortal Nick, we're about to see him pounce. He's been working on this for the last little bit now, actually. He's been crunching down the time, and goddamn, Trev, this is going to be a move that I'm looking forward to. Hopefully it doesn't end in sadness, though.
Trevor, have you fallen asleep?
there we have it. Sorry. Sorry about that, I lost you there for a second, but look at this battle.
No,
I have joined at the opportunistic time, because where can he get this done? Geez, that double whopper, bloody double, whatever it was. But look at this down the inside. And here we go, he's going to make a move. Is he going to go down the inside? Yes! And has he outbraked himself, Nigerian Prince? I don't think so, and that move is done and dusted there here. And is that all she wrote? 23 minutes to go. Can he come back?
Oh, he's gotta, like, if Nick holds on to this pace, I think he might hold P14, but you know, I don't want to throw it out there too early, because I do have a feeling Butler might be having something up his sleeve here. But yeah, 22 minutes on the clock. You've got to try and keep as close as you can.
Yes, and you can... Oh, my voice just broke. Oh, hallelujah. And there we have it. But Exorcist says a double whopper, whatever it was. It was a double quarter pounder. I think I called it a double whopper tender or something like that. Zinger with the special zing sauce. And Heathism says he absolutely smoked him, no doubt about that. And I think I can. I'm the little bloody engine that could, Nigerian Prince. I think that Nick is well and truly gone. And I don't think Stan Butler can answer back here with anything.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think so. I think they're struggling a little bit with maybe the tires, or fatigue could be a big factor to it. But Immortal Nick isn't saying he's done yet. He's going for Captain Risky. He wants to take him back again. He's not going to let that one up.
No, he's nibbling the back end of the carcass, isn't he? Do you remember that one, Prince? And absolutely fantastic stuff. With 21 and a half minutes, I've got my second wind, because here we go. And he sure did absolutely smoke him there. Let's have a look. Let's just recap. It is Twitchy leading by 10 seconds. And is that Wilco trying to, looking like he'll unlap himself at this rate? I think he is trying to unlap himself, and I think he might be doing that right now.
Yeah, so that's going to be good for them if they can get past. I'm sure Twitchy won't mind, but does Wilco have a little bit of something up his sleeve? Surely he won't do a little bit of a I'm a pretend safety car, look at me go. And we'll see Will Star on the back of him.
And I wonder how that conversation would go. But down hanger straight, going into Stowe, and we know what he gave it. He gave it more gas. He didn't need to brake because he gave it gas. And he's well and truly on his way. And keep that Beamer going, Butler, to the flag, mate. What a fantastic effort that would be, as Wilco's unlapped himself. We've got plenty of love in the chat still, after 6 hours near or there or thereabouts. Still plenty of love for this Beamer, Nigerian Prince.
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes there's always a fan favourite amongst the grid. You know, it might be a solo manufacturer, it might be a team that's been doing really well and has gone through the adversities and the trials and tribulations of the race. And, you know, it's good to see that there is a fan favourite out there, and that being the MacB team with the BMW and the 23. So don't get me wrong, there's a lot of other teams out there that are definitely fan favourites, but I think MacB are getting a lot of the love at the moment, Trev.
They certainly are, and the gap at the front, which we need to keep an eye on, ladies and gentlemen, of course. Wilco, yeah, he's unlapped himself now, of course. Like you said, Twitchy won't mind that too much, but it's less than 10 seconds now. Chuck Norris, 9.5. Could there be another twist in a very epic, long 6-hour saga that we could be seeing? 9.5, oh, just one mistake is all it takes, Prince, and you could be out of contention here. But the curse is the curse about to be broken.
Yeah, the curse might be broken. I also don't want to bite my words if Wilco's going to be a pretend safety car for a little bit, because that'd be a bit dramatic if I'm being honest. But now look, the curse being broken, we might have an answer to that in 19 minutes, Trev. And if I'm being honest, I'm looking forward to this curse being lifted, because, you know, normally when you have an outstanding qualifying like Hooncorp 1 did in the 37 on Friday night, not only did they blister qualifying in the first session, they managed to take it by a 10th, I believe, off memory, in the first section of qualifying, and then top 10 shootout, they just literally threw it out the park, didn't they? I believe it was 7 or 8 tenths. They managed to take the top 10 by and throw themselves on pole position. So definitely as a team, those guys have been putting in a lot of time and effort to be able to achieve those times in that car. And, you know, it'd only be right if the curse is lifted eventually. We can't have the curse around forever.
No, and we are about to witness that curse being lifted like a dark shadow over the shadow realm. And Burke's boy, good battle with Butler there. You can see Burke's boy and good battle with Butler there. Is that Keaton going through? And you can see they're not on the same lap. And are you giggling in the background or something? What's wrong with you there?
I'm yawning my head off, Trev. I'm sorry.
And you're bloody go and wash your mouth out with some water or something, would you? Because we've got 17.5 minutes to go.
I'm awake. I'm drinking more vodka. I'm right.
Well, I think you need to bloody spark you up a bit or something. If anyone's got any suggestions of keeping Voodoo awake in the next 17 minutes, let us know.
Hook me up to a car battery.
And I hooked those balls. No, but I see, I see. Root believes England have better men than the Aussies. Jog on, Root, says Exorcist. We beat the Poms, didn't we, in the cricket? And Bob Hoskins will be thinking, oh my word, oh yeah, they beat us fair and square. And he'll be sitting there nibbling on his Singapore noodles like a Bond villain or something, whatever he's doing over there. And you can see now 9.7 in here at Silverstone. We've got a little bit of time to go there. Will Starr's got some traffic. That's not going to help Chuck Norris as the sun is finally setting here at Silverstone. And you can see him flashing the lights. They're having their own little battle, I think, but he wants to get through here.
Yeah, so this is a little bit of a battle. I believe they're both a little bit down. So it's bits are missing. And is that Cloquet as well? So yeah, these guys aren't kind of wanting to let up, but you know, the last thing we want to see is, oh, there we go, Bits and Missing's trying to do his best to let Will Star go past. At the end of the day, Will Star's trying to catch up, so being held up a little bit by some blue flags is probably not the most idealist of situations, but yeah, no, nonetheless, though, he's been a man on a mission. He did lose about a second there, but you know, coming home in a P2 is still a good result nonetheless.
Certainly is. 15 minutes to go. Don't go anywhere. If you're thinking about making dinner, putting the kids to bed, forget what I said. Actually, don't forget what I said. That's a song, isn't it? But so 35 people still watching it, and Bob Hoskins. Yeah, get a load of this. Dylan's just written in the chat, vroom, 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 vroom. And we're starting to hallucinate up here. Don't you worry about that. But Bob Hoskins, is that the I want you to say it in the Bob Hoskins voice, please, Prince.
I'm gonna butcher it so bad. I can do it in a different voice though.
Is that a spot of tiddlywinks?
Wow, that's I won't be sleeping tonight after hearing that, but I can tell you that Will Starr has cleared that traffic, and you can see there, you've learnt my name, Dylan. Yay! And oh, is that sport of tiddlywinks that I don't even want to talk about? And there we go. What a tough race. Glasso started his day spewing up last night's dinner. Ooh, and that's and, oh my God, you're not kidding. You are not kidding, Burke's boy. This has been a long 6 hours for you two in the commentary box. Longer than Spa, do you reckon, Prince?
Or yeah, there's a part of me that feels like it's been longer than Spa. I mean, the Spa was always quite a turbulent race. There was a lot of thrills and spills throughout Spa, and this one's been almost the polar opposite from thrills and spills, hasn't it? It's been just full on door-to-door racing and fighting for position the whole way through. I think it really only started to settle down in that final 2 hours. You know, maybe 2 hours, 10 minutes on the clock remaining, that it started to settle out a little bit. So yeah, it's been a fun race throughout the whole thing, but oh man, it's definitely hitting the draining point, isn't it?
It certainly is. And Glasso wants a 24-hour race next. Oh, wow. Well, we might as well just keep going. We've done 6 hours, we've done 4 hours, 6 hours, why not do 12 hours? And somehow, by some sheer miracle, through our Jesus Christ, Lord and Saviour, we've still got 40 people watching. Can you believe it? That is a fantastic story. That's Nemo responding to Glasso saying, I spent all day spewing up last night's dinner. And Nemo saying, yeah, that's a nice story, champ. And we spoke to Nemo a little bit earlier on. The Green Hell. When is the Green Hell coming out, Prince?
Yeah, so it's apparently coming to. I don't know if it's coming to consoles at the same time as PC. But basically, what's being said is the Nordschleifer is coming to ACC in spring of 2024. That was like an official announcement that kind of went out amongst the trailer and stuff like that. So spring of 2024, the Nordschleifer is coming out, and that is reportedly the last DLC for ACC, because AC2 is releasing at the end of 2024. So it's going to be an absolute insane year next year. So in the next 12 months, we've got Le Mans Ultimate, there's like GT Revival, you've got Nordschleifer coming out to ACC, and at the end of next year, we get AC2, Trev.
We do get ACC2, and boy, that's going to be absolutely fantastic, and it's going to be hard to turn our back on Assetto Corsa. I can still remember the walking into EB Games and my mate giving it to me for about $70, I think. Do you remember you had to buy it on day one to get the Intercontinental GT pack? I think it was, Prince, was it in June 2020? In the middle of lockdown? Oh, he doesn't know what I'm talking about. He hasn't even got a PlayStation 5, but that's all right.
Hey, I was there back in the OG days on the PS4. I remember those good days. Like, the console days were bliss. Oh, Twitchy, making a mistake.
He's made a big mistake there. That's a pretty big balls up from him, going through Maggots and Beckett's, but 171 laps in with 11 minutes to go. My goodness, the gap is 11 seconds with 11 minutes to go. The last thing you want to do is bottle it right here and now.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't want to be bottling it there, but I wonder whether he took a track warning. I'm keen to see what the time. Oh, he didn't gain any time. He lost 2 tenths. So, yeah, no, it's an interesting one. You know, the fatigue really starting to settle in, not only in the commentary box, Trev, but definitely the fatigue is really settling in for some of these drivers now.
Well, Burke's boy can't wait for GT Revival. May I think, says Ted Glasso. But we look at our race leader, 10.8. I don't think it's done him too much harm, because that gap's still 10.8 Nigerian Prince with 10 minutes remaining. So he's going to have to pull something out of his back pocket, Will Star, if FTSC are going to get up here tonight. But I've got to say, also, Exorcist has jumped in and he said he also believes that British touring cars coming out in 2024 as well. What a year to be alive in sim racing, Chuck Norris.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting time to be alive. There was also another sneak announcement that nobody really kind of, I think, clued onto, but Misha, who actually got the most hours in real life and most laps around the Nordschleife in real life, was actually testing the Nordschleife on ACC early, which was where the pre-teaser came out like 2 weeks ago. Basically, there was a bit of analysis done on the unfiltered screenshot where it had like an emote over the top of the screen to kind of block out what it was. The car that was being driven and tested is a Porker, but it's not a GT3 or a GT4 Porker. Rumor is it might be a GT2 or something along those lines. So yeah, it's very interesting times for ACC coming up, but not going to lie though, Trev, I really hope when they release Nordschleife in spring of next year, which will be about 3 to 6 months, I reckon, when that comes out, considering it's the last DLC for ACC, I really hope for once they release it for PC and consoles at the same goddamn time.
Yes, who knows? They might leave the PC well, the PC get
I'll leave us hanging for a few months and give it to you guys first. Swap it around.
What do you mean, you guys? I've got a foot in each camp. Don't you worry about that. But 8.5
my
minutes.
bad, apologies.
Oh yeah, that's okay. After everything
Yeah,
we've
sorry.
been through, you're still disrespecting of me. And we've got 8 minutes remaining in this race. Bob Hoskin says it won't happen, peasants. And Burke's boy saying 24 looking very decent. A very decent year for the Sims. Still 39 people. It was 46 people. But they've jumped off now to make their dinner or doing whatever they're going to do. It must be getting pretty late in New Zealand. But if you're up over there in New Zealand, it's well and truly worth staying up for another 8 minutes, Prince, to see Hooncorp 1. They are a New Zealand-based racing team, sim racing esports team. And boy, oh boy, they're going to have a party over there in Auckland tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. The champagne is going to be popping. The celebrations are going to be kicking on, and these guys aren't going to be sleeping through the night, Trev. They're just going to be drinking and having a good time and celebrating the victory that they're going to get here in 7.5 minutes. And what do you bet we've just jinxed it, and they're going to absolutely bin it somewhere, and FTSC are going to come through and win it.
Always late.
The curse is still alive.
Always late in New Zealand, says Heathism. And there's going to be a party. You can hear the champagne. The cigars are getting ready to go. The oysters are on ice. And if I was a sheep over there late tonight, I'd be very, very worried indeed. But he's saying he needs some earlier races. But Zesto says that'd be all right. And let's hope that we keep our New Zealand contingent there, because Twitchy is coming up to some traffic in the form of another Ferrari, I believe. But still, that gap is a comfortable 10.2 seconds. And he's just going to see it home and bring it over the line here. And the curse will finally be broken. 5 pole positions. And this will be his first win, their first win of the season for Hooncorp Esports. And boy, do they have a presence on X or Twitter or whatever the bloody hell it's called nowadays, because they always support us on Twitter. They retweet, they love, they like, and they share, Prince. And you've got to say they're a fantastic operation down there at Hooncorp. And they're in 1st, 13th and 16th on the road. And they do a terrific job in the world of sim racing.
Yeah, absolutely. These guys have got a strong Twitter presence, and you know, not only are they very active on Twitter, and well, I call it Twitter, but it's called X now. But you know, not only are they very active on social media and in just general, you know, it's good to see them up and about, putting up nice posts. You know, when they get results from races that they participate in here and across the board of events that they do. So yeah, definitely be sure to check out Hooncorp on I'm going to say Twitter, but it's X. Yeah, definitely be sure to check them out.
That's right. Thank you for that, Elon. But you can see 9.8.
You could do it in the Elon voice if you wanted.
Would you?
Give me like 2 seconds.
Oh, here we go. We didn't know it was gonna. Anyway, that's all right. But after everything we've been through, we've got 5 minutes to go. We're waiting while we wait for Elon Musk to jump into the chat.
Okay. Elon is ready.
Elon, first of all, thank you for joining us. Thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule. Can you just tell us what is the reason for naming it X when it's been Twitter for 20 odd years?
Hello, it is me, Elon. Yes, as you can, I had named it X, because I like the name.
Right. You know what? I got to be honest with you. I haven't been this disappointed since Space Jam 2. That's how terrible that was. But Elon, thanks for. Elon has stopped working. You sounded like you.
Is it convincing enough, or like, do I not?
I don't know. I don't know what the hell that's meant to be, but it sounds like you've been smoking something for 6 hours straight. But I tell you what, can you? Look, I tell you what, I'm a little bit uncomfortable with that. But we got
a little bit distracting, is it? I mean, it could be worse, Trev. Like,
Oh, you're going to have to do something. It couldn't get much bloody worse than what it is now, because it's you've hit rock bottom, started to dig, my friend, and you're digging yourself a big hole.
It could be so much worse, Trevor.
And so moving right along, we got 3 minutes to go in this race. And we're getting all sorts of strange activity here in the commentary box after 6 hours of racing.
I'm denying that message, Bobby.
And Bobby, Bullseye Bobby baby, has been denied, access denied on this occasion. 175 laps into this race. And Killjoy, and no, it's Kilroy. Where is Kilroy? No, he's not in the car at the moment, but Will Star in second, Jono in third. Let's run through this order, please, Nigerian Prince, in the final couple of minutes and couple of laps of this one.
Well, sorry, my brain stopped working. Can you please repeat?
That's all right, I'll do it myself. You want a job done, I'm going to do it myself. How long have you been awake for now, Prince? Bloody hell, you...
I've been awake since, like, I woke up at like 1 o'clock yesterday, and it's now like 7:30, nearly 7:30 p.m. Yeah.
Thank you for that, and boy, we've had some cracking guests in the chat, in the commentary box with us tonight. But we're going to be talking to both top three in their class, Prince, I believe, here tonight.
Yeah, I hope so. I'll make sure to put a message out, and we'll just try and get one driver from each team, just so we're not talking to a Coliseum.
That's right, and the Coliseum.
All right, man, the leader is on the final lap. Give it a final push.
And give it a final push. You heard it from race control there. Last lap of this epic race. And Cam, when you're done, are you available to help Julian? His computer is doing some silly things. I think he'll be lucky to be breathing by the end of this race, to be honest with you, Dylan. He'll be barely able to breathe, I reckon, because he's just totally gone off the deep end. Chuck Norris, form finish incoming for the BCG cars. And they are going to finish line astern here, third and fourth respectively, Chuck.
Yeah, so third and fourth respectively for BCG. It's going to be good results for them, actually. What are they? 7.8 seconds are BCG2 away from making it on to that final step of the podium and kind of taking away their other team from the podium. But nonetheless, though, that's some good results for those guys overall.
And you can see here we're less than 30 seconds away from the end of this one. And what an epic battle it's been. Not really so much of an epic battle, but the curse will come to an end unless something very drastic happens in the next couple of corners. Because with 10 seconds left, I think that's going to be it. I think this is going to be definitely the last lap, Chuck Norris. Here tonight, we've had 176 laps of them. And boy, what better way to set up your the rest of your week than going 176 laps. And the funny part about it is I think we're the only ones that haven't had a break, Prince. We haven't had anyone. Oh, and hang on, we've got a late drive-through penalty for something. It looks like Spawn Racing. Wow, we'll keep an eye on that. And that's going to affect them inside that top 10. But out of the final corner, he took 5 pole positions. He hasn't got a win on the board yet for Hooncorp. But Hooncorp take the win here, and the curse is officially broken because they take victory here. Hooncorp Esports in the race, named after their very own esports organisation, Hooncorp, the 6 Hours of Silverstone. Will Star crosses the line, and here comes Jono, and they will be very happy with this result. Still another podium, first, second, and now third. But you can see, and Rain of Fire, a bit going on there in the background. But Spawn with 30 seconds. Has he crossed the line? Has he already? Because he would have been a lap down, wouldn't he?
Yeah, so... Yeah, he was a lap down, or he was behind Twitchy the moment that happened. But that penalty automatically gets applied to the transit of pit lane, which is defaulted to 30 seconds.
As we see there, coming across the line now, Jono for BCG1, Keaton for BCG2, formation finish there. Wilco has finished the race. No, he's still going, I beg your pardon. Because he unlapped himself, of course, didn't he, from Twitchy, Prince? So he's still yet to finish this race, now on the last lap.
Yeah, so Wilco was obviously in front of Twitchy going over the start-finish line, so he has the luxury of being shown on the broadcast. Like he usually likes to showboat a little bit, as we're seeing, you know. So expect him to kind of tip it in, knowing that he'll finish in P5. I wanna see a drift, Wilco. Come on, just tip it in, son.
I've got a feeling you can hear what we're saying. He's trying to be a bit of a show pony here. And yes, and then for everybody out there, you notice he didn't do that at Monza, did he? When he was sitting next to Gus. But there we have it across the line. They finish in 5th here at Silverstone, drifting across the line to take 5th position, and zigzag, another penalty for them as they sit there very intently in the gravel. But terrible luck there for FFK, and that is almost it. We got everyone else running. No Sofa King doing some donuts. Bits are missing, still running, or has he finished the race, I think, Prince? I think that's everybody.
Yeah, so I think that's everybody. I believe we've got Mac B, though I think they're just a little bit further back from Bits are missing. And I think that might be our last team to go over and see the checkered flag. So P15.
P15, Butler, Stan Butler Racing. Don't forget the funds as well for Movember, Prince, as well. We've been pushing it. We haven't mentioned it for a little while, but if you can donate even $1 or anything will help the Movember cause, of course. And there you have it. So the end of the race, Butler across the line. Big congratulations to everybody for taking part in this incredible event. And boy, oh boy, what a race we have seen, ladies and gentlemen. 6 full hours. And it was daylight, Prince, when we went live on this stream, and now it is getting dark very quickly.
Yeah, it is definitely getting dark very quickly, not only in the simulator world, but it is, sun is starting to go down in the real world. But oh, Trev, I don't even know where we begin to unpack. I've requested one driver from each of the top 3 finishing teams to enter the waiting room, and we'll drag them up soon enough. But oh, look, what a race, Trev! What a 6 hours! Another one done and dusted, and obviously podium interviews yet to come. But where do we unpack this one? I don't even know where to begin.
No, we've got 6 hours of unpacking to do. And I got to admit that I started packing up things about 3 hours ago in my brain. But 42 people still watching this. How fantastic is that? I think we've got Shawnee Fuller there. You're going to have to remind me about these teams and stuff, Prince. I might get you to take control, take the reins of the post-race interviews, if you don't mind. Thanks, everyone. Amazing event. And Heath, you're pretty amazing as well. And Hyperdrift saying thanks, everybody. Great job by all the drivers. Especially the podiums, the podium finishes. Great commentary, lads. Always top-notch. And no doubt about that. We've got Zesto. We've got will.i.am in the waiting room. And we're getting ready to bring these boys in. Prince, we're going to just wait. We've got a couple of them in already, and we're waiting on a few more.
Yeah, we've got a few more. So we should have 7 drivers join us total. I'm just waiting for everybody to join us. So yeah, we've got 3 drivers so far. We got 4 more to go. But yeah, we're gonna have to have a friendly reminder of who's come through from what team, and then we should be sweet.
I think I've got them here in front of me on
Oh
the
yeah,
overall.
I see that now too.
Yep. So it might be a little bit difficult for you to see there, but we might kick things off. Have we got? No, we don't have our race winners. But we've got Willstar and Zesty. We might just wait a little bit longer. Jono and Sidorg as well, just waiting to come in. And then I think we're doing class by class. Shawnee Fuller's in there, we know that. And who else have we got? Sofa King. So Prince, I think we've got a quorum and we can get underway, surely.
Yeah, so we should be able to get underway. There might be one driver that I'll have to drag in eventually. But Trev, you can see these standings a little bit better than I can. Would you like to take the interviews away?
Oh yeah, well thanks for putting me under the bus, but that's all right.
We can throw Wilco under the bus if he wants to.
No, I'm just kidding. We'll start off. Who have we got here? We might start off with Zesty for FTSC. We might start off with Willstar and Zesty. Zesty, have you got us there?
Yeah, how's it going?
Fantastic, mate. Talk us about your race. You and Willstar there getting into second, 10 seconds off after 6 hours, mate. It's a cruel business, sim racing, but still P2 in the end.
Look, to be 10 seconds behind Hooncorp after 6 hours, I think that's a pretty solid effort considering they're on another level. But yeah, it was just ended up just being a really good, consistent, clean race, and that got us there in the end. And to be completely honest, with our last stint timer, we didn't have one lap left in us without going over our timer, so it was lucky it was close.
Great stuff, mate. And looking ahead to Suzuka, how do you think the team will fare around there?
Yeah, I think me and Will were talking about that earlier. I think we both said that's not one of our favourite tracks, didn't we, Will? But,
yeah, Silverstone and Suzuka is probably my two worst tracks.
Yeah, I like Silverstone.
So great way to finish the season.
Suzuka's a bit tricky. I've never been a fan of Spoon, but we'll see how we go.
Great stuff, mate. Congratulations. And moving along to your teammate, Willstar, mate. Just similar comments, if you would, please, on how you guys went this afternoon.
Yeah, it was pretty much just a clean race. Like, I don't think we didn't have a spin. We didn't really mess up at all. I was meant to be starting the race, and old Zest decided to unplug his PlayStation instead of unplug his wheel to restart it. So that threw a spanner in the works. But other than that, it was pretty smooth flowing.
Great stuff, mate. Well, congratulations. Good team effort. P2 in the end, mate. And all the very best as we look ahead to Suzuka in a month or so's time.
Cheers, guys.
Great stuff there. FTSC, Will and Zest taking their Ferrari to P2 in the end, just 10 seconds off of the winners in the end. Simon Bishop is with us for BCG1. Bit of a formation finish for the BCG crew there. Simon, have you got us loud and clear?
I do.
Great stuff, my friend. Boy, always a pleasure to talk with you, especially at the end of a race such as that, mate. Talk us through it. We saw a couple of interesting incidents, mate, a couple of spins and different other things, but all in all, can you sum up the race from your perspective?
I think it was pretty solid, really, for John and I. We didn't think going in would be as close to the front as we ended up being, so that was pretty solid. We just couldn't get the stint timers that the guys ahead of us could do, which was a bit of a challenge, which obviously in this race with his length meant an extra stop, but I'm not sure that even with all our various spins off the track and stuff, we would have got better than third, so we're pretty happy with that. Wasn't great getting damage in the first 10 seconds of the race, but other than that, it was solid, and it was good to catch up to the guys in the front. It was a shame I spun off the minute I got right up to the Hooncorp guys, but well done to them, and well done to the to Willstar and Zest as well. They did very, very well, and to everybody that made it through that, because that was not easy.
Great stuff, mate. Congratulations, as always, my number one driver. You know that. And Nismo has rated us with a party of 5 viewers. How good is that? And Nismo, absolute champion. But thank you to Simon Bishop and to your team, mate. P3 in the end, very consistent season, and all the very best as we head to Suzuka in a month's time.
Yeah, see you there.
See you there. Be there or be square. Simon Bishop, my favourite driver, there chatting with us. But we might move along to the winners in the top tier, and we've got Twitchy with us for Hooncorp. We spoke to you Friday night, Twitchy, and you put in that absolutely incredible lap and blew the field away, mate. And you've done it again, your team, I should say, yourself and Hyperdrift. Hooncorp getting it done in the Hooncorp 6 hours of Silverstone, mate. Talk us through it.
Yeah, it's definitely a long and grueling race. I just want to say props to my teammate Hyperdrift for doing his 2 hour stint without getting track limits, because in my first 2 hour stints I ended up getting 3 warnings for track limits. So we ended up doing about 4.5 hours of that race on the edge, just to not slide off, and if you did, to not get the warning. So that was a big challenge we set ourselves for. for at the start of the race. But and then in the practice session at the start, like the 15-minute actually before the race, we realized that I was running a different setup to what we thought we were supposed to be running. So even then, we made a quick change to our rear camber by 0.06, and that actually made the car a little bit worse. So I got in the car and I wasn't sure what was happening in the first stint, but the car felt a lot more slidey and a lot more kind of tail happy than what I was used to. So I was trying to manage that in the first stint, get used to that, and just try and survive in the first stint. So I didn't really go as to how I planned for that. I was hoping, to have the stable car, try and run in the 159s for the first stint, and like as much as I could. But trying to get used to the car, that was a bit different because the setup change was just, I guess, like a learning lesson for both of us to try and get used to, and then also probably in future just stick to what we know, I guess. But no, huge shout out to my teammate for that, and congrats to the guys in second and third. I did get a bit worried with you, Simon, because I thought your car's pretty fast and didn't quite expect it from the Audi around here. So if you didn't have to make the extra pit stop or something like that, I'm not really sure what happened with those stint times or anything, but if you didn't have that pit stop to make, you would have had us covered pretty easy. And then again, after 6 hours, I only finished 10 seconds ahead of second. I think FTSC and Willstar and Zest and all those guys did a pretty stellar job to be right up there. I was definitely under the pump every second of the last stint. So I was like, if I make one mistake, one big dum then I would obviously lose the lead. And I had a few moments where, because the tires weren't great at the end, I had a few moments where I had a bit of oversteer into Magus and Beckett's, but and then had to cut it a little bit. But I made sure I slowed down. So there was a few heart in your throat kind of moments. But yeah, just glad we could break the curse and we brought it home in P1. And yeah, huge shout out to my teammate and congrats to the other guys on the podium.
Great stuff, mate. Thank you, Twitchy. The curse has been broken, mate. You're absolute superstar. You got it done on Friday night, and yourself and Hyper did it again when it mattered most, mate. Congratulations, and yeah, we'll catch you next time around in Suzuka. Well done.
Thanks, guys, and congrats all. I'll see you at Suzuka.
Great stuff. Twitchy there, superstar. Hyperdrift, mate, have we got you there as well? We might just get a quick word from you on how you saw things during that race.
Yeah. It was actually really good to make it to the end after my little incident in Kyalami. So I pushed myself to practice, and then when it came time to do my stint, I just tried my best to keep it all clean. Twitchy did well to put us on pole and to get us to where we were, and then it was my job just to not bin it or throw it all away. But no, I was really happy. Car felt really good. Tire wear was a big factor in pace, but no, it was actually really good.
Great stuff, mate. Perfectly summed up there. You did an absolutely awesome job yourself and Twitchy. Going to be very hard to stop, and fantastic stuff. Perfect race for you tonight. We'll see you next time out. Congratulations.
Yeah, we'll do. I'm looking forward to it. Congratulations to everyone else as well. It was a well spent afternoon.
Great stuff. Perfectly summed up. Nigerian Prince, I think we're going to jump across to you to have a chat with the other guys, our other winners for tonight.
Yeah, I can do that. I'm kind of lost with who we've done and who we haven't done.
That's all right.
I can do it. You can.
Sorry, my brain is like so fried. I'm trying to like comprehend life.
You messaged me saying jump in, so do you want me to do it?
Yeah,
first?
I asked Will go
Go
for
for it.
assistance, Trevor.
Go
I
for it.
needed.
So where Pro-Am team's up to? Is that what we're up to? Pro-Am?
Correct, yes. So I think we've got Shawnee Fuller, I think, in here, somewhere.
Yeah, Sean's
Yeah, I'm
in.
in.
Stu's not in. Chloe K's not in. We might we'll start from the back and let those boys jump in. So Pro-Am P3 with JB group. So we've got Sofa, and we don't have Ukitty in, but Sofa, mate, you had some issues with sync timers or something. So how'd you go in your race?
Yeah, mate, we had a pretty good race. There was a few incidents along the way. Yik Yickety did a great job with his 2 stints, but we kept getting that message that stints over pit now when we thought we still had 2 laps to go in every stint. So I crossed the line with, I think, a minute left on my stint timer, and I think 2 minutes left in my overall driving time, which was a bit scary and hair-raising. When we crossed that line for the penultimate lap, it was nice to hear them say the leader's on the final lap, so we knew we only had 1 lap to go. That was nice. A few close calls. I made a few mistakes here and there. I know I gave Fly Sky a bit of a scare when I locked up in one of the corners, but great defensive driving from himself to avoid my stupid driving. But no, she was a good day, hard day, a bit sore and tired at the moment, but good race overall.
Beautiful. Must be nice being able to get the fuel to the stint timer. I'm sure some other guys didn't didn't do that without fuel saving. But no, congrats, mate. P3.
It was a bit
Good
sketchy.
stuff.
That stint was very sketchy, that's for sure.
Good stuff, mate. We got the podium racing team, which is Metal Steel and Sparky. Are you boys there? Just there we go. Metal, tell us about your race, mate. How'd you guys go?
We did pretty well, I thought. We started back in 12th. We managed to squeeze it up to 6th at some point. Had some great battles in between. It was tough work. We just were very consistent. Really decent pace. We didn't really have any incidences to say the least. But yeah, no, it was a great race. I enjoyed it thoroughly.
Good stuff. Good stuff. And Sparky, what about you, mate?
Yeah, pretty much the same as Metal. He put a good car together, and I just hit all the marks that he told me to hit.
Beautiful,
We
beautiful.
were making up time right at the end as well.
Good stuff. Good stuff. All right. Well, yeah, congrats to P2. And Shawnee, the Lone Ranger in CFD. I might stir you up now and say we could have had a wet race if you didn't have your internet dropped out. But tell us about your race, mate.
Well, you got to ask yourself. You got to ask yourself the question: did I actually have an internet issue? I did, by the way. No, first of all, congratulations to everyone. Congratulations to the winners and all the podium. And also well done to the commentary who was in and out of that over the course of the Sunday. Yeah, really, awesome day. Apologies, the other guys couldn't join. They're sorting out their respective kids and life and food and showering, no doubt. But look, it was a really fun day. There's some incredible battles. The opening 30 minutes, I think I was battling Sophie, had some incredible pace at the start, got a good move, but then he managed to pull away, and the same with the other guys. Some real will-to-will stuff, which was yeah. I thought, geez, if this is going to be the next 6 hours, we're going to be in for a long day. We're going to have to up the up the water intake because I was sweating out there. So no, it was really cool. Struggled with the tyres, certainly in the first stint, and then we were the last. Was it Cloquet just jumped in on the last stint, and he we for literally every lap for the last hour we've just been running out checking the fuel. We was worried, so he was driving fuel saving, panicking, and then obviously then we got lapped, and then we was just trying to manage to make sure that helped us over the line. So thankfully our stint timers worked really well, and that kind of works through. But yeah, no, it was awesome, really good day.
Good stuff, mate. Congratulations on P1 in Pro-Am. And we'll catch you at Suzuka. And you want me? I'll do the last interview here, Trev, and then I'll hand it back to you.
Go ahead.
Thanks, guys.
Give your voice a break. Butler, mate, you may have been the only M car in the end, but you still obviously had a pretty good race. You and Little Mac, of course, it's middle of the night for him, so he's jumped off to bed. But tell us about your race, mate. Had some good battles here.
Yeah, mate. Yeah, it was. Yeah, I'm done, mate. That last hour was just fried me completely. So, yeah, Mac got us off to a brilliant start. We were he got us up to like P12 or something like that. So, mixing it up with all the Pro-Am guys is really good, going wheel to wheel. He handed the car over to me for my first stint. Yeah, had a bit of an issue and stuff. Yeah, ran wide a couple of spots, lost us a few spots and that, but then clawed it back. Max carried us again, Yeah, but yeah, and in the end, yeah, finished P15. So, but yeah, we were really happy just to, yeah, just to be mixing it up with those guys that up a little bit higher in the grid. It was really good.
Good stuff, mate. Well done. And we'll catch you at Suzuka as well in 4 weeks' time. Only a short turnaround for the next
Yeah,
one.
mate. Yeah, no, I look forward to it. We look forward to it.
And we'll catch you on KRL next week or week after, whenever the next race is.
You definitely will. Yeah, you definitely will, mate. No
All
worries.
right,
Thanks,
mate.
guys.
Take it
Really
easy.
appreciate. Thanks, guys, to Oz and Zed and the commentary team. Just do a bang up job every time. So it's just you should be a big pat on the back for you guys.
Thank you very much, mate. Thank you very much. All right, we'll wrap this up now, Trev. If you're all cooked, I'm sure you and Voodoo are done. So we'll yeah. How was the race, Trev? Show us.
Well,
20 words or less.
how to how to sum that up? The last 6 hours we've been on air for about 6 hours and 40 something minutes. But no, I think overall good race, but plenty of battles in there. It had enough in it, Prince, to keep us interested, didn't it? Had its moments every few minutes or so. We had plenty to look at, didn't we?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, battles throughout from the start to the finish, and it was bloody interesting, Trev. I'm really looking forward to the next one kicking off, and it was a pleasure. Another 6 hours done and dusted. We were a bit worried about how we were going to be during after Spa, I should say, and my brain is completely fried. So apologies for butchering part of the interviews there, for not doing it and roping Wilco in. But no, I'll keep it simple and sharp from me though, Trevor. Appreciate it. Thank you for allowing me to share the commentary box with you again. It's been a pleasure. I look forward to sharing it with you again for the KRL series on Wednesday, Thursday nights when that comes back in 4 weeks' time for Suzuka. We do it all over again.
Don't you worry about that. Suzuka on at the start of December, I should say. So that's going to be fantastic. And KRL is back next Wednesday, of course, Wilco. I believe we're about
What is it? 15th and 16th. So yeah, not this week. We got a week off, and then the following week is Imola.
Yep, cool.
Imola,
So,
Spa, and Kyalami.
So Imola, Spa, and Kyalami to finish out that season. Of course, the drivers probably need a bit of a rest,
No, we
don't
got
they?
Bathurst after the Suzuka race actually. So we got 4 rounds to go still. So Imola, Spa, Kyalami, 2 weeks off for the. Well, it's actually a week off for the Suzuka race, and then that's on the 10th. And then on the 13th and 14th is the season finale at Bathurst for KRL. But just quickly, I just wanted to say a massive thanks to you two today. As usual, you do an absolutely amazing job. I can't wait to watch bits and pieces back over the next couple of days, and yeah, you guys make the Oz New Zealand endurance series even better than it is. So thank you to you. Thank you to Nath as well, the head of Hooncorp, and obviously Andrali Barra, and of course Voodoo in the admin team. So thanks, boys. Another one down. I think it was a pretty successful day, and yeah, we'll catch you all at Suzuka. So thank you.
Can't argue with that. Great stuff. Perfectly summed up there. Thank you, Wilco. And thanks to everybody, like we mentioned, that get involved. And it takes a little bit to get these events up off the ground, of course, but a fantastic job. Big shout out, of course, to Hooncorp. They took the win tonight here in the Hooncorp Esports. 6 hours of Silverstone. That's a wrap, ladies and gentlemen. Don't forget to join us for the final round of the championship in Suzuka at the start of December in about 4 weeks' time. But be kind to one another. Thanks for your company, and we'll see you next time around. It's bye for now.
Bye.
Bye.
Look at you. Farewell.